any doubt." "For heaven's sake!" cried John Hay. "Who is it, man?" Holmes peered up from examining the font on different notes under a hand lens. "Who," he asked, holding up matching typewritten fonts, "is this Samuel Clemens?" Chapter 21. Holmes waited restlessly for the Hay household to go to sleep. He smoked pipe after pipe in his room, cracking the door occasionally to listen. Still, the last shufflings and whispers of the servants continued long after both the Hays and Henry James had gone to their respective bedrooms. Finally, it was silent. Opening wide the window of his room, a window that looked out upon the dark backyard of the large house here at the junction of H Street and 16th Street, Holmes took his heavy shoulder bag of burglary tools and slipped out of the room and down the stairway. He wore a black sweater under a soft black jacket, workman's black trousers, and black shoes with crepe soles Holmes had ordered, made specially for him by Charles F. Stead and Company, a tannery in the north of England. He tiptoed through the kitchen, opened the door without a noise, slipped out, and used one of his breaking and entering tools to lock the door behind him. The Hays' backyard, mostly garden, faced the Adamses' backyard and shared a tall brick wall separating the two. Holmes tossed a rope with a small grapple, tested it, then climbed the wall and dropped to the other side in 10 silent seconds. The garden here was little more than a gesture, and the back of the Adamses' property was dominated by a stable designed by the same architect who had done both homes, but an empty stable this night. As Henry James had told him, Henry Hobson Richardson had designed and built both the Adams and Hay house at roughly the same time, but the designs were different. Holmes had spent a long tea with Clara Hay this Tuesday afternoon, showing more than a polite interest in the layout of both grand homes. Now he moved toward the Adams house, with the floor plan in his mind. Henry Adams no longer kept a dog. The house was dark save for a few gas pilot lamps burning. The stables were a tall, dark mass behind him. Holmes had made note that all of the first-floor windows of the Adams house were covered with wrought iron grills. The kitchen rear door was the best place to enter, and Holmes knew that the easiest way to do that would be to cut a circle of glass from a pane. The iron grill there would be no hindrance to his instrument, but this would leave a sign of his illegal entrance. Holmes placed a soft cloth on the ground outside that door and went to one knee. He could manage the door lock in less than a minute, but the kitchen door had been bolted at 2 places from the inside before the last servants had left for the night. He would have to dismantle the entire lock, reach in with a rigid piece of wire he could bend to his purposes, pull back those bolts, get in, and then reconstruct the entire lock in its proper place. It would take the better part of an hour, but since he did not plan to leave via this same kitchen door, it would only have to be done once. Holmes glanced at the stars. It was not yet 1 a.m. He had time. Once inside the kitchen, Holmes squatted for several minutes of absolute silence, controlling his breathing so that even he could not hear it, and did nothing but listen to the house. He'd heard both John and Clara Hay mention that Adams's people were off at play for these final 3 days before they would regather and regroup to prepare the house for Henry Adams's return on Friday, and Holmes's instinct told him that the huge house was indeed empty. He lit a hand lamp no larger than his palm and closed the upper and lower louvers so that it cast the dimmest of lights, and that only straight ahead in a narrow beam. In a few minutes he'd reassembled the entire lock and doorknob apparatus, locked and bolted the back door from the inside again, and was stealing silently up the narrow steps of the servants' rear staircase. Although both houses had been designed in the so-called Romanesque style, Adams's home had a different feeling on the inside and different proportions on the outside. Holmes had noted to James the profusion of towers, turrets, gables, and huge chimneys on the Hays home. The Adamses' abode, dwelt in only by the widower and his staff now, of course, was simpler, more modern-looking from the outside, set off architecturally only by the twin white arches of its entrance. Both homes were 4 stories tall, but the Adams house had a flat front. One of these rooms on the second floor was Henry Adams's private study, and Holmes found the locked door to it in no time. Next to the study, door also locked, was a room that had been Clover Adams's combination darkroom and small photographic workshop, and which now, according to Clara Hay, had been converted to archives for the dead woman's carefully inventoried photographs. The simple lock took Holmes less than a minute, and then he was in the windowless inner archives room, relighting his louvered hand lamp and looking at the drawer upon drawer of photographic prints and plates. He trusted in Henry Adams's famous neatness and efficiency, and was not disappointed. It had been Adams who had inventoried and archived most of Clover's photographic images after her suicide in December of 1885. It took Holmes only a few minutes to find both the inventory journal, most of it typed out, some still in Henry Adams's neat hand, and then the key to the specially constructed archival file cabinets. Volume 7, page 24, number 50.23, R. Lorne, Feb. 1884. The caption in Clover's tighter script, Rebecca Lorne, standing, in Roman costume. Holmes found and removed the photo and crouched low to prevent any escape of light as he played the beam on his hand lantern over it. The woman's pose was awkward, the Roman costume amateurly made, and her face was turned 2/3 away from the camera. But there was no doubt at all that Rebecca Lorne was the woman Sherlock Holmes had known as Irene Adler. He set this photograph back in place. Volume 7, page 9, number 50.9, R. Lorne. No date given, caption in Clover's hand, Rebecca Lorne with banjo, and also in Clover Adams's hand, very good. Holmes turned the narrow beam on the image. It was a very good photograph of Irene Adler, Rebecca Lorne. The woman was older than Holmes remembered, but Adler was still quite attractive. Clover Adams had posed the woman in the corner of a room near a window, holding her banjo as if she were playing it. Holmes had seen that banjo before. Lorne's, Adler's face was turned toward the window and tilted slightly forward, catching the soft light. Clover had used a wide-angle lens. Holmes guessed it to be the Dallmeyer lens, new to photography about the time Clover died, and had achieved an image poised somewhere between a portrait and capturing an instant of everyday life. Volume 7, page 10, number 50.10. R.H., Feb. 8, 1884, date and the identical caption to the first photo Holmes had seen, also written in Clover's hand, Rebecca Lorne, standing, in Roman costume. Again, the face was turned mostly away from the camera. Holmes set it back. Volume 9, page 17, number 50.106, Old Sweet Springs, Virginia, June 1885, Rebecca Lorne, her cousin Cliff Richards, H.A., on piazza of house. The writing was all in Henry Adams's careful hand. Holmes removed his small magnifying glass and studied the image. Rebecca Lorne was looking at the camera, with only the upper part of her face hidden by her bonnet, but her cousin Clifton Richards had lowered his head so that the brim of his hat hid all of his face. The form of the man was athletic enough looking to be Lucan Adler, but one would never be sure. He put the photograph back in its archival setting. Volume 9, page 21, number 50.108, Old Sweet, captions written in Henry Adams's hand, view of house with people on piazza. Again, part of Rebecca Lorne's face was visible, but the man, still Clifton Richards from the clothing and hat, had turned his face full away. Holmes swore under his breath. There was only one more photograph in this series. Volume 9, page 23, number 50.109, Old Sweet Springs, June 1885, Rebecca Lorne and cousin, all in Henry Adams's careful script, standing in meadow with house in background. Clover had obviously taken this photograph with no warning to her subjects. The two figures stood in high grass that rose almost to their waists. Rebecca Lorne's head and shoulders were a blur as she turned her head to hear something spoken by the man standing next to her and slightly behind her. The man's face, unaware that Clover was taking a photo, was in perfect focus. It was the single finest and clearest image of young Lucan Adler ever captured in a photograph. Holmes' heart was pounding. There were two identical prints in the archival sleeve. Holmes removed one of them, checked with his narrow-beam lantern to make sure that the face was as clear as in the top print, and put that photograph in his inner pocket above his heart. He set the other image back in the proper file and closed and locked the long archival drawers. He was just leaving the room when he heard voices downstairs.
"Rousting me out of bed in the middle of the night,"
a man was saying in an angry voice.
"Not his fault the weather turned rough on the Atlantic,"
another man, an older man, was saying.
"Home 2 days early with no warning,"
groused a third and younger man.
"Have to change the linens in the master bedroom, air everything out, check the towels, and—"
a woman was saying to another woman who kept interrupting with complaints about the late hour.
"The cable didn't say what time in the morning Mr. Adams will be arriving,"
came the older man's deep voice again.
"Let us have everything ready tonight, and have everyone back and ready for inspection at 7 in the morning. I've ordered Martin to deliver messages to the rest of the staff."
"Damn," whispered Holmes without actually saying the word aloud. He shut off his tiny lantern and tiptoed toward the rear staircase. The servants, almost certainly the head butler, and 2 other male under-butlers, the housekeeper, and at least 2 of her staff, were coming up the main staircase. Obviously, Henry Adams was returning several days early, and his diligent staff was making sure everything would be ready for him in the morning. "Damn," Holmes mouthed again, and slipped up the narrow servant staircase to the rear of the high 3rd floor. With no carpet, the ancient wooden stairs creaked under his weight.
"Hear that?"
one of the under-butlers cried from downstairs.
"If it's a burglar, he's going to get an unwelcome surprise,"
came the head butler's deep voice.
"Shall I send for the police?"
asked the head housekeeper.
"No,"
said the head butler.
"William, Charles, get 2 pokers from the fireplace. Bring one for me. Come with me, William, and we'll check the back rooms and rear staircase."
Most of the 3rd floor was given over to servants' rooms. Holmes had to feel his way in the dark until he found the final staircase, almost steep enough to qualify as a ladder, and as the men stomped and climbed to the 2nd and then 3rd floor below him, calling to one another as they checked rooms, Holmes tiptoed up to the attic. The door to the attic was locked, and it took him precious minutes, working in the near absolute darkness, to use his burglar wires and tools to pick that lock. He stepped into the musty attic. The men had checked all the rooms on the 2nd floor and were converging on the 3rd floor beneath him. Holmes had to risk a light as he shined his lantern in the attic packed with old steamer trunks, a dressmaker's form rising in front of him like a headless corpse, more suitcases, an empty bird cage. He tiptoed away from the door even as the voices grew louder below him, and someone started climbing the steep stairway to the attic. Holmes had been playing his narrow beam across the steeply sloped ceiling until he found the inevitable trap door to the roof. Luckily, it was directly above 2 tall trunks that he clambered up like a ladder. He put his back into lifting the trap door and hoped that the crashing footfalls below would drown out the slight noise it made as it creaked up on hinges. Then Holmes was outside on the steep and slippery rooftop. The trapdoor had opened onto the back side of the sloping roof that faced the backyards and the stables, giving silent thanks for H. Richardson's elaborate care with the quality of the building. Thick floorboards that had not transmitted his crepe-soled steps, this triple-thick roof with sturdy tiles. Holmes moved quickly toward the taller pitches and chimneys and gables of John Hay's home. From H Street and the front of the Adamses' house, the two grand brick homes looked to be contiguous, but in reality Richardson had separated the east wall of Adamses' house from the west wall of the Hayes house by a gap of about 18 inches. Holmes prepared to jump that gap, a narrow black abyss that fell more than 50 feet to the street level, with the full knowledge that the Hayes roof was slightly higher than the Adamses' roof he was jumping from. Hearing noises at the trap door far behind him, Holmes shut down his imagination and leaped. He slid back down the steep, gabled surface, slipping toward the sheer drop-off to blackness, but stopped his descent by spread-eagling his body and using his toes and fingers and his body's friction against the tiles. Men were emerging from the trap door in the Adamses' roof. Holmes slid 2 feet to his right. The main chimney, handling a dozen outlets to Adams's many fireplaces on the east side of his huge house, was at this east edge of Adams's rooftop, and it was easily 20 feet tall. Holmes kept it between himself and the trap door in order to hide himself from the view of the men emerging onto the Adamses' roof, as he scrambled up the much steeper roofline of the north-south gable on the Hayes home. He rolled over the ridgeline of that gable and ducked low just as the head butler and his 2 assistants reached the east end of the Adamses' roofline and shined their bright lantern along the empty west slopes of the Hayes gables. Part of the tall triangular facade that faced H Street and Lafayette Square and the White House hid Holmes from view of anyone out there in the night. When Adams's servants had convinced themselves that no burglar was on their rooftop, they carefully, holding hands at one point, made their way back to and down through the trap door into Adams's attic. Moving on tiptoe again, only occasionally using his fingertips on the terrible steep rooftop, Holmes went up to the ridgeline and then north along it to where the Hayes rooftop gabled up to its highest point, the highest ridgeline almost 70 feet above the sidewalk level. Rather than 2 massive chimney structures, one west, one east, as on the Adamses' house, the Hayes rooftop sprouted 6 varying brick chimneys. Holmes allowed himself to slide down the steep upper roof until he'd planted his rubber crepe soles against a tall, thin chimney only about a third of the way up on the northwest roofline. He rested there a minute, panting softly, and listened to the lonely clop-clop of a single carriage going down 16th Street. Someone was moving horses into the Adamses' stables. Holmes had no idea where they'd been stabled during Henry Adams's weeks of traveling, but here were grooms or stable boys returning them to their stalls at 2 a.m. Various lanterns and at least one glaring electric light illuminated the stable yards, garden, and the entire west rooftop and west side of the chimney, behind which Holmes was hiding. He checked his watch and sighed softly. This had not been his first or second plan for egress from the presumably empty Adamses' home and return to his own room. But at least he'd made a plan, see? While the grooms got the horses settled below, trying to keep their work as quiet as possible, Holmes removed the thick loop of rope from his burglar bag. It would be embarrassing if he'd not estimated the length of the rope properly. Embarrassing and, from this height, most probably fatal. Eventually the Adamses' horses were back in their stalls, the lanterns extinguished, and even the glow of light onto the backyard from Adams's kitchen had grown dark, although Holmes guessed that the butlers, housekeeper, and the few other servants there so late tonight were in their rooms sleeping. Holmes checked his watch again, with the briefest flicker of his hand lantern. Almost 4 a.m. The Hayes domestics would be rising soon to start their interminable days. Holmes tapped the photo secure over his heart, secured the lantern in his burglar bag, and then made sure the bag was clasped shut and its strap secured over his head and shoulder. There were 2 coils of rope, one short and one long and heavy. Years ago, he'd learned the basic art of rappelling in the Alps. Now he looped the shorter strand of rope around the fireplace, tied it off securely with double fisherman knots backed up by overhand knots, and ran his longer rope through this anchor sling at midpoint. running the double rope between his legs, just under his backside, and out to his right hand, in what his first alpine climbing guide had called the Dulfersitz. Firmly holding the doubled line of rope that led to the anchor strap around the chimney in his left hand, and the dangling longer strand of doubled rope that made his uncomfortable Dulfersitz, he carefully let himself down the steep gable to the west edge of the long drop to the Hayes' backyard. That morning, the previous morning, he realized now, and again that afternoon, he'd walked to the rear and sides of the Hayes' backyard, nominally to smoke his pipe and think, but actually to look up and measure the alignment of this thinnest of the 6 chimneys directly above his second floor, by American reckoning, room. Now he had to trust to his estimated measurement, even while trusting again that no servant, wandering the halls after midnight, had felt a draft in the hallway and been brazen enough to go into his guest room and shut and latch the window he'd left open. Someday, some repairman on the roof would find his anchor sling, but that was of no concern to Holmes this night. Leaning far back, almost to the horizontal, letting the rappel rope shuffle through his left hand as he wrapped the other length of rope around his right wrist, Holmes walked himself down the side of John Hayes' huge brick home, hopping the 4 feet over the dark window on the 3rd floor that Holmes had ascertained earlier to be an empty servant's bedroom currently being used for storage. Eventually he was at the 2nd-story window, and he bounced far over the upper glass pane, not wanting to have to explain how his own bedroom window was broken in the night, and, after tapping his crepe soles on the lower windowsill, swung himself far enough into his own room to grab the headboard of the heavy brass bed and steady himself. First setting the photograph of Irene Adler and Lucan Adler carefully on his bedside table, Holmes went back to the open window and pulled the long length of rappel rope down, taking care that it did not strike a lower window when it dangled. Then he pulled it up, coiled it carefully, and set it back in his black burglar bag. The well-tiered short length of anchor rope would remain up there. The night air was cool, and he left the window open until the sheen of perspiration he'd worked up in all the climbing, jumping, and rappelling dried off. Then Holmes took off his burglar clothes, folding them away neatly, washed himself at the basin, got into his nightclothes, and set his watch to tap its small rod against the open cover at 9 a.m. He and Henry James were leaving for New York City on the 10:42 a.m. train. Holmes had left his palm torch out on the table next to his bed, and before falling asleep he activated it and played its narrow beam one last time on the photo marked by Henry Adams as Old Sweet Springs, June, 1885, Rebecca Lorne and cousin, standing in meadow with house in background. Staring most intensely at the young man's face, Holmes thought at him, "Why did you kill your mother?" Chapter 22.
So I had stopped by the office of the Sentry on a whim after our ship docked, and was sitting there on their horsehair sofa, reading over some early galleys from our new book, Pudd'nhead Wilson, said Clemens, and what do I discover but that some pragmatical son of a bitch had been mucking about with my punctuation. My punctuation, gentlemen. The punctuation which I had so carefully thought out and laboriously perfected. I sat there seeing more of this vandalism until my hot fury turned itself loose, and I had a comment for every publisher, editor, secretary, and errand boy in the Century's office. I found as I shouted that the fury had turned itself into a volcano, and the words I was using, well, they were not suited to any Sunday school. "So what happened to the edited copy?" asked Howells.
Clemens lowered his head and peered out from under his bushy eyebrows.
"It was explained to me, as one would explain the lower multiplication tables to a drooling idiot, that the culprit proofreader was peerless, imported from no less than Oxford University, and that his word around the Century was considered, and I quote, sacred, final and immutable."
Howells was smiling openly. James showed a hint of a smile and had lowered his chin to his bosom. Holmes sat with his head cocked at a slight angle of polite anticipation.
"So did you have a chat with this just-down-from-Oxford Don, whose copy edits are sacred, final, and immutable?"
asked Howells, who obviously had played straight man to Clemens many times before this. They were between courses, and Clemens was puffing away at a cigar. His brow was furrowed, his bushy eyebrows almost coming together in his anger, his chin firmly set, and upper body imitating that of a bull ready to charge the toreador. He removed the cigar from beneath a full mustache that was turning white.
"I did," said Clemens. "I confronted him in the publisher's office, using the poor man as a witness should an actual homicide occur. I was a volcano, and such an angry volcano that not a single poor wretch in the Century's office escaped without being scorched. The publisher and his Oxford proofreader were Pompeii and Herculaneum to my Vesuvius."
"What did you say to your punctuation culprit?" Henry James asked in soft tones. Clemens shifted his fierce stare to the other writer.
"I told both men that I didn't care a fig leaf in hell if the Oxford marvel was an archangel imported directly from heaven. He still could not puke his ignorant impudence over my punctuation. I said I wouldn't allow it for a moment. I said I couldn't stand or sit in the same room, in the presence of a single proofreader sheet, where that brainless blatherskite had left his chicken-manured tracks. By this time, both Herculaneum and Pompeii had backed up all the way to the windows, and I had a hunch they were ready to throw themselves out those 12-story-high portals. So I literally buttonholed the archangel before he attempted to fly, and explained that all this stuff must be set up again, and my punctuation restored exactly as I had typed it. Then I promised to return there tomorrow, that is today, precisely at noon, to read the deodorized proof."
Howells was laughing loudly now. James was smiling as broadly as Holmes had ever seen him. Holmes allowed himself a thin smile. When the laughter at the table subsided, nearby diners looking over at the table and then murmuring amongst themselves, obviously the curly-haired author now burying his teeth into the Cuban cigar, Howells said, "When did you leave Europe, Sam? And from which port?" "From Genoa," said Clemens. "On the steamship Lahn. Got in, as I said, yesterday morning." "That was a very rapid crossing," said James.
"The captain said he knew of a shortcut," said Clemens, exhaling rich smoke. "And, by dander, so he did."
Howells, usually a serious man, Henry James knew, was still laughing and still eager to play the straight man.
"A shortcut across the North Atlantic," laughed Howells. "Can you tell us what secret route your captain of the Lahn took?"
Clemens leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms.
"I fear that I cannot. A small group of perspicacious passengers, with me as their leader, of course, plotted to steal an officer's sextant, and thus learn our latitude and longitude." "Did you carry out your plot?" asked Holmes. "Indeed we did, sir," answered Clemens. "We simply forgot that none of us knew how to use the device. So after several hours of messing with the clumsy thing, we had succeeded only in pinpointing our precise location either in Central Africa or, equally improbable, Saskatchewan."
Howells was howling now, but Clemens never relinquished his bushy-browed scowl. "There were no clues as to the nature or direction of this transatlantic shortcut?" asked James, allowing himself a quick glance at Holmes when he said the word clues.
"None," said Clemens. "None, I should say, save for the time my fellow passengers and I noticed penguins dancing and frolicking in the ice floes that the Lahn was bullying her way through." "Penguins?"
cried Howells, and laughed all the harder. Henry James suddenly understood that the serious and often melancholy author, deadly serious editor, and mature citizen who was William Dean Howells used Samuel Clemens's presence as an excuse to become a boy again.
Naturally, we assumed that the Penguins were the ship's waiters and doormen, still in their formal attire, said Clemens, allowed out by the captain for a short period to frolic on the ice.
"No!" cried Howells, with tears running down his cheeks. The loud negative seemed more related to an earnest request that Clemens give him a moment to catch his breath.
Alas, the knowledge of their penguinitude was too late, Clemens said in a remorseful tone. I had given generous tips to 3 of them. At least one of them had the decency to hide his face under his upper flipper, or wing, or whatever that thing is called.
Howells continued to laugh. The waiters were bringing their main courses. On the previous day, Tuesday, March 28th, when Holmes had announced to the small group in John Hay's study that the typewriter that had produced the "She Was Murdered" cards over the past 7 years was the same machine that had typed addresses and cards to the Hays from someone named Samuel Clemens, the room had erupted in babble and surprise. It was Hay who explained that Samuel Clemens was the real name for the famous author who wrote under the nom de plume of Mark Twain.
I must interview him at once, Holmes had said. Either Hay or James shall accompany me.
I fear that will not be possible, said Henry James. I've read over the past few years in the London papers that Mr. Twain, Mr. Clemens, has been en famille on an extensive tour of Europe, Germany, Switzerland, Italy, since 1891, I believe. Something to do with debts, persistent American creditors, and the strength of the dollar on the continent. The last I read, Clemens and his family had moved on from Florence and to Bad Neuheim, with Mr. Clemens occasionally taking the baths for his rheumatism. Holmes looked crestfallen until John Hay said brightly, Actually, we're in luck. I received a letter from Sam, from Mr. Clemens, only 2 weeks ago, in which he said he'd be sailing from Italy on the 22nd of this month, bound for New York, to carry out several business meetings. I believe he was eventually going to Chicago, to meet with someone there and to get a preview of the Columbia Exposition, before returning to Europe 6 weeks from now.
He'll be in New York?
Holmes asked. He should be there, or on the point of arriving there, even as we speak, said Hay.
We must leave at once, said the detective.
Clara Hay gave her husband a sharp glance, and Hay held up his hands. Alas, I'm too busy this week, socially and otherwise, to take time out for a trip to New York. But I'm sure Harry would enjoy accompanying you. I don't believe that he and Clemens have met yet. And Sam wrote me that he planned to dine with Howells as soon after he reached New York as he could. Perhaps you could join them.
Who is Howells? Asked Sherlock Holmes.
William Dean Howells, said Hay. He's an old friend of Harry's as well as of Sam's, an author of some renown in his own right, but also a well-known critic. Howells was fiction editor of the Atlantic Monthly from 71 to 81, helping not only to publish friends such as Harry and Sam, but to promote them, and wrote a column for Harper's Weekly until 82.
Good, said Holmes. James can introduce me when the 3 old literary colleagues are chatting, and we can ease our way into the Clover Adams business. If you shall be so kind as to cable Howells of our arrival, we shall leave today for New York.
But, said James, but could come up with no reason for his not going, other than his not wanting to do so. Clemens might well have taken the typewriter to Europe with him, said Hay.
Not important, Holmes had said. The important thing is for Clemens to tell us who had access to his typewriter between December 6th, 1885, and December 6th, 1886.
But that, began Clara Hay, and then stopped. I see. If the cards were all typed at the same time, You think it must have been between Clover's death and the first anniversary of her death, the first time we all received the typewritten cards.
Surely you're not considering Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain, as a suspect, said John Hay. Only his typewriter, replied Holmes. And before we go any further, we must know who had access to it after Clover Adams's death.
Someone could have typed those cards before her death, said Clara Hay.
Holmes had smiled thinly at his hostess. Perhaps, but that person would also have been her murderer. All the more reason to speak to this Twain-Clemens person as soon as possible. Turning to Henry James, Holmes cried, "Quick, James, pack some things in your Gladstone bag and let's be off. The game is afoot." "What brings you to the States, Sam?" Howells was asking. "Business," growled the man between bites of his prime rib. "All business. Money, debt, and business. Business, debt, and money. Last night I had dinner with Andrew Carnegie."
James, who paid little attention to millionaires or their comings and goings, was still impressed.
"How did that dinner go?" asked Howells. "Just dandy," said Clemens. "Carnegie wanted to talk to me about yachting, about the price of gold, about the British royal family, about libraries, about my family's experience living in Europe the past few years, about Swiss tutors, and especially, at great length, I might say, about his harebrained scheme for the United States to absorb Canada, Ireland, and all of Great Britain into a single American Commonwealth. I, on the other hand, wanted to talk about him lending me some money, or I should say, investing some capital in marvelous and foolproof ventures."
"I trust your conversations were productive," said James. Clemens's brows came down.
"I explained to Carnegie my little investments in Kaola type, in various other sure-to-be hits inventions and games, in my publishing house, and especially in Mr. Page's typesetting machine, which by itself, to date, for only the Page typesetter investment, I have poured something like $190,000 into, without ever seeing the blasted thing work properly for more than 2 minutes at a time." "What did Mr. Carnegie say to these investment possibilities?" asked Howells. "He leaned forward and whispered to me his secret of getting and staying rich," Clemens said in a low, conspiratorial tone of voice. The three other men at the table, even Holmes, also leaned forward conspiratorially to hear the secret from no less an expert than Andrew Carnegie. "Carnegie said," whispered Clemens, and I quote him exactly, "My boy, put all your eggs in one basket, and watch that basket."
While Howells and James laughed and Holmes allowed himself a smile, Sam Clemens continued to scowl.
"He was serious," Clemens growled into the laughter. "Perhaps the Page typesetter is your basket," said Howells.
Clemens grunted.
"If it is, it's a basket without a bottom or handles." "Why don't you just, how do you Americans put it, cut your losses and get out?" asked Holmes. "I've invested too much," growled Clemens. "As a businessman, I gave the word fool a bad name. Livy says so. My muscular Christian minister friend Joe Twitchell says so. All my friends who are not earlobe deep in debt say so. But I still hope this Page machine will be the avenue to my own fortune and to my family's security. The thing not only sets type brilliantly, you see, it automatically justifies, something that no typesetting device on the planet can do. The good news is that 40 or 50 of Page's miracle typesetters are in the process of being produced, and the Chicago Tribune is going to give one a trial by fire. Before this trip is over, I plan to make the 800-mile trip to Chicago to talk to Page. My goal was to dissolve our partnership during that conversation." "But James Page can be very convincing in person," suggested Howells.
"Convincing?" cried Clemens loud enough that a few other diners looked toward his table. "Why, every time I arrange it so that Page's doomsday moment is nigh, the termination of my investment irrevocable, and my lawsuits against the man shatteringly inevitable, the inventor pitches another bravura performance that would put Edwin Booth to shame. Tears, earnest promises, heartfelt assurances, injured dignity, a list of facts and figures that would put a certified accountant into a coma, and all while showing a woeful, profoundly hurt expression that would put a basset hound with hemorrhoids to shame. Why, James Page could persuade a fish to come out and take a walk with him. No matter how much resolve and determination I stockpile ahead of time for the encounter, whenever I am with Page, I believe him. I can't help it. Livy says that the man is a mesmerist, not an inventor. I say that he is one of the most daring and majestic liars ever to bilk a hard-earned fortune out of a hard-working author. One ends up giving him another $15 or $20 or $50,000 just for the quality of his performance." There was an uncomfortable silence broken only by the change of plates by the waiters, and then Howells cleared his throat. Holmes had heard of William Dean Howells, had even read one of his novels, and found little unusual in the writer-editor-critic's appearance, stolid form, short-cut hair, thinning on the front and top to the extent that Howells combed a few curly strands forward, a full mustache turning white, an intelligent gaze, and a soft voice. "Do you know, for me this is a most important, one might almost say, historical evening," said Howells. "Why is that?" asked Clemens. "Because of the overpriced mediocrity of this somewhat decrepit claret?" Howells ignored that comment. "Tonight, two of my most famous authors, and two of my oldest and dearest friends, are dining with me. I was beginning to think it would never come about." "I've read," said Henry James, "that Mark Twain and I are as opposite in all things literary as the North and South Poles." "I have never understood that bromide," said Clemens. "Certainly from what we know of the Arctic, and what they are now calling the Antarctic, the poles must be far more alike than different. So saying that we are Howells's poles would mean that we're both cold, barren, impossibly distant, impossible to reach, and dangerous to travelers." "However that may be," said James, determined not to be sidetracked by Sam Clemens's nonsense, "you, Howells, especially during your years of the Atlantic Monthly, have managed to make literary successes of both of us." "Nonsense," said Howells, flicking away the tribute with his well-manicured fingers. "You both were destined for literary immortality. It was simply my honor to publish and write essays about your work. You often didn't sign the critical essays of praise that you printed in your own magazine, even while our books were being serialized there, Howells," laughed Clemens, obviously, in James's estimate, feeling the wine. "I appreciated it, as I'm sure did Mr. James, but if there were an editor's board of ethics and review—" "You know, Mr. Clemens," interrupted James before the joke could hatch into a full insult, "I actually met you, or at least shook hands with you, once before this." "Upon what occasion?" asked Clemens. They were now on the post-dinner wine and cigars course, and James could see that Mark Twain was enjoying both vices as he worked to focus his eyes a little better on James. "December 15, 1874, said James. "There was a grand dinner in Parker House in Boston to celebrate the Atlantic's first year under its new owners. You were there, Mr. Howells." James turned toward his host and nodded. "And so were many other well-known authors, now published in the Atlantic, as well as editors, various dons from Harvard and Princeton, architects, clergymen, although not the Reverend Henry Ward Beecher that evening." "Ah," said Clemens, "that was in the early days of the Elizabeth Tilton scandal, was it not?"
Alas, poor Beecher. I knew him, Horatio. His sister Harriet was my neighbor at Nook Farm in Hartford. Poor Henry Ward had all those ladies in love with him, or at least with his preaching voice, and then most of the leading suffragettes turned against him like harpies during the scandals. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Victoria Woodhull, even his other sister, Isabella Beecher Hooker. They all wanted his hide. But his other sister, your neighbor in Hartford, Harriet, stuck by him, did she not? Said Howells. She did, said Clemens, until the end. And since it's been 6 years this month since Reverend Beecher died of that sudden stroke, I raise a glass to him, and to all poor men who are punished so by harridans and harpies for such venial sins. All 4 men solemnly drank their toast to Beecher and his adultery. The other tables there in the restaurant of the hotel were empty. The waiters were standing, visibly waiting, their gloved hands folded over their crotches. James knew that the evening was over and that he had to speak now or lose the opportunity. "Mr. Clemens," he said, "Howells mentioned that you were traveling up to Hartford tomorrow." "Yes," said Clemens. "A necessity. Money, debt, and business. Just for the day, though. I'll be returning to Dr. Rice's tomorrow evening." James knew that Clemens was currently the house guest of Dr. Clarence C. Rice, an ear and throat specialist who included amongst his famous clients Miss Lillian Russell, the aging actor, referred to earlier by Clemens, Edwin Booth, and Enrico Caruso. "We wondered if Mr. Sherlock Holmes and I might travel to Hartford with you," said James, "and perhaps convince you to stop by your home there, on Farmington Avenue." Clemens stared as if he'd been asked to swallow a snake. "Would you happen to know if your typewriter is still at your Hartford house?" Holmes asked quickly. Clemens turned his head to look at the detective. "My typewriter?" "We mentioned earlier that certain cards typed on that machine have been coming to Henry Adams, John and Clara Hay, and Clarence King for the years since Clover Adams's death. It might help me in my investigation, if I were to see the actual machine." "Your investigation?" repeated Clemens. He leaned closer to Holmes. "I have been polite so far this evening, but I do have to ask, are you really Sherlock Holmes? The 221B Baker Street Sherlock Holmes? The Come, Watson, the game's afoot Sherlock Holmes?" "I am," said Holmes. "Well, then you, and James, and you too, Howells, if you're not doing anything important, are welcome to travel up to Hartford with me tomorrow, and perhaps we'll be able to get into the house if I cable ahead. It's being leased, you know. But first, Mr. Holmes, you must answer a most pressing question that has been haunting me all through this evening's fine meal and frivolity." "I shall if I am able," said Holmes. Clemens leaned even closer to the detective. "The question is simply this, sir. Are you real, or are you a fictional character? That is one of the things I am attempting to determine in this case of Clover Adams and the 5 of Hearts," said Holmes. Clemens looked at him and said no more. Howells gestured for the bill. They paid, and, since James and Holmes were staying overnight at this hotel, the Hotel Glenham on Fifth Avenue, the 2 men walked Clemens and Howells to the cabs waiting at the curb. "Come, Howells," said Clemens. "We'll take this one, and I'll drop you on the way to Dr. Rice's place." "But it is out of the way," protested Howells. "In the cab, sir," said Clemens. "It would be unseemly for 2 gentlemen of our age and station to be arrested for wrestling on the curb at this hour of the night." He turned his dangerous gaze on James and Holmes. "It's a fool's errand you're on, gentlemen. But this great fool always welcomes other fools for company. I'll meet you all tomorrow at Grand Central Station at 9 a.m.
Chapter 23. William Dean Howells accompanied them to Hartford that Thursday. Holmes was not sure why, since he assumed Howells had a full business day in New York, and the dreary passing countryside was surpassed only by the dreariness of the conversation. In that one railway trip, Sherlock Holmes learned more about the business of writing and publishing than he could ever use. Clemens and the usually reticent James had been agreeing vocally, while Howells mostly listened, and Holmes tried to catch a nap.
"Publishing is changing rapidly, and not for the best,"
Clemens was saying.
"I agree," said James. "The magazines want a new type of story, if they want stories at all," said Clemens.
"I heartily agree," said James. "My number of short story sales has dropped off abysmally. A writer of short fiction can no longer make a living."
"And subscription novels, once my livelihood and the bread and butter of my own publishing house, are disappearing."
"Too true, Mr. Clemens."
"So where in blazes are we to find our wages?" demanded Clemens between puffs on his Havana cigar. "Even serialized novels are disappearing from the magazines."
"Very difficult to place, very difficult," murmured James.
"Henry," said Howells, his tired eyes coming alive, "do you remember about 9 years ago, I think it was early in '84, when The Rise of Silas Lapham was being serialized in the Century at the same time as your The Bostonians?"
"I was deeply honored that my modest early effort was sharing space with your masterpiece," said James. William Dean Howells nodded his appreciation for the compliment. Holmes noticed a very subtle, quite hidden, but still, to him, noticeable expression come over Henry James's face. The look, gone before it could be seen for a certainty, reminded Holmes of a proper little girl who was going to say or do something mischievous. "Mr. Clemens," said James, "did you by any chance ever happen to read The Bostonians?" A strange, embarrassed look came over the confident Clemens.
No, sir. Mr. James, I've not yet had that pleasure."
"I ask," said James very softly, with more than a hint of a smile, "because an English friend mentioned to me that I'd been at a banquet in Boston around that time, 1884, I believe, during which you said from the podium, and I think I am quoting you properly, 'I would rather be damned to John Bunyan's heaven than to read the Bostonians.'" Holmes was astounded at Henry James's bold frontal attack on Clemens. Holmes had only known James for a short time, but everything he had observed in the writer's demeanor, everything, suggested that James would avoid controversy at almost any price, and if forced to react, would do so by the most subtle suggestion and most shaded, ironical nuance. Yet here he was, coming at Clemens like Admiral Nelson at the French or Spanish fleets, straight at him. Also astounded, it was obvious, was Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain. The other writer's face, so animated by dramatic scowls or controlled expressions of exaggerated surprise or joy in every other exchange Holmes had seen, now bore a look as blank and open and pathetically embarrassed as any 11-year-old boy caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
I
stammered Clemens, his cheeks and nose looking as though they might burst any second from exploding capillaries.
I certainly did not mean podiums, banquets."
The last two words were launched in a tone of disgust, emphasized by Clemens waving his hand, as if wafting away a noxious odor. Clemens worked to light a new cigar, bending to focus all his energy on the business, even though he had 2/3 of one still burning in the ashtray. Holmes could see by William Dean Howells's paled and absolutely frozen face that he had been the one to carry original word of the insult to James almost a decade ago. James let a few more delicious seconds of this heavily weighted silence pass before he said, "But, sir, many readers, including this one, after sufficient time had passed, fully agreed with you on the faults of the Bostonians, and I fully and heartily agree with you, sir, that it would be the worst sort of hell to be damned to John Bunyan's heaven." For a while, the silence ruled. Clemens held his cigar, James and Howells smoked their cigarettes, and Holmes puffed away at his pipe. The four men peered at each other through a strained but collegial blue haze. "Henry," said Howells after clearing his throat, "you have diversified, as the businessmen say, into the theater, have you not?" James nodded modestly. 3 years ago, at Mr. Edward Compton's request, I adapted my novel The American into a play. The novel was not entirely suited to dramatization, but writing and revising the play gave me much-needed theatrical experience. "Did it reach the stage?" asked Clemens. "Yes," said James, "and with some success, both in the provinces and eventually in London. The next drama I write will be done exclusively for the theater, and will not be an adaptation. In some ways, to be candid, I feel that I have finally found my true form. I find dramatical writing, with its emphasis on the scene, much more interesting than the novel or short fiction, do you not?" Clemens grunted. "I adapted my book The Gilded Age into a play, known by most folks as Colonel Sellers because of the strength of the main character, played by John T. Raymond. Do you know Raymond, Mr. James?" "I've not met him or seen any of his plays," said James. "He was a perfect Colonel Sellers," said Clemens. "This was during the Grant presidency, and President Grant attended one of the New York performances, and friends of mine told me that one could hear the president laughing all the way to the rear balcony rows." "It was a comedy, then?" said James. "In part," said Clemens. "Certainly John T. Raymond made it so. I would have appreciated it if he had played his famous turnip-eating scene more in the spirit of the pure pathos of poverty which I'd intended, rather than the broad comedy Raymond made of it. But I cannot complain. Colonel Sellers netted $10,000 in its first 3 months, and I imagine that it will make me $75,000 or $100,000 before it, or I, or both of us together, die of old age." There was another silence, then, amongst the four men, as the vulgarity of someone stating how much money he'd made from a job was left to drift away slowly with the cigar, cigarette, and pipe smoke. Holmes looked at Samuel Clemens with his most analytical gaze. Much of Holmes's job depended upon reading people as much as reading clues. Coming to a decision on the quality of a person, or the veracity of his statements, or the solidity of his personality, led to more revelations in detective work than did the inspection of footprints or types of cigarette ash left behind. Clemens, Holmes saw, used vulgarity as a device, not only to shock his audience, and everyone around him was, always, his audience, but to move beyond that shock at obvious vulgarity to some hoped-for higher level of humor or farce. Or, at least to Clemens, it would seem a higher level. As if reading Holmes's thoughts, Clemens removed the cigar from his mouth and leaned forward into the circle of men facing each other. "What about you, Mr. James? What do you think of seeking one's fortune by writing for mere actors?" James smiled. "I have friends who would say that such money is tainted." "By Jove, it is tainted!" cried Clemens in a loud voice while slapping his knee. All of the boy's embarrassment and guilt was gone now, replaced by a boy's enthusiasm. "The kind of wealth being made these days by writing for the stage by, say, that Irishman Oscar Wilde is twice tainted." "Twice tainted?" echoed Henry James. "Twice tainted," repeated Clemens. "Taint yours,
and certainly 'tain't mine."
Hartford was a dreary one-business town, insurance companies on every other dreary corner, and no civic architecture of any significance. But by the time the brougham carrying the four men to Nook Farm turned onto Farmington Avenue, Holmes and James could see the beauty of Mark Twain's old neighborhood. The houses were large but distinct from one another, obviously designed by architects with their particular clients' dreams and desires in mind. Each lot covered several acres, and, while a house might put an iron fence around some of the front yard to separate it from the paved and gently curving avenue, the larger properties themselves tended to blend together in forest and glade, with no proprietary fencing.
"See that gazebo?"
said Clemens, pointing into the trees between two fine homes.
"Harriet Beecher Stowe and I shared the expense of building that, since it sits right on the invisible line between our properties. She and I would meet there often on a warm summer day or brisk autumn morning to swap yarns and discuss the inevitable decline of Western civilization."
"Is she still living?" asked Holmes. Uncle Tom's Cabin had run on the stage in London literally for decades since his boyhood.
"Oh, yes," said Clemens. "Almost 82 now, I believe, and still as gracious and cussed as ever. The little woman, as President Lincoln said upon first meeting her, whose book started the Great War."
Their brougham paused to let two builders' wagons slowly pass, and since they were still gazing at the gazebo amidst the trees, Clemens went on,
"Some nights when I couldn't sleep, I'd steal out to sit on the railing in the gazebo and smoke and admire the stars or moonlight. Often I'd find Mrs. Stowe already there. We'd talk till almost dawn, two happy insomniacs."
"One must wonder," said Henry James, "what two writers of such major accomplishment and diverse talents would discuss in the starlight or moonlight. The nature of evil? The past and future of the black race in America? Thoughts on literature or dramaturgy?"
"Mostly," said Clemens, taking the cigar from his mouth, "we talked about our aches and pains, especially before Mr. Stowe died in 86. She'd tell me hers, I'd tell her mine."
Holmes saw Howells smile at this. Obviously some Sam Clemens story was imminent while they waited for the dray wagons to rumble past.
"I remember one night," said Clemens between blue puffs, "when she listed her aches and pains, sure that they must signify imminent mortality. The darling lady was almost as hypochondriacal as I was, when I was amazed to hear that her problems exactly matched a recent list of my own, and a list of pains and symptoms of which I had just been cured."
Holmes folded his arms. The dray wagons were past, and now their brougham turned onto a paved lane that curved up a gentle hill.
"I told her," continued Clemens, "I told her, 'Harriet,' I said, 'my doctor just cured me of precisely those ailments. Precisely.' 'What medicine did he prescribe?' asked little Mrs. Stowe. 'Why, no medicines at all,' says I. 'My doctor just told me to take a 2-month sabbatical from my habits of heavy drinking, constant smoking, and exploding into wild bouts of profanity in irregular but frequent intervals.' I told her, 'Harriet, you give up cussing, drinking, and smoking for a couple of months, and you'll be right as rain.'"
Clemens peered at them through the smoke, making sure that they were still absorbed in his tale.
"Mr. Clemens," cried she, "I have never partaken of any of those terrible behaviors." "Never?" says I, and I can tell you, gentlemen, I was shocked. "Never," says Harriet Beecher Stowe, gathering her shawl around her because the night was nippy. "Well, then, my dear lady," I broke it to her with infinite sadness, "there is no hope for you. You are a balloon going down, and you have no ballast to cast overboard. You have neglected your vices."
The brougham stopped at the crest of a rise, and there was Samuel Clemens's former home. Although he still owned it, he explained, for the last 2 years he and Livy had leased it to a certain John Day and his wife, Alice, the daughter of Isabella Hooker, for a much-needed $200 a month. Clemens said that he'd cabled ahead, and John and Alice would be out this afternoon. The house was theirs for the time being. Stepping out of the carriage, Holmes looked at the house. The sunlight created a rich mixture of shade and colors on 3 stories of salmon-colored bricks. The steeply pitched gables, along with 5 balconies, gave the large home a bit of a castle look. Its main window was on a 2-story tower and overlooked the porte cochere over the driveway. Clemens saw where the detective was gazing.
"Some have written, or said, that I wanted that bit to resemble a riverboat's pilot house," he said, stubbing his last cigar out on the curb. "But I didn't. That wasn't the plan at all. It's just, as they say, a happy coincidence."
Clemens fetched a key from a flower pot on the front porch, unlocked the door, and swept it open for them to enter. A few yards down the hallway, they could peer into the main rooms, and Holmes knew that it was a home dedicated to good taste and quality items. Sherlock Holmes's bachelor bedroom and sitting room at 221B Baker Street might be a toss-about mess. Was a toss-about mess when Mrs. Hudson wasn't interfering, with everything thrown and dropped rather than folded and placed, but Holmes knew attractive domestic order when he saw it. He was seeing it now.
19 rooms, 7 bathrooms,
Clemens was saying as if he were a real estate man intent upon selling the house to them.
All the bathrooms with flush toilets, which was a curiosity in its day. Speaking tubes so that anyone can talk to anyone from any floor. In this parlor, enter, gentlemen. You see Hartford's first telephone in its particular little niche there. Since I was one of the first to install the infernal device, there were precious few other telephonic interlocutors I might talk to. Here's the drawing room. The stencil designs on the walls were from Lockwood to Forest. A partner in the firm begun by Mr. Tiffany, added Howells. This little solar conservatory area was where my girls would put on their plays, said Clemens, gesturing to an area filled with plants. You see how the drapes can be drawn across here like a theater curtain?
Clemens paused, and then seemed to look at the room and peer into the adjoining rooms for the first time.
This is strange, he said in a choked voice. For the first year or so we were abroad, Livy and I had all the furniture, carpets, vases, beds, knickknacks in storage. But when John and Alice leased the place, rather than have the young couple furnish such a large house, we got everything out of storage for them, for a small additional fee. But
Clemens walked into the library and returned to the drawing room. Above the broad, carved mantel in front of them was a window looking out onto the yard from above the fireplace. Clemens patted it.
This was my idea. Few things are cozier than sitting inside on a winter day with one's family, watching the snow fall just above the crackling fire.
He touched little carvings and vases set along the mantel and atop the bookcases on either side.
John and Alice have placed everything just as we had it, he said in that strange voice. Every vase and carpet that Livy and I had purchased on our early travels, every beloved by the children carving and knick-knack.
He touched one of the carved pieces on the mantel.
You see, every Saturday, Susie and Jean and Clara would demand stories about various ornaments and paintings that stood on these top shelves and on this mantelpiece. At one end of the procession, you see, was a framed oil painting of a cat's head. At the other end was a head of a beautiful young girl, life-size, called Emmeline, an impressionist watercolor. Between the one picture and the other, there were 12 or 15 of the bric-a-brac things. Oh, and also an oil painting by Elihu Vedder, the young Medusa. So my little girls required me to construct a romance, always impromptu, not a moment's preparation permitted. and into that romance I had to get all that bric-a-brac and the 3 pictures. I had to start always with the cat and finish with Emmeline. I was never allowed the refreshment of a change, end for end. It was not permissible to introduce a bric-a-brac ornament into the story out of its place in the procession. These bric-a-bracs were never allowed a peaceful day, a reposeful day, a restful Sabbath. In their lives there was no Sabbath. In their lives there was no peace. They knew no existence but a monotonous career of violence and bloodshed. In the course of time, the bric-a-brac and the pictures showed where. It was because they had had so many and such violent adventures in their romantic careers. "Good practice for a writer," chuckled Howells. "The stories often included a circus," said Clemens. He hadn't seemed to have heard Howells. He didn't seem to remember that the other men were in the room with him. "The girls truly loved stories about a circus, and so I usually wove a circus into—" Clemens seemed stunned. He took a few staggering steps and collapsed more than sat in a flowery chair. "Sam?" said Howells. "I'm all right," said Clemens, shielding his eyes with his hand as if hiding tears. "It's just that it is only, you see, that everything is in its proper place." The others stood without knowing what to say. "I promised Livy that, even though I had to see old Hartford friends about investing in some of my endeavors, I would not get close enough to the Farmington Avenue house, even to see its high chimney. But as soon as I entered the front door here, I was seized with a furious desire to have my entire family in this house again, and right away, and never go outside the grounds of Nook Farm any more forever. Certainly never again to Europe." Clemens lowered his hand and looked around him, as if in a dream. "Everything in its place. Everything that Livy and I so treasured and shopped for and debated purchasing and celebrated in what now feels like our youth, when the girls were babies or toddlers or wee ones." He turned and looked directly into the eyes of Howells, then James, and finally Holmes. "How ugly, tasteless, repulsive are all the domestic interiors I have ever seen in Europe, gentlemen. Compare that Baroque awfulness with the perfect taste of this ground floor, with its delicious dream of harmonious color, and its all-pervading spirit of peace and serenity and deep, deep contentment. This is simply nothing more than the loveliest home that ever was." "It is beautiful, Sam," said Howells. It was as if Clemens hadn't heard him speak. "Somehow, through some dark, malevolent enchantment, I had wholly forgotten our home's olden aspect," he said softly, speaking to himself. This... Clemens simultaneously slapped his palms on the arms of his chair and brought his polished shoes down hard on the floor, although he meant to signify neither in its isolation. "This place, to me, gentlemen, is bewitchingly bright and splendid and homelike and natural, and it seems at this moment as if I have just burst awake out of a long and hellish dream. It is, gentlemen, as if I have never been away, and that I will turn my head—" He did so toward the stairway, "and see my dearest Livy drifting down out of those dainty upper regions with the little children tagging after her." He looked at them each in turn again. "But I feel in my heart that it is not to be, that it is never to be." No one spoke after this. Clemens passed his hands over his eyes again and stood abruptly. "Enough of this nonsense," he said, voice harsh. Let us get up to the billiards room on the 3rd floor, where I kept my typewriter, that instrument of the devil around which Mr. Holmes's murder investigation pivots so ingeniously.
Chapter 24. James and Howells were trailing behind Clemens and Holmes, and on the 2nd-story landing, Howells touched James's sleeve to bring him to a stop.
"This was Sam and Livy's bedroom,"
whispered Howells, pointing to a door at the far end of the hall as Clemens and Holmes climbed out of sight to the 3rd floor.
"In Italy they'd bought this amazingly large bed with such an intricately carved headboard that Sam and Livy always put their pillows at the footboard end. So Sam would say that staggeringly expensive headboard would be the last thing they'd see at night and the first thing they'd see in the morning. John and Alice Day provided their own bed, so Sam and Livy's carved wonder is still in storage."
James nodded, but Howells's soft grip on his forearm continued. Using his free hand to point to another door far down the hallway, Howells whispered,
"That was always my room when I visited. Many's the time that I would awake to some stealthy sound at 1, 2, even 3 o'clock in the morning, only to peer out and see Sam in his nightshirt carrying a billiards cue, walking the halls in search of a playmate, as it were."
"Did you accommodate him?" whispered James.
"Almost always," said Howells with a soft chuckle. "Almost always."
Clemens's voice suddenly roared down the stairway.
"Are you two coming up, or are you busy ransacking through drawers down there in search of treasure? I need someone to play billiards with. The world's foremost consulting detective doesn't know how to play the game and refuses to be taught."
Henry James made mental notes of the American writer's billiards room. The inward sloping walls, this room was at the top of the tallest tower rising from the home, had been painted a light red that bordered on pink. The room was dominated by the 5-foot by 10-foot billiards table, and James noticed that it was one of the more recently designed pocket billiards tables, with the 6 holes and external pockets of gold cloth and tassels at each corner and halfway down each long side. The billiards pockets gave a sense of Christmas stocking celebration to the room, and the sloping ceilings made it feel like what it was, a playroom in a high attic. The floor was completely carpeted over with a Persian rug that boasted patches of more and brighter red amongst its intricate designs. A brick fireplace on the far wall was offset from the center of the table and room, and James could imagine how cozy this small, high room could be in the winter or on a chilly and stormy summer night. Next to the fireplace was a rough-hewn and open-faced storage cabinet rising about 5 feet high. There were still a few stacks of papers and books in it. A few feet beyond the far end of the billiards table was a table with an oil lamp on it, but actual lighting at night would be provided by the 4 large, upward-opening gas lamps suspended low over the table on a 4-spoke brass chandelier. Beyond both the billiards table and writing table was a door opening out to one of the balconies. Sunlight poured in through the fan light over that door, through the tall lights on either side of it, and through smaller square windows low to the floor. There was no door on the wall to James's left as he entered, but the tall, fanlight-topped windows there were of stained glass with its central design showing crossed pool cues, a smoldering cigar between the cues, and a foam-topped glass mug of beer above the center of the crossed cues.
"My family crest,"
said Clemens, who had already lighted a fresh cigar and was pacing back and forth between the fireplace and the billiards table, a cue stick in his hand.
"Shakespeare's family crest boasted only a sort of sickly-looking pen against what Ben Jonson called a mustardy background. Mine is better, I think."
James noticed that the theme of crossed cue sticks was also repeated on the painted ceiling. In the far left corner, in front of one of the low, square windows, was a smaller table with the typewriter and what looked to be some lead typesetting slugs on it. Holmes was already there.
"May I put this machine on that table and try it out?"
asked Holmes. Clemens just flicked a fast glance to his left. "By all means." He removed the cigar and stared at Howells and James. "Now, Mr. James, would you join me in a fast game of pocket billiards to decide who is the Anglo-American literary billiards champion of the world?"
"Alas," demurred James, "I do not play, have never played. I would never risk vandalizing that perfect field of green baize by attempting to learn to play today."
"No?" said Clemens, audibly disappointed.
"Are you sure, sir? In all of its many versions, billiards is most amusing and satisfactory, you see, and when I play badly and lose my temper, it shall almost certainly amuse you. Unless, of course, you are one of those blue-light Methodist preacher sorts who find oaths, epithets, blasphemies, and inventive obscenities objectionable."
James held his hand up, palm out, and seemed to underline his rejection by taking a step backward. He noticed the mismatched furniture in the room, a few more small tables, wicker chairs, rocking chairs, and a couple of what he thought of as Wild West saloon chairs. He chose one of the few upholstered chairs to his left and sat.
"Very well," exhaled Clemens with a cloud of smoke. "Howells, old foe, dear friend, fine foil, it is just you and me, again."
Howells went around to choose a cue stick from where they were propped up against the wall to the left of the fireplace.
"Please observe," said Sherlock Holmes, "that the blank, white card I am placing in the typewriter is identical in size, texture, and cotton content to the one received by Henry Adams, the Hayes, and Clarence King every December on the anniversary of Clover Adams's death. Ned Hooper also received one each year before his untimely death this last December." "How do you know it's the same cotton content and all that?" asked Clemens. "I took the liberty of analyzing the card under my microscope and with some portable chemical apparatus I'd brought to Washington with me," said the detective.
Holmes centered the card and typed a few words. For a moment everyone gathered behind him. She was murdered. The detective had set out 6 of the cards received by the Hayes and one on loan from Clarence King, and now he set the new card flush below each of the old ones.
"You see," said Holmes, "this chip in the A, this tendency in each card for the R to be above the bottom alignment, the shape and increasing murkiness within the closed loop of the D, and the common opacity within the angles of the W."
No one said anything. Now that his attention had been brought to the small imperfections, James could see them as a product of this machine. He also noticed that each small problem was more distinct on the card Holmes had just typed. Holmes seemed to read his mind.
"Use has somewhat exaggerated these nicks and alignment problems," said the detective. "Since the original 7 cards we have here look exactly the same, I would deduce that they were all typed at the same time, necessarily at least 7 years ago, since the Hayes, King, and presumably Mr. Adams all received their first card on 6 December, 1886.
Clemens thrust out his fists, wrists close together as if awaiting hand manacles.
"I confess, I will go peacefully."
Holmes twitched an impatient shadow of a smile.
"I presume, Mr. Clemens, that it would not have been difficult, say during the daytime, for one of your house guests to come into your billiards room and spend a few minutes typing a few dozen cards?" "Certainly it's possible," said Clemens, putting the cigar between his teeth and striding back to the billiards table. "Even at night, no one save for me would have noticed the sound of typing and been curious."
James cleared his throat.
"You had no need for your typewriting machine while you have been in England and Europe the last few years?" he asked.
"Obviously not," said Clemens, leaning forward over the edge of the table and positioning his cue in that odd but graceful sprawl of arms and elbows. "The last few years in Europe I have written longhand once again, and, in the few instances I wanted a typed version of any of my manuscripts,
I hired a stenographer who provided the machine along with his or her note-taking skills.
"Could I impose upon you, Mr. Clemens," said Holmes, "to provide me with the names and last known addresses of all the servants who worked for you here in 1886?
"The list will be somewhere here in the house," grumbled Clemens. "I shall find it for you before we leave today. May we resume our game now?"
"By all means," said Holmes.
Clemens smashed the white ball into a random cluster of waiting balls. 3 of those he'd struck with his ball, or which had been struck in ricochet, went into 3 of the pockets. Clemens straightened up and put chalk on the end of his cue as Howells frowned and leaned over the table.
"In billiards, that's called nigger luck," said Clemens. "Did you keep a guest book from 1885 until you began your travels?" asked Holmes.
"Yes," said Clemens. "I don't believe we packed them away, and John and Alice Day keep their own guest book. There's a drawer in that table at which you're sitting, Mr. Holmes. Yes, just lift up that tablecloth a bit."
Holmes removed 4 leather-bound 8x12 journals or ledgers.
"May I?" began the detective.
Clemens nodded. Howells struck the white ball, and it caromed off 2 other balls and 2 of the side cushions, before being the only ball to go in a pocket.
"Heck and spit and damnation," muttered the former editor. "I'll rack them up properly and we'll start again," Clemens said to Howells. "I don't know why I've come to enjoy pocket billiards more than the carom billiards that stole so much of my youthful time, energy, and fortune. Most of the tables in England and Europe don't even have pockets."
While Clemens retrieved the white ball and shoved the others toward the point on the table where a wooden triangle waited, Holmes said,
"Mr. Clemens, you and your family had many hundreds of visitors. Per year, it looks like."
"Yes, well," said Clemens, and just trailed off in whatever he was going to say.
"I have nothing to hide, Mr. Holmes. I am serene in knowing that I have stealthily excised the pages on which Madame Dufarge and her writhing pack of belly-dancing virgins have written their names and left their comments on the visit."
Holmes looked up, books filled with their hundreds of scrawls.
"Perhaps, if it might be possible." Yes, said Clemens. "Those 4 guest books cover 1885 until we all sailed in June of 1891. All the names of all our overnight guests are there. Take the books with you, but make sure that Hay returns them to me in pristine condition. For I am certain, you see, that someday my biographers will have much need to refer to those guest books after they're done with the immediate task of blotting the spot where I leave off." "Thank you," muttered Holmes. "But I won't need to borrow the guest books. Merely memorize the December 85 pages and all of the 1886.
Holmes began flipping through the pages of names and comments, running his finger down each page.
"You can memorize those hundreds of signatures and comments merely by looking at them once?" asked Clemens.
His tone sounded dubious to James's ear. Holmes's finger paused, and he looked up at the others.
"Unfortunately, my memory has been like this since I was a small boy. If I see something, I can call it back at any time. It is more of a curse than gift." "But it must be wonderfully handy in your line of work," said Howells. "At times, quite so," said Holmes. "But it took me years to learn how to deliberately forget things which were of no use to me." "Remind me never to play poker with you, Mr. Holmes," said Sam Clemens.
But Holmes had immersed himself in the 1886 guest book again, his finger rapidly sliding down page after page. Clemens shrugged and gestured toward Howells, who leaned forward, got the white ball in his sights, and rocketed it into the triangle of clustered spheres. Balls rolled and caromed everywhere. One went in. Howells continued, sinking a second, then third, before failing to get any in a hole on his 4th attempt.
"I presume we are playing 8-ball, Sam," Howells said. "Aha!"
said Clemens, flicking ash into a waiting bowl. "Assumptions are dangerous, Howells. In truth, we're shooting straight pool. 15 points wins."
"What can you tell me about billiards technique, based on what I have seen so far?" asked Henry James as Clemens lined up his next shot.
"Well," said Clemens, "from observing both Howells and me, you can see that if your ball glides along in the intense and immediate vicinity of the object ball, and a score seems exquisitely imminent, you must lift one leg, then one shoulder, then squirm your body around in sympathy with the direction of the moving ball, and at the instant when the ball seems on the point of colliding, you must throw up both your arms violently. Your cue will probably break a chandelier, and then catch fire from the exposed gas jet, as Howells has demonstrated here in this very room so many times. But no matter. You have done what you could to help the final score."
The game proceeded, Clemens evidently winning, when suddenly Holmes finished scanning the thick guest book, slammed it shut, and said,
"You had Rebecca Lorne and her cousin as guests in February of '86.
Lorne, said Clemens, his head snapping up with its lion's mane of white hair.
"Oh, yes, I remember the woman, and her shy cousin. What was his name? Carlton? No, Clifton. Cliff, with one F, as Miss Lorne called him. I couldn't have told you that it was in February of '86, not so soon after Clover Adams' suicide."
"How did you know them?" asked Holmes.
"Oh, I'd met Miss Lorne the previous summer. No, early autumn, just after Congress had convened, while I was staying with Hay and Adams for a few days as I lobbied before a congressional committee for my copyrights. She was spending quite a bit of time with Mrs. Adams, with Clover, as I recall. Henry Adams was beside himself with worry about Clover's unhappiness. It's why I shifted my visit from his home to Hay's, and it seemed as if Rebecca Lorne was the only friend who visited her on a regular basis during that dark time."
"But how did she and her cousin Clifton end up spending a night with you here in Hartford, 2 months after Clover's death?" asked Holmes. "Had you struck up a separate friendship or habit of correspondence with Miss Lorne and her cousin?"
"Heavens, no," said Clemens. "As I remember, the two simply dropped by one Sunday to pay their respects. Sunday in the middle of the month, as I recall."
"The 14th of February," said Holmes, whose gray-eyed stare was so intense that it might have frightened Clemens if the humorist writer hadn't been staring into space as he tried to remember Rebecca Lorne and her visit.
"That's right," said Clemens. "But you must remember, Detective, that this was more than 7 years ago. Miss Lorne and her cousin Clifton stopped by to pay their respects, since they, or at least Rebecca Lorne, were aware that I'd known Clover Adams for years, and they ended up having to spend the night because of a terrible snowstorm that swept in that afternoon. I remember that Livy insisted they stay with us rather than try to get to the train station. I believe they were going to Boston at the time. Not just visiting, as I recall, but in the process of moving there from Washington."
Clemens leaned on his cue stick, getting blue rosin on his cuff, and fixed Holmes with a stare almost as intense as the gaze the detective had shown only a moment earlier.
"Why this interest in Miss Lorne, Mr. Holmes? Is she a suspect in this investigation of yours?"
"She is an unknown factor, Mr. Clemens," said Holmes, not shrinking from the writer's formidable gaze. "Mrs. Adams, Clover, had known Rebecca Lorne for only a year, yet they seemed the most intimate of friends in the weeks and months before Mrs. Adams's apparent suicide."
"Apparent suicide?" barked Clemens. "How could it be anything but suicide, Mr. Holmes? Henry Adams himself found her body, still warm after drinking the cyanide from her photographic developing potions."
"With Miss Rebecca Lorne waiting outside the house," said Holmes. Miss Lorne may have been the last person to see Clover Adams alive." "You are misinformed, Mr. Holmes," barked Clemens, his face growing dark above the white mustache. "I have it from Henry Adams himself that he encountered Miss Lorne waiting outside their house at 1607 8th Street because she had come to visit Clover, but had been waiting to go up because no one answered the bell." Holmes nodded. "You have it from Henry Adams himself that the woman who called herself Rebecca Lorne said that she had been waiting outside when no one answered the bell. But there remains the possibility that Miss Lorne had visited Clover Adams during the few minutes that Henry Adams was gone, and was coming out of the home at 1607 8th Street rather than waiting outside it." "Preposterous!" cried Clemens. "Possibly," said Holmes. "And what do you mean by saying the woman who called herself Rebecca Lorne, sir? Who else might she be?" "Indeed," said Holmes. James had been watching this exchange with the utmost interest, and now he looked to Holmes to give his theory about Lorne being the woman Holmes had known as Irene Adler. Instead, Holmes asked the humorist, "During Miss Lorne's brief visit here in Hartford, or during your earlier encounters with her in Washington, did she give you the sense of having ever been familiar with theatrical life?" "Theatrical life?" repeated Clemens, lighting a new cigar. "I don't know what you—" Wait, now that you mention it, I remember telling Livy after their visit, "This woman has been on the stage." Yes, by God, I remember now. "Did she say as much?" asked Holmes. No, not in the least," laughed Clemens. "But once when her cousin Clifton took the wrong chair at dinner, next to her, not what couples or guests do at another's table, she'd said, 'You've missed your mark.' And another time we were playing billiards that evening. Mrs. Lorne, or whoever she might be, was deucedly good at the game. Turned to her cousin as he was ready to take a shot, and she said, 'Break a leg.' Now, as far as I know, those terms are little known outside the theater." "Do you actually think that Rebecca Lorne might have been upstairs with Clover Adams when the poison was taken?" asked William Dean Howells, the billiards cue still in his hand. It had been so long since Howells had said anything that all heads turned toward him. "It's possible," said Holmes. "It is more likely that the woman taking the name Rebecca Lorne had been posted outside to make noise should Henry Adams return early, which he did." James blinked. He'd not heard this part of Holmes's surmising before, and it made a terrible, dark sense. "Make noise," said Clemens, clearly not seeing the implications. "So that the man she called her cousin Clifton would not be interrupted in whatever he was doing upstairs with Clover," said Holmes. "But Adams went straight upstairs," said Howells, his face white with horror. "He saw only Clover's body on the floor." Even though the Adamses' old house was much smaller than Henry Adams's current home, it also had a rear servants' staircase, said Holmes. I inquired. Sam Clemens exhaled blue smoke. So he could have come quietly down that rear stairs, while poor Adams went up the main stairs, he rasped. And out the back door, no doubt. Clemens turned to Holmes. Do you know the true identity of this cousin Clifton? I do, Holmes said softly, and with not the least tone of triumph or superiority. There was no record of Clifton Richards in Washington or Boston, save for the 6 months previous to Clover's death, when this Clifton worked in the photographic supplies department in the Department of State. It was he who provided the new developing solution, with the cyanide, to Clover Adams. He resigned and disappeared in January of '86, just a few weeks after Mrs. Adams's death. His true identity, absolutely confirmed by me only yesterday, is that of Lucan Adler, an international anarchist and deadly assassin." "My God!" cried Clemens, sending the billiards cue crashing onto the green baize table. "Livy and I hosted a murderess and murderer. We could have been poisoned at our own table, stabbed in the night, smothered to death in our own bed." Holmes smiled thinly. "Possible, but not probable. It was not you they were after, but rather Clover Adams. They closed their circle around her for months." "But why?" asked Clemens. "Clover offended some members of the Washington establishment, but certainly no one disliked her to the point of wanting to kill her." "That is what I am looking into," said Holmes. "At this moment I fear that a former actress and adventuress named Irene Adler and her son Lucan Adler arranged Mrs. Adams's death primarily in order to bring me to the States." The other three men could only stare at the detective. Finally James said, "Bring you here? To America? In December of '85, or the winter of '86, you mean?" "No," said Holmes. "To bring me here after Ned Hooper brought me the evidence of the 'she was murdered' cards. To bring me here now." For a moment no one said anything. Then Clemens took Howells's cue, set it against the wall with his own, and said, "Come with me, please, gentlemen." James had assumed that Clemens was going to show them out of the house. The brougham and driver were still waiting in the driveway, but instead their host led them out onto a covered second-story porch. It was a wide porch with a wonderful view, and 7 rocking chairs waiting there in the shade. "Please be seated, gentlemen," said Clemens. "You may choose any rocker, save for this one." He had his hands on the back of a mustard-yellow rocker with well-dented cushions. "And God bless John and Alice Day for keeping everything here where it should be." When they were all seated, Howells and James lit cigarettes. Holmes worked to get his pipe drawing properly. Clemens found yet another cigar in a pocket, bit off the end, spit the shred over the railing, and lit the cigar with a satisfied grunt. James had smoked cigars, but he did not pretend to be an aficionado of the many brands. He only knew from the smoke that Clemens's cigar was a cheap cigar. Clemens caught his gaze. "I used to smoke cigarettes as you do, Mr. James, but Olivia told me that it was a dirty habit, and certainly no benefit to my health. So, on the principle that the only way to break one bad habit was by replacing it with an even worse habit, I began smoking cigars." Howells guffawed at this, although he must have heard it many times before. "But I do follow Livy's admonitions to moderation, Mr. James," continued Clemens. "I rarely smoke more than 1 cigar at a time." "Have you ever tried to break the habit, Mr. Clemens?" asked Holmes. James immediately thought of Holmes's syringe and his addiction to whatever he was daily injecting into himself. Holmes also smoked constantly, varying between cigarettes and his pipes. Was Holmes really curious about whether Twain had found a way to break his addiction to tobacco? "Oh, of course," laughed Clemens. "It's easy to quit smoking. I've done it hundreds of times." James saw Howells smile, and Holmes nod recognition of the tiny clench. They were, James knew, bits and pieces of prepared and rehearsed lines that had flowed from the podium and over footlights many times, but James was not offended by being turned into yet another audience. Clemens seemed to require an audience at all times. But for several moments, Clemens fell silent, and no one else spoke. The only sound was the unsynchronized creaking of their 4 rocking chairs, and ambient bird sounds and leaves stirring in the wind.
James wondered if the great elms and chestnut trees and maples might be further along in their stately process of leafing out than usual for the end of March. The smaller dogwoods were in their glory. Henry James remembered winter surrendering its sovereignty in Cambridge with frigid and snowy rearguard actions deep into April and some late springs, including the year a decade ago when his parents died, and he had stayed behind to sort out insurance and moneys owed and moneys promised. He remembered how he and Alice James, the other Alice James, William's wife, had begged William by letter not to return home from his sabbatical in England. His presence would have only made the confusion of money going to Wilkie and others, of Henry forsaking his own share of their father's modest fortune by signing it over to their sister Alice, of Aunt Kate's and Sister Alice's part in all this, hopeless. William had stayed in England and Europe, but not without threatening 100 times that he would board the next ship, U.S. bound. That had been a sad but deeply satisfying few months for Henry James. For once he was undoubtedly and indisputably in charge of the family, its finances, its security, its future with both parents now gone, and he had liked the feeling. He had liked being free and separate from the shadow of the all-powerful older brother William. The wind rustled leaves again, and James enjoyed the view from this high porch. He could see the white gazebo, needing paint now, where Clemens had spent starry nights talking with Harriet Beecher Stowe, or so he had said. James had read that the old lady, in her 80s, was almost an invalid now, and no longer interested in life or ideas since her husband had died. James remembered reading the novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin, or Life Among the Lowly, only a year or two after it had been published in 1852. Henry James, Jr. was only 10 years old, but he had instantly seen the crude melodrama of the novel as the propaganda broadside it was meant to be, filled with stereotypes and unartistic exaggerations, not drawn from life. But he had also sensed the flame of fury and indignation that had driven the author, and even then, at 10 years of age, Henry James had known for a certainty that he would never write anything, or paint anything, or create anything from any similar boundless passion. His work, he knew even before he had known what direction his work in life might take him, would all be minded, carefully thought out and planned, deliberate, well-chewed. Samuel Clemens turned his rocker so that he could look directly at James, and said, "I had dinner in Florence with your brother, just a few months ago." "Indeed," James said politely, his heart sinking. Of course William had written to him about the encounter. Of course William had thought it significant, primarily due to sharing his wisdom with this rustic who had so presumptuously dismissed his younger brother Harry's book, The Bostonians. But in the end, James remembered, after many Italian courses and several bottles of wine, William had come away deeply impressed with this Mark Twain, Samuel Clemens dual personality. "We talked until very late, until the waiters were making noise with brooms and coughing discreetly to let us know it was far past the Florentine restaurant's closing time," said Clemens. "And for the last 2 hours I did little more than listen to your brother." "I am sure that is the case," thought Henry James. "Thus it is with me, his wife, and most of his interlocutors." "I was in something like awe," said Clemens. He turned toward the other 2 men in their rockers. "You both know of Mr. William James's amazing book, Principles of Psychology?" Holmes merely nodded, but Howells said in mock anger, "Know of it? Sam, I not only penned one of the earliest positive reviews of the book, but I was the first to recommend it to you. I purchased a second copy of it myself and mailed it to you with an admonition to read it despite your aversion to dry books, if I recall correctly. And I do recall correctly. It's an amazing book," continued Clemens as if Howells had not spoken. "But in our conversation in Florence, William James elaborated even further than his seminal book does on the definitions of, and differences between, I and me." "Oh, my," thought James, trying to calm his thoughts by looking out toward the distant gazebo once again.
"Mr. Holmes,"
cried Clemens, leaning toward the thin man in his black suit and long black scarf, despite the warmth of the day,
"do you enjoy being a detective?"
"It is what I do," said Holmes after the briefest of pauses. Clemens nodded as if the answer satisfied him deeply.
"The published stories of your adventures are becoming very popular both here and, as I understand it, in England."
Holmes said nothing to this.
"Are you satisfied with the way Dr. Watson and Mr. Doyle present your adventures?"
pressed Clemens. "I've never had the pleasure of making Mr. Doyle's acquaintance. As for Watson's writing, many is the time I've told him that his little romances based on my cases mistakenly emphasize drama, and sometimes, I admit, melodrama, rather than the cold, sure science of deduction that he could have shared with interested and intelligent readers." Holmes leaned forward on his walking cane.
"Furthermore," he said,
"both Watson and his editor and agent, Mr. Doyle, have a deep fear of mentioning any well-known public names, or even private ones, or even the accurate place or time, in the published tales. More often than not, it leads to a great confusion in the tales themselves. The published versions hardly ever match the original notes in my case files."
"But you enjoy being a detective?"
Clemens asked again. "It is what I do," repeated Holmes. Clemens laughed and slapped his knee.
"By God, I am going to write a book called Tom Sawyer, Detective. Between my beloved literary character and your profession, sir, we shall sell 1,000,000 copies."
Holmes said nothing to this.
"Enjoy your pipe and cigarettes, gentlemen,"
cried Clemens,
"for I am now going to explain Mr. William James's brilliant definitions of the quite different I and me in all of us, and should show Mr. Holmes why he might be correct in thinking that he does not exist."
Chapter 25.
Our friend, Harry James's brother William, sees the I in each of us as the active agent, the first-person doer, as it were, that part of our consciousness or being which sets our goals and initiates our actions in quest of those goals, whether the goals be getting closer to a pretty girl or being seen as the best writer of our generation,
said Clemens between deep draws on his cigar.
Does anyone here disagree with such a definition?
No one spoke for a moment, and James returned his attention to the sound of the breeze in the nearby trees. Then Holmes said,
"This seems somewhat self-evident, perhaps to the point of being obvious." "Quite so," cried Clemens. "Then perhaps you will also agree with Mr. William James's definition of me as being the third-person object of self-reflection, reflecting on one's own traits as in, am I a friendly person? Or pondering our own beliefs as in, do I really believe in an all-powerful God? Or do I really like chocolate? As well as querying our states, am I angry that Clemens is wasting my time like this, and so on?"
"What does this have to do with the question of whether Mr. Holmes exists or not?" asked Howells. Clemens put a hand on his old friend's knee.
"Be patient, Howells. Be patient."
Clemens removed his hand and clasped both hands over his stomach while he began to rock again. Then he removed the cigar and flicked ash on the wooden floor of the porch.
"Our friend Henry James's brother William explained to me that these two parts of each of us, the self as known, the me, and the self as knower, the I, are in constant interplay, sometimes actively competing with one another."
"How can this be?" asked Holmes.
"A man's deepest self, his soul, as it were, cannot be divided against itself."
"Can it not be?" said Clemens. "Are we not, each of us, in our deepest selves, divided against ourselves? The me asks, am I not a kind man, and hopes it to be so,
even while our I commits selfish or thoughtless actions which hurt our spouses, our children, our closest friends. Have you not encountered, Mr. Holmes, rogues who committed the worst of actions, murder even, yet insist they are good people, decent people, and that their heinous crimes were mere temporary aberrations done, as it were, against their will? I have, said Holmes after a moment, but I fail to see how this has anything to do with the question of whether I am real or a fictional construct, existing only within the confines of some author's imagination. Clemens nodded and flicked ash. Our little bark is heavily loaded, but we trust that it will reach shore by and by, Mr. Holmes. The I in us acts. The me in us weighs those actions as we reassure ourselves that we are really fine fellows after all. And since the me becomes what your brother called our empirical selves, the ones people see and know, it becomes the one the world knows. He exhaled a small cloud of smoke and pulled a folded slip of paper from his vest pocket. No one spoke as Clemens unfolded the page and held it at arm's length to read. As your brother writes, Mr. James, I am often confronted by the necessity of standing by one of my empirical selves and relinquishing the rest. Not that I would not, if I could, be both handsome and fat and well-dressed, and a great athlete, and make $1 million a year, be a wit, a bon vivant, and a lady-killer, as well as a philosopher, a philanthropist, statesman, warrior, and African explorer, as well as a tone poet and saint. But the thing is simply impossible. The millionaire's work would run counter to the saints. The bon vivant and the philanthropist would trip each other up. The philosopher and the lady-killer could not well keep house in the same tenement of clay. Such different characters may conceivably, at the outset of life, be alike, possibly to a man. To make any one of them actual, the rest must more or less be suppressed. So the seeker of his truest, deepest self must review the list carefully and pick out the one on which to stake his salvation. All the other selves thereupon become unreal, but the fortunes of this self are real. Its failures are real failures, its triumphs are real triumphs, carrying shame and gladness with them. There was a long silence, common to groups who have just had a long passage read to them, and then Howells said plaintively, Sam, how on earth did you just happen to have that page at hand to read? Clemens grinned. He looked at Henry James. I tore it out of this man's brother's book, Principles of Psychology, in my library, not 10 minutes ago. For shame, said Howells. It is better to break the spine of a man than of a book, murmured James. Oh, its spine is intact, said Clemens, but I confess to the crime of ripping a page out of the guts of William's beautiful book. Page, He peered at both sides of the page. Pages 309 and 310. Unforgivable, said Howells. I shall do my best to repair it, said Clemens. I am, you know, in the bookbinding business myself. He turned to Sherlock Holmes. Did that passage not reassure you that even though you are a fictional character, your failures would be your own? Your triumphs would be your own? It did not, said Holmes. If I am some hack author's pawn, then neither my triumphs nor failures can I call my own. Clemens sighed. Howells said, That's all very well for this theoretical me that is at any given moment the sum of all behaviors, decisions, and possessions. But what about the I? Where is it all this time? When no one spoke, James cleared his throat and said, The I knows all past thoughts and appropriates them, but outside of time, as it were, since the I itself is a thought from moment to moment, each different from that of the last moment, but appropriative of the latter, together with all that the latter called its own. The other three men were staring at James as if he'd broken wind. Howells ground out his cigarette underfoot. Holmes was holding his pipe in his lap. "You see," continued James, knowing that he should say no more, "William's logic is that since the stream of thought in each of us is constantly changing, there is no reason to suppose some fixed entity beyond the stream itself. No soul, no central spirit, no ego as such. Rather, there are pulses of consciousness, thoughts which are unified in and of themselves, involving among other things the immediate awareness of the body. And William thinks that these thoughts, as sovereign eyes, can remember and appropriate prior thoughts to the stream. But the eye is always in motion, always in flux, part of a greater stream of consciousness, one might say." Sam Clemens tossed his stub of a cigar over the porch railing. "Yep, that's pretty much what Mr. William James and I thrashed out in Florence, at least by the time the espresso had come." "You explored all this with my loquacious brother over the course of a mere dinner?" asked James. "Never in your life," cried Clemens. "It was over a long Italian dinner, then brandy and coffee, and dessert and cheese, and then more brandy, and then the espresso. The world was created in less time, or at least its peninsulas and fjords were." "But you are speaking of identity, Sam, not of reality of existence," said Howells. "Are they not the same thing?" asked Clemens. "My little dog knows me, therefore I am myself. Identity, good sirs." "My little dog knows me, therefore I am?" James asked dryly. "This was the depth and breadth of my brother's philosophy?" "Not quite," said Clemens. "Your brother William explained to me that, in its widest sense, a man's self is the sum total of all that he can call his, not only his body and its ailments and his psychic powers, such as they are, but also his clothes and his wife and children, his ancestors and friends, his competitors and sworn enemies, his reputation and works, his lands and horses and yacht and bank account." "I have no yacht," Howells said softly. "Non navigare ideo non esse." James and Holmes both surprised themselves by laughing. Howells did not sail, therefore he was not. "Ego navigare, ergo sum," said Holmes. "Except that I don't. Sail, that is." Now even Sam Clemens joined in the laughter. Suddenly Howells cried, "Look!" and pointed. A deer bolted across the shade-dappled lawn behind Harriet Beecher Stowe's home. It disappeared into shrubs to the north, and the men on the porch remained quiet. James was wondering whether he should suggest that they go. He and Holmes had a long train ride ahead of them. Clemens spoke, and his voice had a strange, strained, changed, distant tone to it. "Just before I sailed from Genoa last week," he said softly, no longer rocking, "my daughter Susie celebrated her 21st birthday. It bothered me for some reason, in more ways than having a father's daughter grow up and thus never again be his little girl, which is bothersome enough, God knows. My own birthday was last November. I turned 57 years old, and I remember thinking, I think it to this day, that I wished it was 17 or 97. Any age but 57. When no one else said anything, James found himself thinking of his own 50th birthday, less than 2 weeks away now, and how he had long vowed that he would be recognized as master in his field by the time he was 50. Instead, he could barely get a new short story published.
He was attempting to start over as a writer at age 50, to make his fortune in writing for the stage. His enthusiasm for that self-transformation had waned a little more each day since he had left Paris and steamed to America. He knew that Howells was 56 years old. Clemens, as he complained, was soon to turn 58 years old. Holmes was the relative youngster in the group, only 39.
People wonder why I've traveled back to the United States so much, and why I shall continue to do so, no matter how long our European exile lasts,
Clemens was saying.
So when they ask, why do you go so much, Mr. Twain? I say to them, well, I go partly for my health, partly to familiarize myself with the road. But mostly I go, gentlemen, primarily to convince the me in me that I truly exist, that there is something more to Mr. Samuel Clemens than his clothes and his wife and his children.
All four of them had ceased rocking now, and three of the men were looking at the white-haired humorist.
You see, I dreamed that I was born and grew up and was a pilot on the Mississippi, gentlemen,
said Clemens, his voice little more than a whisper.
I dreamed that I was a miner and journalist in Nevada, and a pilgrim in the good ship Quaker City, and wrote a very popular book about those travels abroad, and that I had a wife and children, yes, and went with them to live in a villa just outside of Florence. And this dream goes on and on and on, and sometimes it seems so real that I almost believe it is real. But there is no way to tell. No way to tell, Mr. Holmes, Mr. James, my dear Howells. For if one applied tests, then they would be part of the dream too, and so would simply aid in the deceit. I wish I knew. I wish I knew.
Clemens looked down, and, for a terrible moment, James thought he might be weeping.
Knew what, Sam?
asked Howells. Clemens looked up at them, and his eyes were dry, distant, with a tired and haunted look, but dry.
I wish I knew whether it all was a dream or real, he said. Livy is real, said Howells. You have that indisputable point of reality to cling to when the black dog and blue devils try to pull you down. Livy, oh, Olivia, said Clemens and nodded. I wrote not long ago about Adam and Eve, about how Adam had no name for this new creature taken from his rib, and how he became bewildered by all these new events over which he had no control. He resented her, you see. She was an intrusion on the placid perfection of his life alone in the garden. But after years passed, I had Adam change his mind. I see that I was mistaken about Eve in the beginning, he says. For it is better to live outside the garden with her than inside it without her.
James thought that Clemens was finished with his long digression, but the humorist cleared his throat and said, When Eve finally dies, after centuries with Adam, I have Adam carve her headstone on wood, and on that slab of wood he has carved, Where she was, there was paradise. Clemens looked around with an expression of embarrassment.
Well, we are discussing Mr. Holmes's reality and identity, gentlemen. Mr. Holmes— He looked directly at the detective. Mr. Holmes, you will have an identity as long as there are deerstalker caps and magnifying glasses in the world.
Clemens pantomimed holding the handle of a magnifying glass. Howells chuckled.
Oh, dear God,
moaned Holmes. He folded his hands into fists and set his fists on his knees.
The artist for the Strand, the artist who draws versions of me, said Holmes, is named Sidney Paget. I have never had the dubious pleasure of making his acquaintance, and he, in turn, has never set eyes on me. I have never allowed my photograph or a photogravure to appear in any newspaper, no matter how major the crime might have been or how clever the apprehension of the criminals. Paget has only the vaguest idea, through Watson's stories, of what I look like or how I dress. Since the Strand had originally intended Sidney's older brother Walter to be the illustrator of the stories, perhaps Walter Paget's only consolation is that his younger brother uses him as his model for me. That is, for the detective Sherlock Holmes as illustrated in The Strand. Holmes struck his walking stick hard against the wooden floor of the balcony. I do own a soft, two-flapped cap like that, but hardly wear it constantly as the Paget illustrations would have it. And yes, I do, upon occasion, travel in a wool, caped travelling overcoat, but so do thousands of other English gentlemen when leaving the city. And here is the magnifying glass I use to examine dust, ash, particles, fibres, and other minute clues. Holmes reached in his jacket pocket and pulled out a tiny magnifying lens with no handle. It was black-rimmed and thick, the sort of glass one would use to magnify tiny details on a large map. Clemens and Howells were laughing at Holmes's outburst, and James could not help it. He also chuckled. "Well," said Clemens as Holmes sat silent, leaning on his stick, "I only wish I had a trademark like your deerstalker hat, caped coat, and magnifying glass, Mr. Holmes. God knows I do love being known and recognized. Providence and Presbyterians, please forgive me, I live for recognition, and for my own insignificant little bit of fame. Life is short enough, is my belief, without passing through it unnoticed by the multitudes. If you hadn't become known for your deerstalker cap, Mr. Holmes, perhaps I would be wearing one myself. I do so enjoy standing out in a crowd. Go about a German or American city in a deerstalker, said Howells, and you will stand out in an asylum. James chuckled again. Sherlock Holmes said, "Wear white." "I beg your pardon?" said Clemens. He was preparing a new cigar. "Wear a white suit, but with your regular black shoes," said Holmes. "I wear white suits from time to time every summer," said Clemens, puffing the cigar to a glow. "A lovely, comfortable, white linen suit. And yes, with my regular black shoes, which is a mortal sin and unspeakable faux pas at Newport and at several clubs to which I've been invited. But alas, I am only one white suit amidst thousands as the temperatures soar and the season of white suits rolls around." "Wear them in the winter," said Holmes. "Year-round." "Year-round," repeated Clemens, looking to Howells, who only smiled and shrugged. "They will put me in an asylum if I start doing that." "With your notoriety, fame, I should say," said Holmes, "and with your mane of white hair, it will be seen as an attractive eccentricity, a whim of a great and amusing man. You will stand out in every crowd, at least from September to May. The white suit shall become, one could say, your signature in society. Behold, Mark Twain cometh." Clemens laughed along with the rest of them, but there was a calculating look in his eye. Henry James, allowing himself to get into the mood of the moment, which was very rare for him, said, "If anyone asks why you wear white linen suits all winter, Mr. Clemens, tell them that cleanliness is paramount for you, and that you have become aware that men's black suits merely hide the dirt and soot. How many weeks or months or years go between cleanings of those dark suits? No, sir, you will not be part of that suspiciously dark crowd. Cleanliness is next to godliness, you can say, and Mark Twain is next to his white linen suit." This time Clemens threw his head back and roared with the others. Howells stayed in Hartford with Clemens as the humorist made his afternoon round of visits and had dinner with old Connecticut friends who might just have money to invest or loan. James and Holmes took the afternoon train back to New York, where they would catch the evening train to Washington. "Henry Adams will be home in a very few days," said James after they had made the connection in New York.
I'm a trifle curious how you will present yourself to him. The intrepid Norwegian explorer Jan Sigerson, or the consulting London detective Sherlock Holmes? Of course, you and John Hay have 3 or 4 days to decide the better course." Holmes was reading a small guide to Chicago that he had picked up at a Grand Central Station kiosk, but now he looked up at James sitting across from him. "I'm afraid Hay and I have no more time to discuss such things. Mr. Adams is returning today, almost certainly before you and I arrive at Mr. Hay's home." James blinked rapidly. "But John Hay said, the servants said, everyone said—" He calmed himself and leaned on his stick. "Are you sure of this, Mr. Holmes?" "I am, Mr. James." "So will you be introduced to Adams as Sherlock Holmes or as Mr. Sigerson?" asked James. "With luck, by tomorrow morning we'll have shifted quarters to those nearby rooms to let about which Mr. Hay talked to you. You are certain they will be satisfactory?" "They were in 83 when I was here last, and Clover Adams arranged for me to stay there," said James. "Light, clean rooms, and Hay says that we shall each have a corner bed sitting room of our own." Holmes nodded. "The privacy help in my investigations." James looked out at the countryside passing by, the small white houses and red barns and newly plowed fields and small remaining bits of forest enriched by the warm light of the setting sun and the long shadows. When he turned back, he said, "I take it you would rather meet Henry Adams as yourself, as Holmes." "It would simplify much," said Holmes, and they rode in silence for half an hour or so. "Mr. James," said Holmes at last, "since we may not have the opportunity for a private conversation for some time to come, allow me to say, Mr. Clemens's reprise of your brother William's theory of self, of I and me, was of the greatest interest to me." James nodded his appreciation and stifled a laugh. He'd been in his older brother's shadow for 50 years now, and, while he loved William dearly, part of James still wanted to follow William around and be in his presence constantly as he did when he was a small boy. He would, at age 50, appreciate stepping into the sunshine of praise for his own work, his own achievements, his own life. "I mention it," continued Holmes, "because I see the same analysis of the polyphonic dialogic of multiple selves, and most especially of the spiritual core, the I caught up constantly in the flow of thoughts and events, what your brother so brilliantly labeled as the stream of consciousness. In your writing, sir, that is, in your stories and novels and characters, it is astonishing to me that two brothers, usually separated by an ocean, could so masterfully come to the same impression and explanation of human consciousness. Your brother from the scientific side, and you, even more powerfully, from the literary." For the first time in years, Henry James found himself speechless. Finally he managed to say, "Thank you, sir. You have read my work?" He heard the odd tone in his own voice in that query. "I've read and enjoyed your work for years," said Sherlock Holmes. "For reasons that may be all too obvious, I found your The Princess Casamassima a wonderful examination of how the working classes in England and America turned to anarchy, and thus to terrorism." James again nodded modestly toward his interlocutor. The author had been inordinately fond of his The Princess Casamassima. For one thing, the novel was a far cry from Daisy Miller and his many stories about young American women encountering Europe, but the critical response to the book had been muted and mixed. As if reading his mind again, Holmes said, "I happened to read one review in the Times that criticized the book and you for placing so much of the social interaction on Sundays." Holmes shook his head and smiled. "That reviewer, and perhaps too many of our upper classes, simply don't realize
that for the foreign working class you are describing, Sunday afternoons are the only time they have for any sort of social activity."
"Exactly," said James, who had actually researched his novel about the foreign-born working classes more diligently than any other work he'd written. "Thank you for realizing that."
"The prison so aptly described in your book was Millbank Prison," said Holmes. "I saw you there, inside the prison, early on a December morning in 1884. You were being led by one of the surlier day wardens. He took you to the women's wing, probably conjecturing that it might seem less oppressive to a renowned author's sensibilities. But the warden with a small lamp was so far ahead of you that you seemed alone, squeezing up the metal stairs from cell ward to cell ward, with your shoulders brushing cold stone."
"Yes," cried James, amazed. "But I saw no other gentleman during my visit. Not even Millbank's warden, with whom I had corresponded, through the kind offices of a friend in Whitehall, to receive permission for the visit. There was only that surly, as you say, and infinitely uncommunicative guard. Where were you, sir? In the process, perhaps, of delivering some fiend you and Dr. Watson had just caught?"
"I was a prisoner," said Holmes. "I saw you through the tiny Judas hole in my cell's door. The guards were often too lazy to close it, before you climbed the steps to the women's ward."
"A prisoner?" gasped James. He knew his features were aghast, reflecting the shock he felt.
"I was there for a little more than 2 months in disguise. If a prison uniform, welts from beatings, and severe malnutrition from the slop Millbank served out can be called a disguise, and my plan was to get close to another inmate whom I was sure was a killer of young women. But I admit, Mr. James, that it crossed my mind more than once that if something were to happen to both Inspector Lestrade and the warden, I might be in Millbank to this day."
"Who was the killer?" asked James in a soft voice.
"An Oxford-educated barrister named Montague Druitt," said Holmes, his eyes veiled as he seemed to be looking backward in time. "Druitt was also a schoolmaster with a record of occasional insanities, and was found one Sunday outside the school where he taught. He was covered in blood. Inside the school was the dead and vivisected body of a certain Mary O'Brien, one of his students. Druitt was found guilty by a lower court, but was in Millbank Prison only a few more days than I was. He had friends in high places, especially among the Inns of Court, and a second trial declared him innocent. They accepted his explanation that he had dropped by the school on a Sunday to pick up his books so that he could prepare his Monday lessons, found Miss O'Brien dead there, and, in his distress, held her body in his arms, thus explaining the copious amounts of blood on him. No knife was found on Mr. Druitt's person, or in the vicinity of the crime, so the courts let him go. He was a gentleman, you see," said Holmes. "But I saw Miss O'Brien's body before it was moved. She had been dismembered, sir. Her body had been eviscerated and was in pieces, each piece slashed and stabbed until she was turned almost inside out. Even the most compassionate gentleman would not have cradled that dissectionist's work."
"So, you think he was guilty?" asked James.
"After he was released, I found the knife where he dropped it down a nearby sewer," said Holmes. "It actually had his initials inscribed on it, and I was in the same terrible cell with him for 7 weeks. He never fully confessed to the crime, Watson. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. James. But in the privacy of that dark, dank cell along the Thames, Druitt smirked enough to me about no one ever solving the crime that, in my professional opinion, he all but bragged of committing it." Surely Scotland Yard must have arrested him again after you showed them the knife and told them of his demeanour, said James. Scotland Yard misses much, Mr. James, including this knife in their searches just after the crime, including the family history of Druitt's bouts of madness. But Scotland Yard does not want to advertise the things and criminals they miss. That's terrible, said James, looking at Holmes in a new and strange light. What happened to Mr. Montague Druitt? After his release from Millbank, he returned to an ever more successful career as a barrister, said Holmes. When the so-called Jack the Ripper murders in the East End captured the press's attention in '88, I joined Mr. Anderson of the CID in looking at many suspects. There were other murders of women through that period, but I was certain that the Ripper's victims were only 5. The poor ladies Chapman, Stride, Nichols, Eddowes, and a certain Mary Kelly, who had known Miss O'Brien, who had been murdered in 1883. The man whom I became convinced was behind all the so-called Jack the Ripper murders was Mr. Montague Druitt. But Jack the Ripper was never caught, said James. No, but the body of Montague Druitt was fished out of the Thames on December 31st of 1888, said Holmes. The police ruled it a suicide. Was it a suicide? Asked Henry James. No, said Holmes. His grey eyes now looked so cold to James that he would have described them as inhuman, reptilian, but a reptile that was both satisfied and deeply sad. Suddenly Henry James felt his body grow cold, and a strange and unpleasant prickling flowed down his arms, the back of his neck, and along his spine. Eventually James said, I thank you again for your comments about my Princess Casamassima. It pleases me that someone as thorough with detail as yourself approves of its research. Holmes smiled. You remember the location of the Hotel Glenham, where we met Mr. Clemens last night for dinner? Of course, said James. 995 Broadway. Well, Mr. James, said Holmes, within 10 blocks of that hotel were more than 30 beer halls, union halls, lecture halls, and even churches, where anarchists meet every week. For your American anarchists are primarily socialists, you see, and your American socialists are primarily German, moderately recent German immigrants, to be precise. I would never have guessed that, sir, said Henry James. Of course, many of the workers in my Princess Casamassima were German, but that was due to the prevailing feeling, the stereotype in England, as it were. The German neighborhoods in the Lower East Side of New York are the nexus for 98% of anarchist sentiment and activity in America, continued Holmes, as if James had not even spoken. I found it located primarily in the 10th, 11th, and 17th wards. Germans refer to this part of New York as Klein Deutschland, Little Germany, as I am sure I don't have to translate for you. This area is bounded by 14th Street on the north, 3rd Avenue and the Bowery on the west, Division Street on the south, and the East River on the east. It has been Klein Deutschland since the Civil War. Certainly, sir, protested James. You are not saying that all German immigrants in New York are anarchists. Holmes was still smiling. Of course not, he said softly, but I am saying that a surprisingly large number of your German immigrants have brought socialism with them from Europe, and at the core of the most fanatical socialism lie the embers and sparks of today's anarchism and terror. I find this hard to believe, said James. Between 1861 and 1870, continued Holmes, some 0.3% of your immigrants were from Austria and Hungary, fewer than 8,000 people. Between 1881 and 1890, more than 6.7% of your immigrants are Germans or Austrians, almost 7% of your total. Some 82,000 people, most of whom chose to reside in the most crowded sections of New York or Brooklyn and not move west. And the ratio is rising dramatically. Demographers working in my brother Mycroft's department at Whitehall predict, rather confidently I feel, that a full 16% of your immigrant population will be German by the year 1900. Almost 600,000 German men and women and children. And by 1910, lower-class Germans should be almost 25% of your total immigration, numbering more than 2 million. But certainly there are German immigrants who are hard-working, God-fearing... I mean, you mentioned only a few German beer halls, stammered James. There are more than 200 German beer halls associated with the anarchist movement in New York City right now, just in 1893, said Holmes. Many of these are what they call Lokalfrage, secure places, where they can speak freely or hold socialist meetings where they can openly discuss anarchist plans. Holmes leaned forward, his weight on his walking stick. And yes, your German immigrants are very hard-working, Mr. James. I can tell you that by working alongside them under the most inhuman of conditions in factories in New York. But the majority of them resist learning the English language, and the literate among them, and literacy is high in the German community, as you doubtlessly know, have read and absorbed their European communist anarchist philosophers such as Bakunin, and recently have moved on to the more violent communist anarchist leaders such as Peter Kropotkin, Enrico Malatesta, and Elisée Reclus. Your German immigrants have brought with them not only their capacity for hard work 6 long days a week, but their hatred of the upper classes, and their interest in anarchy, and, for a minority, but still for too many of them, a willingness to turn to the bombings, uprisings, and the assassinations of all-out anarchy. Holmes patted his cane absently, as if his own recitation upset him. Socialists and anarchists also use these beer house Lokalfrage as clubhouses for trade union locals, singing societies, and German mutual aid organizations. But the anarchists, including the most virulent kind, Mr. James, also meet there, store weapons there, make their plans for assassinations there. And we could have walked to a dozen of these Lokalfrage from the Glenham Hotel last night. James desperately needed to change the subject. Many of his characters in The Princess Casamassima had been German immigrant workers, but Henry James actually knew no such Germans, no industrial workers. The Germans he did know were teachers, professors, artists, and literary men in Germany itself. He said, "But the man you are seeking, this Lucan Adler, he is not German." "No," said Holmes in a strange tone. "Lucan Adler is not German." Knowing he should stay silent and let this disturbing conversation die, he still spoke. "This search for the person behind Clover Adams's death, the search for Lucan Adler, Mr. Sebastian Moran's bastard son, is terribly personal to you. Is it not, Mr. Holmes?" Holmes stared at him with those cold gray eyes, and nodded ever so slightly. "It must be because of the wounds," said James. "Those terrible gunshot wounds inflicted upon you by Lucan Adler." Incredibly, inexplicably, Sherlock Holmes smiled. He flung his long black scarf around his neck in the flamboyant manner James had become accustomed to, while cocking his head back, chin jutting strongly beneath that odd, almost light-hearted smile. "Not at all," said Holmes. "The wounds are a price of my profession. But it's true. I seek out Lucan Adler for a deeper reason than an attempt to save untold public figures from the world's most terrible anarchical assassin. You see, Mr. James, Sebastian Moran took the small child Lucan away from Irene Adler, claiming him and raising him as his bastard, even though he never gave the boy his last name. He trained Lucan in every dark art of murder that he knew, and young Lucan, no older than 21 years of age, learned even more on his own, surpassing Moran as both a marksman and an assassin. Holmes looked directly into James's eyes, the detective's fathomless gaze meeting James's frightened but deeply curious and unblinking gray gaze in return. "Trust me, that I have more reasons for finding Lucan Adler than I can share at this time," said Holmes. "He needs to be put to death, but I hope to speak with him first."
Part 2. 1. The Damned Cross in the Stonework. Henry Adams awoke in his own bed in his Lafayette Square mansion, and for a moment he was disoriented. The air seemed too cool, the bed too familiar, the morning light too soft, and the floor was not moving. Adams had enjoyed his last 2 months of lounging in Havana with a friend, then spending a fortnight at Senator Don Cameron's place at Coffin Point on St. Helena Island, and, most of all, he'd enjoyed geologizing on the coral reefs with the zoologist Alexander Agassiz, son of the famous geologist Louis Agassiz, on Agassiz's comfortable yacht, Wild Duck. But now he was home, a place he'd mostly preferred not to be in the 7 years since his wife's suicide, and after his bath he found his clothes laid out for him by his own valet rather than by one of Don Cameron's people. Having been so emotionally solitary in the past 7 years, Adams had expected to feel some sense of relief when his shay, he'd been met at the station as requested only by his driver, had pulled up in front of his home on H Street, next to the Hayes similar mansion fronting on 16th Street, if for no other reason than his constant daily socializing, first with Phillips in Havana, then with the Camerons, then with Agassiz, and finally with the Camerons yet again, would be at an end. But instead he'd felt a wall of depression wash over him as he approached the familiar arches of his front door. Clover hadn't died in this house, of course, or he'd never have returned to it. They'd been planning to move in on New Year's Day, 1886, after the 2 years of elaborate work inside and out was finished, but Clover had drunk her developing chemicals poison on December 6th. But the damn cross she'd insisted on, without his approval, was there above the elaborately scrolled stonework above the arches. He and Clover had been at Beverly Farms that July, when the cross, the damned cross, had been added to the facade of the stonework. Henry had asked his friend from the State Department library, Ted Dwight, to oversee that important bit of stonework and engraving, and he'd written to Dwight, "If you see workmen carving a Christian emblem, remonstrate with them like a father." The place between the windows above the main pillars needed something decorative, insisted their architect, H. Richardson. So Henry had suggested to Clover that a peacock be carved there, since, to his way of thinking, the entire new mansion, complete with its beautiful art, furniture, and contents, was a way of showing off for a Washington society he and Clover had snubbed at the best of times. Richardson had argued for a lion, roaring and rampant. Perhaps, Henry Adams thought, because the huge architect had been forced to put up with so many of Henry's roars and complaints over the course of building this impressive mausoleum for the living. But it turned out that, secretly, from Henry's point of view, Clover had ordered an elaborate stone cross to be carved into the brick space there between the windows. By the time Adams at Beverly Farms had heard the news of the cross, the stonework was a done deed. It had bothered him deeply. Neither he nor Clover were religious in any way. They'd often made light fun of their less-than-pious Washington acquaintances who'd managed to work Christian symbols into the stonework or interior carvings of their expensive new homes. When Ted Dwight had written to inform him that the cross had been added by artisans under Richardson's supervision, at Mrs. Adams's insistence, Henry had written what he hoped had been a light-hearted-sounding letter in which he said, "Your account of the cross and the carving fills my heart with sadness and steeps my lips with cocaine." And he'd added, "Never fear, Ted. We shall plaster over it with cement soon enough." But of course they never had. So he'd also written to Dwight, "It's a done thing, a fait accompli in stone, so I can neither revolt nor complain, though the whole thing seems to me bad art and bad taste. I have protested in vain and must henceforth hold my tongue." But he'd also asked Ted not to tell anyone else about the cross yet, since Washingtonians chatter so much that one is forced to deny them food for gossip. Goodness knows that Clover had provided them all with years of food for gossip within 6 months of that cross going up. She, a December suicide, lying dead on the carpet of their living room at the Little White House at 1607 H Street. The cross, rising between 2 arches, was a backdrop for a carved medallion showing off a slightly indefinable winged beast. Certainly not Pegasus, not quite a griffin or a dragon, though Adams had wished it might have been. Whatever Clover had in mind when she ordered Richardson to add that design remained a mystery to this day. But even in the summer and autumn of that fateful 1885, Henry had written to friends that the damned cross and its winged creature was prophetic of the future, and that they filled him with terror. They still did. He had no idea, save for his peripatetic absence at the mansion being more common than his solitary presence in the past 7 years, why he hadn't gotten rid of the cross and winged monstrosity after Clover's death. To Adams, that entire horrible year had been filled with omens. That spring of 1885, when the minister was trying to impress upon Clover, with the utmost care, sympathy, and gentleness, that her father was indeed dying, Adams had heard her say, "No, everything seems unreal. I hardly know what we are saying or why we are here. And if it seems so unreal, it must be. Or at least I must be." And during that hot, miserable, endless, and pointless summer at Beverly Farms, while Richardson was obeying Clover's secret orders to carve that abomination into the front of their staggeringly expensive new home, Adams had, upon more than one occasion, heard his wife cry out to her sister, "Ellen, I am not real. Oh, make me real. For God's sake, make me real. You, all of you, are real. Make me real as well." As Adams breakfasted alone that morning, he had frequently breakfasted, had lunch, and dined alone for the past 7 years, as long as he was in this house and not traveling, he thought of the damned cross on the wall, and of that sick, hot summer at Beverly Farm, and of Clover's growing melancholia, and, yes, insanity. Then he put all of that firmly out of his mind, and went into his study to go over his pile of recent unforwarded and shamefully unanswered correspondence. It was late morning when his head butler knocked softly, entered, and said, "Mr. Holmes is here to see you, sir." "Holmes!" cried Adams. "Good heavens!" He put down his pen, buttoned his jacket, and hurried out to the foyer where Holmes had just handed his hat and coat to the second butler. "My dear Holmes," cried Adams, stepping forward to shake his friend's hand with the special holding the elbow with his left hand handshake that he reserved for old friends with whom he really wasn't that close. "I had no idea you were in town," continued Adams. "Please come in. Can you stay for luncheon?" "I can stay for only a minute," said Holmes. "I need to catch my train back to Boston in an hour. But I would happily sit in your study with you for a few moments, and would heartily welcome a cup of coffee." Adams gave orders for the coffee to be brewed fresh, and led Holmes to his study. At 5'6", Henry Brooks Adams had never felt tall, even among the shorter Americans of the 19th century, but he always felt especially short next to Oliver Wendell Holmes, Jr. Holmes was still junior, even at age 52, because his famous father was still alive. He'd not yet struck off the mildly subordinating appellation as Henry James had a decade earlier upon the death of his father. But with Oliver Wendell Holmes, Jr., even the junior seemed to add to his appropriate grandeur. Even while standing in the foyer with Holmes, Adams had realized that his old acquaintance was becoming more handsome in his 50s. Tall, erect, the high collar trying to hide his one flaw, a neck that some said was too long, with his perfectly curved mustache only beginning to go gray, and his perfectly parted hair contrasting boldly with Henry Adams's bald pate. And not only bald, Adams knew, but still peeling from the various sunburns he'd suffered on St. Helena and on Agassiz's yacht, despite constantly wearing yachting caps and straw hats. As the steaming coffee came, Adams realized that even though he was only 55, 3 years older than Holmes, it was his destiny to continue to grow balder and fatter, and yes, shorter, while Holmes would almost certainly keep his erect, tall, parade-ground proud posture into his 90s, and would probably reach the apogee of his male beauty in his 80s.
"What brings you to Washington, Wendell?"
asked Adams.
"Down to see Chief Justice Fuller, perhaps?"
"Yes, Justice Fuller and President Cleveland,"
said Holmes, carefully sipping his coffee. He did not offer to explain why he would be seeing the president, and Adams pointedly did not ask. Holmes had been serving as an associate justice on the Massachusetts Supreme Court since 1883, and most astute observers, Adams knew, expected him to be Chief Justice of that state before long. Others would lay odds that before another decade was out, Holmes would be on the U.S. Supreme Court, although Adams had his private doubts about that.
"Well, how is Mrs. Holmes?"
asked Adams.
"Well, I hope."
"Fanny is quite well, thank you."
It had been John Hay who had once commented privately to Adams about the slightly dismissive tone that always was present when Wendell mentioned his wife. Hay and Adams were in silent agreement that if ever there were a purely companionate marriage, the Holmeses was such. Holmes set down his cup and saucer on a trivet the butler had placed on the top of a low bookcase next to his chair.
"I stopped by to ask you about these rumors,"
said Holmes in his old, somewhat abrupt manner.
"Rumors?"
Adams felt his heart race when he knew he shouldn't be alarmed. Lizzie Cameron would never reveal the contents of their personal letters, especially not Adams's last and most personal letter to her, from Scotland to Paris, just a couple of months earlier. Still, his pulse pounded with anxiety.
"About the Hayes visitors,"
said Holmes. Adams let his eyebrows rise.
"I wasn't aware that John and Clara had any visitors of special note. But then I've been traveling a while now."
"So Hay told me when I stopped by next door a few minutes ago," said Holmes. "But your service staff must be buzzing about the visitors. Mine certainly are."
"Your servants in Boston are buzzing about the Hayes visitors?"
Adams cried with a smile.
"Of course not. But I've been here in Washington several days now, and I always bring my personal valet and cook along."
Adams folded his hands under his chin and smiled openly.
"I've not had time to hear my servants whispering. By all means, Holmes, tell me the gossip."
Holmes made a flicking motion with his hand, Adams noticing the long, tapering, perfectly manicured fingers, and said,
"It's certain that Henry James is back. He was staying with the Hayes for the past week or so. I just missed him, evidently. He's taken up lodgings nearby, at Mrs. Stevens's place, I believe."
"Clover arranged for Harry to stay there 10 years ago, the last time he was here,"
said Adams in a low voice. Holmes nodded impatiently.
"I stopped by Mrs. Stevens's place before coming back here, but both James and his fellow lodger, the Hayes' other guest this past week and more, were out."
"I wonder what Harry came back for,"
mused Adams. Just before Henry James had left America in 1883, After his parents' deaths and all the problems created by his father's will and properties in Albany, Adams had heard him swear that that would be his last visit to America. His home now was in England and Europe, their old friend had said.
"Whatever brought him back, he's trying to keep the visit confidential," said Holmes.
Adams steepled his fingers and tapped his bearded chain.
Why would Harry want to do that? Unless... But William is in good health, and away with his family to Italy or Switzerland or somewhere, the last I heard, and I believe there were no complications last year with Harry's sister Alice's will. Miss Loring brought the poor girl's ashes home last year to be interred in the family plot in Cambridge.
Perhaps the confidentiality relates to James's companion, or rather companions, on this trip, Holmes said softly, leaning forward over the desk. 2 men, both rather strange from what I hear. Adams allowed his steepled fingers to tap his lips. If Wendell's gossip was about some physical liaison that Harry finally allowed to occur with some other man, on his encounters with Harry in England and the continent, Adams had sensed the almost perfectly hidden infatuation that James felt toward some of his younger male artist friends. Adams most assuredly did not want to hear about it. He hoped that his expression and posture, while seemingly neutral, conveyed this message to the often too blunt and sometimes indiscreet Wendell.
"Who are these traveling companions?"
Adams asked with no great show of curiosity.
"Certainly they must be above reproach if Harry is introducing them to the Hays."
Rumors of Oscar Wilde's private behavior crossed his mind, but he smiled away such an absurd thought about Henry James. Harry, while loving gossip as much as the rest of their male epistolary circle, was perhaps the most essentially private person Adams had ever known.
Certainly, Holmes was muttering. But one of the guests, Hay says that he left some days ago, was supposedly the Norwegian, or perhaps it was Swede, Jan Sigurdsson, you may have read about in the past year or two, an explorer of some sort.
Adams dropped his small hands to his lap.
Sigurdsson, yes, I vaguely recall the name. Norwegian, I believe. He was in the news briefly a year or two ago for climbing some mountain or finding some pass in the Himalayas, wasn't it? Or spending some time in Tibet, perhaps. That is unusual.
Adams was speaking as a veteran world traveler. After Clover's death, he'd wandered around the South Seas for almost a year with the artist John Lafarge. It had been a telegram from Paris, from Lizzie Cameron, that had brought him rushing back around the planet like a fool. Adams set that out of his mind.
"Yes, I remember something about a Jan Sigurdsson," he said again. "So the explorer has come to America with Harry. Odd, but I fail to see any reason for Harry to keep his presence in America secret from old friends, unless Mr. Sigurdsson desperately wishes to avoid publicity, and Harry was waiting for him to depart before notifying the rest of us."
"It's Hay's second guest, also James's traveling companion, that has the servants buzzing,"
said Holmes, who brought out his watch from where it was set in his vest pocket, next to his Phi Beta Kappa key, and checked the time. It was a short ride to the train station from Adams's home, and Henry had noticed that Holmes had his cab waiting.
"Do you want me to guess the second gentleman's name?"
asked Adams with another friendly smile.
"You wouldn't, in 100 years,"
said Associate Justice Holmes with heavy, measured tones.
"It is Sherlock Holmes."
Adams laughed heartily, actually slapping his knees under the desk.
"You laugh,"
observed Holmes. Adams's old acquaintance, they had known each other for more than 30 years, had never been known for his sense of humor, certainly not in the way John Hay and Clarence King might have been. But since he had taken up his black robes of the Massachusetts court, he seemed especially humorless to Adams.
"But isn't Sherlock Holmes a fictional character?" said Adams, not really making it a question. "A creation of Arthur Conan Doyle? Did Harry bring Mr. Doyle on a visit to Washington?"
"No, he brought Sherlock Holmes," repeated Holmes. I almost got John Hay to admit it, although he seemed bound to confidence. Not only have his servants been whispering about the London detective being a guest in the house, but Clara Hay, after making her friends take an absolute oath of secrecy, has told about 100 of those friends of Sherlock Holmes's days in the house.
"Perhaps an English relative of yours?"
asked Adams, his mischievous smile back.
"Certainly not that I know of," said Holmes, who was looking at his watch again. "I must go if I'm to get my luggage sorted out at the station before boarding."
But before he stood, Adams said,
"Was this Sherlock Holmes, the second lodger at Mrs. Stevens's home, that you attempted to see along with Harry this morning?"
"Yes,"
said Holmes, already moving with much longer strides with Henry toward the foyer, where the head butler, Addison, stood waiting with the justice's coat, hat, and cane.
"What would you like me to do?"
Adams said softly as the two men stood in the open doorway. The late March morning air was still chill.
"Watch out my window and send you a report on whether this Sherlock Holmes looks fictional or not?"
"You still do not dine out all that much, do you, Henry?"
Holmes asked bluntly.
"Not really," said Adams.
In the 7 years since Clover's death, he'd come to be known as a recluse, and now the invitations, save from Clarence King when he was in town, or John Hay next door, old members of the Five of Hearts, no longer came in.
"You know how it is in this town," Adams heard himself saying. "If you accept someone's dinner invitation, then the favor must be returned. I dine here now usually with the occasional fellow old widower or young bachelor."
"Well, you'll be invited by Hay to dine Sunday evening with a young widower whom we both know well, and, since this Mr. Sherlock Holmes is reputed to be one of the other guests, I had hoped you'd write me about that."
"A young widower whom we both know well,"
began Adams as he walked Holmes outside under the arches and that damned cross.
"You don't mean—"
"I do mean,"
said Holmes almost crossly to Adams's sensitive ear.
"The boy."
"The boy? Oh, dear me,"
was all that Adams could muster. He waved to Holmes's carriage, knowing full well that Wendell never looked back, until it disappeared around the corner.
"The boy,"
muttered Adams, feeling that he had made a great mistake in coming home several days sooner than he'd originally planned.
"Oh, dear me."
2. 7 inches below floor level, and sinking. Holmes much preferred their new living areas in Mrs. Stevens's home to being a guest at the home of John and Clara Hay. It was true that even here at this boarding house, Henry James was still residing in the same house as Holmes, but the door to James's bed-sitting room was down a long hallway, and they no longer had to see each other constantly or to share a meal. But first and foremost in importance was his freedom. The second story had its own outside door and wooden staircase, and each tenant received a key to that door. Holmes was free now to come and go whenever he pleased, and in whatever guise he chose, without scrutiny by Henry James or the Hayes servants. This morning he was in no disguise. He wore his London-tailored suit, waistcoat, top hat and gloves, long black scarf, and was carrying his cane, sheathing a 3-sided razor-sharp 30-inch sword. Across Lafayette Square, Holmes hailed a hansom cab and told the driver to take him to the Metropolitan Police Department headquarters at the corner of 5th and Louisiana. Once there, he had the driver park across the street from the old run-down precinct house. Holmes didn't have to wait more than 10 minutes before the major and superintendent of the Metropolitan Police, William C. Moore, came down the steps, glanced irritably at his watch, and hailed a cab. Holmes ordered his driver to follow that cab, even though he knew where it was headed. Holmes had never met Major and Superintendent Moore, but he'd studied photographs of him, and there was no mistaking that white, General Robert E. Lee-type beard. And he knew that the irritability he'd glimpsed ran deep this morning, since the Major and Superintendent was not accustomed to being summoned anywhere by anyone, much less to the unimportant Maltby building, by order of someone in the mere State Department. Holmes's cab drew to the curb at the corner of New Jersey Street and Constitution Avenue, just as Moore had alighted, and almost bumped into the former Major and Superintendent of the Metropolitan Police, William G. Brock. Where Moore's beard looked full, white, and happily plumped, former Major and Superintendent Brock's beard was a straggly gray that matched his haggard appearance.
"What are you doing here?" began Moore.
"I might ask the same of you, sir,"
snapped Brock. The two men disliked one another intensely. More to the point, Holmes did know former Major and Superintendent Brock by sight, and vice versa. Brock had reason, or thought he did, to hate Holmes even more than he detested the current Major and Superintendent of Police. Holmes waited until the two men, still grumbling and demanding answers from one another, went into the building before he stepped out of his cab and paid the driver. Holmes had asked John Hay about the Maltby building the previous week, mentioning only that he'd passed by the odd-looking building, and Hay had laughed and explained that the lift inside was treacherous because the Maltby building, a 5-story apartment building purchased 20 years earlier to provide overflow space for Senate offices, had been built on the site of an old stable by its New York developer. Essentially, as is true of so many things in Washington, Hay had said, the building had been built on sand. The massive elevator had begun sinking into the sand, dragging the entire building down with it, and now to enter the lift, one had to step up or down some 7 inches. What's more, added Hay with an additional laugh, those offices still remaining in the Maltby building are freezing in the winter, literally intolerable in the summer, and cramped at all times. Perfect, Holmes had thought, and had cabled his brother Mycroft to have Whitehall summon Major and Superintendents Moore and Brock and the others to the Office of Steamboat Inspection on the 4th floor of that building. The supervising Inspector General of Steamboat Inspection was a certain James A. Dismont, who had been warned by the State Department of this morning's invasion, but had not been told the reason for the gathering. Now, when Dismont's flustered clerk, a certain Andrew McWilliams, according to the sign on his desk, led Holmes into the Inspector General's crowded office, it was also entry into a din of outraged voices, led by William C. Morse. Holmes rapped his cane soundly on the wooden floor 4 times, and all heads turned in his direction. "Gentlemen," said Holmes, using his most commanding tone, "I am Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and it is at my request, relayed through Whitehall, your president, and your State Department, that we are all gathered here this morning. Mr. Dismont?" Holmes nodded at the confused Inspector General of Steamboat Inspection. "We shall need the use of your office for only about 45 minutes, and we invite you and your clerk, Mr. McWilliams, to leave the building and enjoy the lovely spring day for the next hour." Dismont puffed his cheeks as if ready to argue, but then looked at the faces of the important men in his office, nodded curtly, and left, closing the door softly behind him. Holmes made sure that the Inspector General and his secretary were gone from the outer office, and then turned back to those same apoplectic faces, ready to explode at him. He held up one gloved finger. "Stop," he said. "Before any remonstrations or demands are made, please understand that this meeting was approved by Her Majesty Queen Victoria and President Cleveland, and arranged by our Whitehall and your State Department, precisely for reasons of privacy." "My office at police headquarters would have been perfectly private," thundered Major and Superintendent of Police Moore through his white whiskers. "No, Major and Superintendent Moore, it would not have been," Holmes answered softly. "For not only is the entrance to your police headquarters at 5th and Louisiana being observed by scouts, touts you might call them, on the payroll of this city's criminal gangs, but there are members of your staff and police department also on that payroll." "That is outrageous!" roared Moore. "As outrageous as the charges by Mr. Holmes more than 10 years ago that my detectives were corrupt," rasped former Major and Superintendent Brock.
"I lost my position in 1883 due to such rumor-mongering."
Holmes nodded. "That was unfortunate," he said softly. "I was invited to America to look into the assassination of your President Garfield. More specifically, to see if the assassin Charles Guiteau was connected to the anarchist conspiracy that had later attempted to murder Queen Victoria. My investigations showed that Charles Guiteau acted alone, and out of motives concocted only in his insane mind. But those same investigations showed the active corruption of many members of your detective bureau, including taking money from known anarchist conspirators." Brock turned his back on Holmes and went to the window to look out. Before Moore could roar again, Holmes said, "Let me introduce the 3 other gentlemen whom President Cleveland wanted to be here today." Holmes nodded toward a short, handsome man standing near Brock and the window. The gentleman's mustache was waxed and curved in the French fashion. His dark hair was slicked close to his skull, but any sense of dandyism was immediately dismissed by his square jaw, firm mouth, and powerful gaze.
"Mr. William Rockhill, if I'm not mistaken," said Holmes, "Executive Secretary to the 3rd Assistant Secretary of State and our liaison with the State Department and various European governments, should the need arise to communicate with these governments."
Rockhill bowed toward Sherlock Holmes.
"Un plaisir de vous rencontrer, Monsieur Holmes."
He bowed to the other men.
"Mr. Vice President, gentlemen."
Holmes gestured toward a tall, silent man with his white hair parted in the middle, the only man in the room other than Holmes who was clean-shaven.
"You are Mr. Drummond, I presume?"
The tall man bowed slightly.
"Andrew L. Drummond, at your service. Mr. Drummond is currently Chief of the Secret Service Division of the Department of the Treasury," said Holmes.
Drummond nodded his head again. His bright blue eyes seemed to show some slight amusement.
"What in blazes do the State Department or Treasury Department have to do with anything?"
roared Major and Superintendent Moore.
"And for that matter, sir,"
the Major and Superintendent raised his cane in Holmes's direction,
"who the blazes are you? And by what authority do you summon the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department?"
Before Holmes could answer, the 6th and final man in the room, the only one not yet introduced, a quiet, balding, mustached man in his early 60s, standing in the shadows of a corner, said softly, "I will answer that, Major and Superintendent Moore. I am Vice President Adlai E. Stevenson. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, England's most renowned and respected consulting detective, was asked to call today's meeting on the authority of President Cleveland, who has asked that everyone here might give their full cooperation on an issue of the gravest national importance."
"Mr. Vice President,"
stammered Major and Superintendent Moore, and fell silent. Holmes knew from Hay and others that Vice President Adlai Stevenson, elevated from assistant postmaster to vice president by a whim of Cleveland's party at the 1892 Democratic Convention, could walk into almost any party or assembly in Washington and not be recognized. Nor will Holmes be surprised, 4 years hence, late in 1897, when he will read a small item in the Times of London. When asked whether President Cleveland had ever asked his opinion on any matter, Vice President Adlai E. Stevenson responded, "Not yet, but there are still several weeks remaining in my term."
"The issue in front of us, gentlemen,"
said Holmes, noting that even former Major and Superintendent Brock had turned his attention back from the window,
"is the anarchists' plans to assassinate Her Majesty Queen Victoria and the monarchs, emperors, and elected leaders of at least 12 other nations, beginning with the assassination of President Grover Cleveland, on or before this May 1st.
It was Vice President Stevenson who took charge of moderating the outbreak of gabble into a series of questions and answers with a calm Sherlock Holmes at the swirling conversation's locus. "Chief Drummond, how reliable is this intelligence regarding President Cleveland, Mr. Holmes?" Sherlock Holmes,
"Very reliable, sir."
Chief Drummond, are there any specifics to this warning, or is it the usual vague threat?
Sherlock Holmes. The most specific threat to date suggests that President Cleveland will be assassinated on May 1st, the Socialist International Workers' holiday since the Haymarket Square incident, most probably while he is officially declaring open the Columbian World Exposition in Chicago. Secretary Rockhill. Is this supposed to be another Haymarket Square operation, Mr. Holmes? Mobs? Bombs thrown? Rampant shooting at police as well as at the President? Sherlock Holmes. That is always possible, but our intelligence suggests that it is more likely to be the work of one or two master assassins hired by the anarchists. Chief Drummond. Do we have the identity of those hired assassins? Sherlock Holmes. We do. Here are photographs of the two men. The older man is probably well known to you, Colonel Sebastian Moran. The younger man is the more able assassin, 20-year-old Lucan Adler. And this photographic plate is the first official photograph of Adler. Please be careful with the glass. Can you make close-up copies from that plate, Chief Drummond? Chief Drummond. Of course. Holding Clover Adams's photographic plate up to the light while the other men craned to catch a glimpse of the face. Why, this Adler is only a boy. Sherlock Holmes. That photograph was taken almost 7 years ago, gentlemen. Lucan Adler was 13 years old. A boy, as you say. But even at age 13, he was a remarkable hunter and marksman with a rifle, and already trained as an assassin by his guardian, Colonel Sebastian Moran. Superintendent Brock. Who took this photograph of Lucan Adler? Sherlock Holmes. I'm afraid I cannot reveal that information at this time, but I assure you that the young man in the photograph is indeed Lucan Adler, and that his face, while more angular and more cruel, still looks much the same today. Chief Drummond. How do you know his current appearance, Mr. Holmes? Sherlock Holmes. I've encountered him in recent years. Superintendent Brock, laughing derisively. What? The famous Sherlock Holmes encountered our assassin, and the fellow is not in custody? How can this be? Are the faculties of the famous detective slipping some with age, sir? Sherlock Holmes. Lucan Adler stalked me, Mr. Brock. And 2 years ago, he put 3 rifle bullets into me and through me from extremely long range. My survival was pure chance, with some aid from the fact that the bullets were steel-jacketed, in the way of military ammunition. So they passed through me rather than tumbled. Had they been ordinary rounds, the softer bullets would have taken out my lungs, heart, and spine. A long silence ensues. Superintendent Moore. On whose evidence, on what basis, are we to believe in this grand anarchist conspiracy? The May 1 date for the attack on President Cleveland? All of it? Sherlock Holmes. On the basis, sir, of specific intelligence obtained by Her Majesty's Secret Service. The information has been corroborated by the new prefect of police of Paris, Monsieur Louis-Jean-Baptiste Lépine, and by Inspector Hanot of the French Sûreté, as well as through other intelligence gathered by the Belgian and French secret services. And finally, gentlemen, we act based on additional information obtained through my own investigations in the 7 years since I provided evidence to the Chicago police regarding the Haymarket Square massacre. Superintendent Brock. The general opinion in the United States, Mr. Holmes, is that the Haymarket trial was a one-sided farce, headed by an unfair judge and overzealous prosecutors. The general opinion now, Mr. Holmes, is that the 5 hanged men were martyrs to the workers' movement, martyrs for the 8-day workday. Sherlock Holmes. If what you say is true, Mr. Brock, then the general opinion in the United States is an ass. Superintendent Moore. It seems certain, Mr. Holmes, that Illinois' new governor, Mr. Altgeld, is going to pardon the 3 convicted Haymarket men who were given a 15-year sentence rather than death. Schwab, Fielden, and Neeb. A pardon with full amnesty. As Mr. Brock said, people are now of the opinion that the entire Haymarket trial was a farce, unfair, and that Fisher, Ling, Parsons, Spies, and Engel were unfairly executed.
Sherlock Holmes.
Only 4 of the guilty men were hanged, sir. Engel, Spies, Parsons, and Fisher. Ling, the bomb-maker, took his own life by biting into a blasting cup that he'd hidden in his cell. It blew his face off. Yet it still took him some hours to die.
Superintendent Brock.
Yet Governor Altgeld and many, many other people are saying now, 7 years later, that these men were heroes of the working class.
Sherlock Holmes.
These 8 men were murderers and conspirators to murder. I proved this to the satisfaction of the Chicago police and to the courts, not the least by breaking their code in the anarchist paper, the Arbeiter Zeitung, a code which coordinated the making of the bombs, the arming of the anarchists, and their ambush of the police that May Day at Haymarket Square.
Chief Drummond.
But no one ever caught the man who was said to have actually thrown the bomb, Schnaubelt.
Sherlock Holmes.
Rudolf Schnaubelt.
Chief Drummond.
Yes, Schnaubelt just disappeared. Vanished. Probably forever.
Sherlock Holmes.
Not forever, Chief Drummond. I found Rudolf Schnaubelt in France 5 years ago this May.
The room again fills with gabble until Vice President Stevenson raises his hand. When silence descends, the Vice President opens his palm to the Major and Superintendent of the Metropolitan Police Force. Superintendent Moore.
I heard nothing about Schnaubelt's apprehension.
Sherlock Holmes.
I'm afraid that Mr. Schnaubelt died before he could be taken into proper custody. He threw himself through a glass window and drowned in the fast-running Swiss River below. But not before he admitted to, boasted of, I should say, his part in the conspiracy and his act of throwing the bomb at the police from the Chicago alley opening onto Haymarket Square on May 4th, 1886.
Superintendent Brock.
So, Mr. Holmes, we have only your word of Rudolf Schnaubelt's confession.
Sherlock Holmes.
My word, and the word of 2 rather extraordinary law enforcement officers who were with me when Schnaubelt made his boasts and then tried to escape.
Chief Drummond.
Can you tell us the names of these men, Mr. Holmes?
Sherlock Holmes.
Certainly. The first fellow detective present was Inspector Lépine, of whom I spoke earlier, and the second police officer there to hear Schnaubelt's confession, and to help us pull his dead body from the river, was a young and very promising new member of the Brussels police force, an inspector junior grade by the name of Hercule Poirot. But enough of old cases. What are you gentlemen going to do in the next 4 weeks, or less, to save the life of President Grover Cleveland?
Holmes stepped out of the circle and set his back against a bookcase filled with steamboat boiler regulations and specifications. Vice President Stevenson stepped forward and faced the other men in the room.
"The President," said Stevenson, "has directed that this group, and anyone else we might find it necessary to invite, meet bi-weekly on this problem of executive protection. I believe Sunday mornings, 10 until noon, shall suffice."
Sundays?
cried Brock.
Now I am to give up my Sundays and attending divine services with my family because of this shadow of a phantasm of a threat? Besides, I no longer have any official capacity in law enforcement. There's no reason for me to be here.
"The President wished you to be part of this first assembly," Vice President Stevenson said softly.
For what possible reason?
Demanded the haggard former major and superintendent of police.
"Your Bureau of Detectives was deeply corrupt when you resigned," said Sherlock Holmes. "You left. Many of them remained and are in positions of higher authority today. Detectives on the payroll of the gangs or anarchists could be fatal to our plans.
Your expertise in that area is required. In other words, sir, the President of the United States has commanded you to be what I believe American criminals call a rat."
Brock made blustering noises, but had nothing discernible to say.
"Fine. Let us move on,"
said Stevenson, as if some minor motion had been passed in the Senate. "Major and Superintendent Moore, please explain to us your department's role in protecting the President." The Major and Superintendent cleared his throat.
"The Metropolitan Police provide security for the President when he makes public appearances in Washington City."
"Do your officers accompany the President to and from these public venues?" asked Stevenson.
"No, Mr. Vice President."
The pale, round face with its faded mustache looked around the room. "Who does travel in the city with the President?" Silence. "Who protects the President when he is in the Executive Mansion?" asked Stevenson.
"The White House Police,"
said Major and Superintendent Moore. "Is that a unit under your jurisdiction, Major and Superintendent Moore?"
"Not directly, Mr. Vice President."
Moore again cleared his throat.
"We train the recruits and send them to that unit, but the White House police force has its own autonomy."
"Who is in charge of the White House police force?" asked Stevenson.
"Sergeant O'Neill, sir,"
answered Major and Superintendent Moore. "Sergeant O'Neill?"
"Yes, sir."
"How many police officers are under your supervision in the entire Metropolitan Police Department, Major and Superintendent Moore?"
200, Mr. Vice President.
"Not counting the White House police?"
"No, sir."
"And how many officers are assigned to the White House police?"
"There were 3 until this spring, Mr. Vice President," said Major and Superintendent Moore. "But the number and intensity of the death threats that President Cleveland has been receiving has caused that unit to raise its numbers to 27.
"Working on 3 shifts around the clock, one presumes."
"More or less, Mr. Vice President."
"So, at any given time, the President has about 9 rookie police officers guarding his life?"
"Yes, sir,"
said Moore, who was beginning to sound aggrieved.
"But that is by far the most any American president has had guarding him, with the exception of President Lincoln, who sometimes had an escort of federal cavalry or infantry billeted on the White House grounds."
"But not that night at Ford's Theater," said Vice President Stevenson.
"No, sir," said Moore. "The soldier usually assigned to sit outside the president's booth at the theater was not present that evening."
"When President Cleveland goes to Chicago on May 1st to open the Columbian World Exposition in front of a crowd of 100,000 or more people, how many of your Metropolitan Police, or the White House Police, or the Army, for that matter, will accompany the President?" asked Stevenson. There was silence as the men looked at one another. Finally, Major and Superintendent Moore said,
"None, Mr. Vice President. When the chief executive travels to other cities, his protection is the responsibility of the police force of that city."
Stevenson looked at Major and Superintendent Moore for a long, strangely tense moment. Stevenson's gaze remained as soft as his voice, but there was some electrical charge in the air. The Vice President turned his gaze toward the tall Secret Service chief. "Mr. Drummond," said Stevenson, "I understand that your department has had some experience in recent months in guarding the President."
"A small amount, sir,"
said Drummond.
"We have well-trained and armed agents, as you know, and from time to time in the past few weeks the White House police have asked us to provide some additional protection for President Cleveland."
"At the White House, or when he leaves it?" asked the Vice President.
"When he leaves it to speak or make any public appearance, sir," said Drummond. "That is the role of the Metropolitan Police Department, sir," snapped Major and Superintendent Moore.
It was obvious that this was the first the major and superintendent was hearing about the Secret Service poaching on the police department's prerogatives. Drummond nodded. "Yes, Major and Superintendent, we know. But during events such as the President's address to the large crowds at City Park last Christmas, your department had only 3 uniformed officers there to guard the President. At the request of the White House police, presumably because of specific threats received, we sent 6 of our armed agents in plain clothes."
"Unnecessary,"
snapped Major and Superintendent Moore. Ignoring the Metropolitan Police Major and Superintendent, Vice President Stevenson said, "Chief Drummond, has not the Secret Service Department of the Treasury also experimented in accompanying the President during his travels in the city?"
"Oh, yes!"
cried former Major and Superintendent Brock, braying a laugh.
6 men in a carriage rumbling after the President's coach, trying to keep up, getting lost on K Street. What a farce that was! The entire population of Washington, D.C. was amused by the folly."
Drummond bowed his head. "Agents following the President's carriage in a separate coach has not proved effective, Mr. Vice President. And President Cleveland and his advisers understandably do not want agents in the presidential coach with them." Vice President Stevenson folded his arms. "Chief Drummond, if Congress were to assign full-time protective duties to the Secret Service, full-time both here in Washington and wherever and whenever the President travels, how long would it be before your agency could assume those duties?" Drummond blinked. "We would have to hire and train more agents, Mr. Vice President. Currently, we simply do not have enough for full-time protection duties for the President even here in Washington, and those agents would have to be trained. Bodyguard duties require special skills beyond the usual police officer's purview."
"Nonsense,"
said Moore. Drummond turned his cold gaze onto the Major and Superintendent. "Are Metropolitan Police officers trained to throw themselves in front of the person they are assigned to protect?" he asked in a low, firm voice. "To take the bullet meant for that official?"
"Of course not," barked Moore. "The very idea is absurd. Police seize the suspect or foil the aim of the would-be assassin before any shot can be fired. They're not trained in suicide."
"Effective executive protection agents from the Secret Service will have to be trained in exactly such tactics," Drummond said flatly. "Stop the assassin if possible. Take the assassin's bullet in protection of the President if necessary." Moore turned away to look out the window. "How long, Mr. Drummond?" repeated the Vice President. "By the beginning of the new year, Mr. Vice President. For full, round-the-clock, traveling anywhere with the President, executive protection. We shall have to open new bureaus in various American cities, train some agents in the full panoply of advanced security work." Stevenson nodded almost sadly, as if he had expected that date. "But you can provide some ad hoc protection in the meantime, when called upon?" "Yes, sir," said Drummond. "Arrange to have at least 8 of your agents travel with President Cleveland to Chicago in May," said the Vice President. "Yes, sir."
"If I may make a suggestion, gentlemen,"
said Sherlock Holmes. Everyone looked at the consulting detective, who was taking his ease sitting on one corner of the empty desk.
"I would suggest, Chief Drummond, that when you choose those agents who will most closely accompany the President, that they can be chosen in part for their height and thickness of torso." "The public won't be able to see the President,"
cried former Major and Superintendent Brock.
"That is precisely the idea," said Holmes. "It is a shame, however, that this tall phalanx of bodyguards cannot surround the President when he is greeting dignitaries or speaking to the crowds. Still, the closer they can press, the safer the President will be."
Drummond nodded and made a note. "We have such large and tall men amongst our best agents," he said softly. "I shall see that they shall be closest to the President when he is walking somewhere or standing alone."
"Preposterous!"
said former Major and Superintendent Brock. Ignoring Brock and nodding slightly to Holmes, Vice President Adlai E. Stevenson said, "And so we shall continue having meetings here on Sunday, gentlemen, until the details of this transfer of executive protection responsibilities are worked out." Again he glanced at Holmes and then at Brock and Washington's current police major and superintendent, Moore. "Although not everyone here today may be required in all future meetings."
"What shall we call this committee, sir?"
asked Rockhill from the State Department. Stevenson smiled slightly. "Since it is the Office of Steamboat Inspection Department's Supervising Inspector General Dismont, I suggest we refer to our little group as the Steamboat Inspection Committee. Any objections?" No one spoke. Before the men began moving toward the doorway, Vice President Stevenson said, "A final question, gentlemen. Who is in charge of liaison with the Chicago police for the President's security at the Columbian Exposition on May 1st? The silence was embarrassing.
"I can do that, sir,"
Drummond said at last.
"I shall as well,"
said Major and Superintendent Moore.
"I had always intended to send a telegram or two."
Sherlock Holmes moved away from where he lounged against the bookcase. "I shall be going to Chicago next week to make arrangements," he said while tugging his kid gloves tighter.
"I would be pleased to work with Chief Drummond and his Secret Service on such liaison with the Chicago PD."
The 6 men took turns riding the lift down in pairs. Holmes rode down with the vice president. At the bottom, the 2 men had to take care in stepping up the 7 inches the heavy elevator had sunk below the level of the first floor. The Supervising Inspector General of Steamboat Inspection and his secretary were standing in the lobby, their faces red with indignation. "Thank you, Mr. Dismont," said the Vice President to the flustered Steamboat Inspector General. "I will be in touch regarding any future weekend needs for your office."
"This is ridiculous,"
muttered Dismont as he and his secretary jumped the 7 inches down into the elevator to ride back up to their offices, and while Holmes held the front door for the Vice President. Outside on the sidewalk, Stevenson turned to the detective. "Is it, Mr. Holmes?"
"Is what, sir?"
"Is our whole effort— No, is this entire talk of attempted assassination by anarchists ridiculous? Are we all being ridiculous?"
"We'll know soon enough, Mr. Vice President."
Holmes touched the handle of his walking stick to the brim of his top hat and turned away up Constitution Avenue. 3. Tombstones for Teeth and Tame Cats. On Saturday morning, Henry James received a hand-delivered message from John Hay, asking if James could drop by that afternoon, any time that afternoon, for a talk that would take no more than a few minutes. James did stop by the mansion commanding the corner of H and 16th Streets, taking care to time his stop late enough after lunch and early enough before tea time, so as not to put Hay to any obligation. James had barely given his coat and hat and cane to Benson when Hay hurried from his study to shake James's hand, thank him for coming, and lead him into the parlor. "I've always admired the 2 kinds of stone you and Clara chose for this room," said James, settling into the deep leather chair to which Hay had gestured. "Do you?" asked Hay, looking around idly as if he'd not looked at the stone or the parlor for some time. "The African marble is called Aurora Pompadour, I seem to recall, and the rest is Mexican onyx. My favorite combination of stone in your lovely home may be the yellow fireplace in the library with its reddish or pink hearth," said James.
"Oh, yes. That hearthstone was damnable hard to find. Everything was either too red or too pink or too something. As it was, we decided on that very subdued reddish porphyry. Boisé d'Orient, I think they called it. Would you care for something to drink, Harry?"
"No, thank you. This is a restful pause in the middle of my constitutional. Walking allows my mind to wander back to work. I've been pondering a new play, but nothing clear enough to talk about yet." James had hurried that last phrase in to make sure they would not be discussing his work. "Then I'm doubly sorry for intruding on your Saturday afternoon," said Hay. "But I thought a fair warning was due to you." "Warning?" "And an apology," said Hay. "You and Mr. Holmes should be receiving an invitation to a tiny dinner party for tomorrow evening. Nothing elaborate, just Adams and a few friends here at the old fort. Half the sincere apology is for such short notice." "And the second half?" murmured James. "You asked for discretion when you arrived. Your presence not to be advertised, that is. But that was almost 2 weeks ago, Harry. You know how word gets around in this small town, in spite of all our efforts." "Of course," said James, "and I am delighted to hear that Adams is back, and I look forward to seeing him." "He says that he never dines out," Hay said, still seeming somewhat distracted. "But you know as well as I that that's all hogwash. Henry has fewer full-fledged dinner parties next door, but he's as social as ever. He simply wants to appear the recluse." "I possess some kindred feeling there," said James. "May I ask who else will be attending besides Adams? King's not back in town, is he?" "Not that I'm aware of," said Hay. "I sent a cable to his union club in New York, but haven't received a reply. He's probably a mile underground in Mexico by now, up to his earlobes in gold nuggets or diamonds." James waited. "The rest of the party will be made up of the usual suspects," continued Hay. James remembered all too well going to a mediocre play, little more than a comic romance melodrama, really, in London with the Hays, and how for days afterward John had kept repeating that, to James, eminently forgettable line. "The party will be made up of all the usual suspects." Knowing the rather tight Washington social circles the Adamses, Hays et al. Had always moved within, James caught at least a glimmer of the humor Hays found in all the usual suspects. "Don and Lizzie are coming," said Hay, "and Lodge and Nanny, of course, and Adams. The whole thing is a sort of welcome-home thing for Adams. And, oh, yes, when you inquired about the children last week, I told you that Alice, Helen, Clarence, and Dell were all away at school, but Dell has the weekend off from St. Paul's Academy, and Helen will also be joining us." "Wonderful," said James, who loathed having children, even nearly grown children, at a dinner party. "It's been far too long since I've seen them. You said in a recent letter that Dell has had quite the growth spurt." 17-year-old Adelbert Dell Hay had always struck Henry James, and probably his father John Hay as well, as a rather slow, dull, uninteresting boy. But James hadn't seen any of the 4 children since the Hay family's last en masse descent upon London at least 5 years ago. "Amazing growth spurt," laughed Hay. "Dell's over 6 feet tall now, and weighs more than 200 pounds, and he's become quite the athlete at St. Paul's. He's going to Yale in the autumn and plans to go out for football." "Football, Harry. American football, where one rarely uses one's feet." "Football?" James said blankly. The name, in an American context, rang only the faintest of bells. "But not what we call soccer?" "No, an entirely new game," said Hay. "Evidently it was invented, or rather adapted, from European football and rugby, mostly rugby, I think, and its rules laid down a dozen or so years ago by a Yale undergraduate at the time, a certain Walter Camp, who became general athletic director and head football coach, whatever that means. Football is all the rage at Ivy League colleges now, Harry. It seems that Harvard and Yale have been in a deadly annual football competition for some years. Last year, a Harvard chess master named Lauren Deland introduced a devastating new play or maneuver or move or something called the flying wedge. No clue as to what that means. But Yale still managed to win 6-0.
Dell can't wait to play under Walter Camp's tutelage."
"And Helen will also be here tomorrow night?"
said James. He would have stabbed himself in both eyes with a dull knife if that is what it would have taken to get off the subject of sports.
"She must be 18?
"Yes," said Hay, "and she's very dedicated these days to writing poetry and even some short fiction. Don't let her corner you, Harry."
In London last she was a lovely and invigorating interlocutor at age 13, said James. I can only imagine how pleasant it would be now to be cornered by her to pursue the discussion of all things literary.
"Adams needs to meet Sherlock Holmes," said Hay, his voice suddenly serious. "That's the primary reason for this gathering. Not that Adams wouldn't have arranged to see you at the earliest possible opportunity, Harry. He was distraught at having missed your first week here, but I wasn't sure what to tell him about the whole Holmes thing. Do you think it will be Sherlock Holmes or Jan Sigerson who will appear tomorrow night?"
"To whom did you address the invitation?" asked James.
"To Mr. Holmes."
"Then I wager that it will be Mr. Holmes who appears."
"Oh, I almost forgot," said Hay as he walked James through the foyer to the door. "We've also invited, as Adams and Wendell always call him, the boy."
"The boy?" mused James.
"Oh, you mean... Oh my. Oh, dear. I keep forgetting that he's in Washington these days."
"I made him promise to be on his best behavior," said Hay.
James's smile was 3 parts irony to 2 parts anticipation.
"We shall see. We shall see."
Sherlock Holmes had been invited as Mr. Sherlock Holmes to the 8 p.m. Hayes Sunday dinner gathering, so he arrived as Mr. Sherlock Holmes. His 2nd and 3rd steamer trunks had caught up to him via the British Embassy in Washington, so he wore the latest London fashion in white tie and black tails, soft pumps so highly polished that they could be used as a signaling mirror in an emergency, but not the overly flexible Capezio black jazz Oxford so popular with the younger set for a long night of dancing. A crimson-lined black cape, the silkiest of silk, 6.5-inch tall top hat, a formal vest with lapels and scooped front, a brilliantly white formal shirt with a stand-up rather than wing collar, and, since it was a dinner, not a ball, no white gloves. The other men were dressed similarly, no sign of the less formal, and to Holmes definitely déclassé, new tuxedo jacket, and upon their introduction by Hay, Holmes had to award Henry Adams the laurels for oldest, most worn, and by far most beautiful jacket of the evening, although Henry Cabot Lodge's shining new threads must have cost 5 times the price of Adams's time-worn perfection. The only man there that night who did not look to have been born into his clothes was Hay's heavily muscled and bull-necked teenaged son, Dell, who seemed to be bursting out of his formal wear even as they all watched. The ladies, with only a few missed cues, were also upholding the highest standards of modern French-American design. The group had only a few minutes for introductions and polite conversation before they were called into the dining room. Holmes had to admit to a feeling of admiration. He dined with the Prince of Wales, the King of Scandinavia, and more elite and sophisticated hosts in England, France, and around the world, but he couldn't remember a more beautiful room, chandelier, or table. Realizing that this dining room might comfortably seat 50 at a State Department banquet, Holmes marveled at how Clara Hay had arranged it to perfection for the 12 of them, 4 women and 8 men. The dinner was lopsided in terms of gender, but Clara and John Hay had made up for that in careful placement of their guests, and beautiful but low centerpieces that hid no one's face from anyone else. After they found their seats, there seemed to be a white tie and tails servant behind every chair to help them with the extreme effort of scooting in or scooting out. Holmes took a minute to appreciate the seating arrangements. At the head of the table was not John Hay, as one would expect in the man's own home, but Henry Adams. The placement emphasized the "welcome home, Henry" aspect of the dinner, but Holmes also suspected that the chair provided to Adams had a little higher seat, a little extra cushion, and thus put the short, bald man at eye height with everyone else. Down the right side of the table, Holmes's side, was first the newly sworn-in Massachusetts Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, perfectly groomed down to his perfectly cropped beard and mustache, but cold of eye, very cold of eye. Then the stolid but animated Clara Hay, whose gown of royal blue silk blended with satin and a design of garnet-colored peacock feathers, with sleeves and trim of garnet-colored silk satin and velvet, would have been absolutely breathtakingly original if it hadn't been featured in that March's issue of Harper's Bazaar. And then Pennsylvania Senator James Donald Cameron, whose dark eyes seemed as sadly drooping as his thick mustache. Then Sherlock, who found himself sitting directly across the table from Henry James, and who knew at once that this was no accident, since at mid-table both of them could then field questions from both ends of the table. And to Sherlock's left, young Del Hay, smiling and ham-fisted, but obviously comfortable with formal dining in such elite company as Henry Adams, Senator J. Donald Cameron, author Henry James, and the ice-eyed congressman billionaire only this month turned U.S. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge. At the end of the table to Holmes's left was seated the other special guest of the evening, Civil Service Commissioner Theodore Roosevelt. Other than hearing from Henry James that Adams and Hay and Clarence King and the late Clover Adams had sometimes referred to young Roosevelt, whom they'd known for many years, as the boy, Holmes knew little about the man. But Holmes was interested in what he saw. Merely in the act of helping young Helen Julia Hay, to his left, into her seat, and then taking his own chair and beaming down both sides of the table, Theodore Roosevelt radiated aggression. With small eyes squinting out from behind pince-nez, a military-trimmed mustache, and rows of teeth that seemed strangely aligned top and bottom, a horse's teeth, a fierce stallion's pre-breeding grimace, and a powerful, coiled, compact body that made athlete Del Hay's tall form seem to shrink by comparison. The grinning Theodore Roosevelt seemed prepared to attack everyone at the table. Or eat them whole, thought Holmes. John Hay's 18-year-old daughter, Helen Julia, sitting to the Roosevelt creature's left, was, to Holmes's always objective eye for such things, one of those rare, beautiful female creatures who actually lived up to the image of the new Gibson girl. Long, white neck, her hair swept back close to that perfect head, until it rolled most naturally into a gay Gibson girl puff, her soft chiffon dress emphasizing the modern ideal of a woman as tall and slender, yet with ample bosom and hips, all while giving off a sense of high intelligence mixed with an athlete's glow. Then, across the table from Holmes, was Henry James, his balding dome seeming to give off an extra beneficial glow in the candlelight. Holmes could see in an instant that James was in his native element, even at an extraordinary table such as this, at which sat two senators, a man who was a grandson and great-grandson of presidents of the United States, several of the wealthiest men in America, no fewer than 4 famous historians, 3 of the most beautiful women Holmes had seen in years, and an energetic young cannibal flashing his tombstone-sized teeth. The Hays obviously had given James the gift of beauty on either side, Helen Julia Hay to his right, and Nanny Lodge to his left. Nanny Lodge, sitting between Henry James and John Hay, was lovely in the usual Gilded Age ways, slim, fair, wasp-waisted, with lovely hands and a sweet disposition, but the most outstanding aspect of the 43-year-old's aging beauty were her eyes which Holmes's friend Watson would have immediately described as bewitching, and which Margaret Chandler described in writing as the color of the sky when stars begin to twinkle. No such poetic phrases entered Holmes's mind on Sunday, April 2nd, 1893, as he paused a second to study those eyes. Nanny was turned to her left toward John Hay, and was not aware of the detective's brief but intense appraisal, so he filed away the odd, soft intensity of Mrs. Cabot Lodge's eye color, and was reminded of it years later only when his new friend, the painter John Singer Sargent, lamented never having had the chance to paint Nanny Lodge, saying, "I had such an unqualified regard for her that the odds were in favor of my succeeding in getting something of that kindness and intelligence of her expression and the unforgettable blue of her eyes." Perhaps. Beyond Nanny Lodge and the smiling, laughing John Hay, at the corner of the table near Mr. Adams, was the true beauty at the table, Lizzie Cameron. The doleful-looking Senator Cameron's wife was, according to Henry James's whisper as they talked to the Hayes home that evening, the loveliest and most sought-after woman in all of Washington society. In his cool, distant way, Sherlock Holmes saw why at once. Lizzie Cameron's dress was simultaneously the simplest and most daring of any of the perfectly dressed women's at the table. Her shoulders were bare and white. Her arms were long, perfectly white, and ended in long-fingered hands that looked as though they'd been designed by God to caress men's faces and hair. She had a long neck unadorned by jewelry or cloth bands, and a sharply oval face. Lizzie's hair this night was gathered up on both sides and rose in a bun in the back, but looked impossibly natural. She did not smile much, Holmes had already noted, and yet with those arching brows, deep, dark eyes, and perfectly shaped mouth, Elizabeth Sherman Cameron was that rarest object of her sex, a woman whose entire beauty could shine through when she was not smiling, or even when she looked actively severe. In the few minutes they'd been seated, Holmes had seen enough of the almost imperceptible glances, nearly invisible reactions, to tell him that Henry Adams, at age 55, some 22 years older than Lizzie Cameron, was in love with her. That their host, John Hay, without ever looking directly at his table partner to the left, said, with his entire body's balance and tension, that he was madly in love with Lizzie Cameron. Henry James, Holmes could see, and would have predicted, admired Lizzie's beauty the way a cat might admire a bowl of milk it had no intention of sipping from. Henry Cabot Lodge took his wife's friend's beauty as a given of their station in life. Young Del Hay had known Lizzie Cameron for most of his life, and was obviously looking at her as one of his parents' friends, and Theodore Roosevelt bestowed his giant, menacing grin upon her with a happily married man's innocent benevolence. Senator James Don Cameron, who would be 60 in 2 months, looked as miserable as if he'd been actively cuckolded by all the scores and hundreds of men who had dreamt of achieving that blissful goal with the beautiful Lizzie Cameron. Holmes knew, that Lizzie Cameron teased, tempted, and teased, but did not actually bestow her favors. Not on poor Adams, who, Holmes would soon learn, had rushed 10,000 miles around the world from the South Seas to come to Lizzie's beckoning telegram from Paris, only to be shunned by her once he'd arrived. Not on poor John Hay, who, Holmes sensed at once, had yet to declare his physical love for the lady, but who, after his inevitable rebuff, would join Henry Adams and a mist-shrouded legion of gray others who had been relegated to the role of tame cat in Lizzie Cameron's life. And Holmes also knew, that Lizzie Cameron was a dangerous and treacherous person. Certainly, Holmes exempting himself, and since neither Professor Moriarty nor Lucan Adler appeared to be present this evening, the most dangerous and treacherous person in the room. The oysters arrived, and the dinner officially began. 4. A shocking shortage of canvasbacks. While guests had been milling prior to this dinner, Henry James had stepped into the kitchen to say hello to Hay's chef for this meal, a man named Charles Ranhofer, who had served for a while as the personal chef for William Waldorf Astor, the richest man in America, until he moved to England in 1891, Chef Ranhofer was preparing to publish a cookbook, which ran to more than 1,000 pages, called The Epicurean. It would sell more copies worldwide than any novel Henry James ever published. James had first met Ranhofer when he was a guest at Lansdowne House, Astor's rented London mansion, and often heard of the chef's reputation at Delmonico's restaurant on Fifth Avenue. This evening, the famous chef was too busy filling Hay's oversized kitchen and extended staff with commands, orders, and ultimatums to pause to chat, so James simply wished him well, but not before he caught a glimpse of Charles's menu for the evening. Menu: Huîtres en coquille, Rudesheimer. Potage tortue verte, Amontillado. Caviar sur canapé Médoc. Homard à la Maryland, Royal Charter. Riz de veau aux champignons. Sel de mouton. Pommes parisiennes. Haricots verts. Suprême de volaille. Pâté de foie gras. Bellevue. Sorbet à la romaine. Cigarettes. Teal duck. Celery mayonnaise. Clos de Vougeot. Fromage. Duc port wine. Glacé à la napolitaine. Chateau Lafitte. Old Reserve Madeira. The cigarettes had been crossed out, which James wholly approved of, especially in mixed company, but also because it had become déclassé in most upper-class English and continental meals to include smoking as a formal menu item. The oysters were followed by soup, a light dish which James paid little attention to because of the conversation with the beautiful women on each side of him. Then, a fish course. The first 10 minutes of conversation were mostly taken up by questions, almost exclusively from the ladies at the table, to Sherlock Holmes. Was he really a consulting detective? What did a consulting detective do? Were his adventures as exciting as they read in the Strand and Harper's Weekly?
"I can't answer that last question, I fear,"
said Holmes in his clipped, formal, but friendly English accent.
"It's only been the last year or two that these so-called chronicles of my cases have been published by Dr. Watson, and I honestly haven't had the time or opportunity to read any of them."
But they're based on truth?
asked Helen Julia Hay.
"Quite possibly," said Holmes. "But my friend Dr. Watson and his editor and agent, Mr. Doyle, are pledged to entertain the reader, and in my experience, the hard truth and entertainment rarely coexist peacefully."
But what about Silver Blaze?
asked Clara, her voice small but determined.
That case was true, was it not?
"Who or what is Silver Blaze?" asked Holmes.
Clara grew a little flustered, but managed.
The case, the name of the racehorse that was stolen, that ran away? The story in last month's Harper's Weekly.
"I confess that I've never heard of an English racehorse named Silver Blaze, Mrs. Hay," said Holmes.
"You see, Clara," said John Hay, "I told you it was fiction. I lose a fortune at the track when I'm in England, and I'd never heard of a colt named Silver Blaze either." Holmes smiled at that.
"I did have a minor case involving a horse named Seabreeze in 1888. He won the Oaks and St. Leger in that year. But his disappearance amounted to little more than his wandering away one night. The neighboring farmer found him, and I worked to the limits of my detecting ability to follow clear hoofprints in the mud to the neighboring farmer's home."
The group chuckled, but Clara persisted.
"So the trainer wasn't found dead?" she asked.
"He was, actually," said Holmes, "but it was a mere accident. The poor lad was taking Seabreeze for his evening walk, evidently had noticed some possible problem with the colt's right rear hoof, had knelt behind the filly, never a good idea at the best of times, and lit a match in the failing light, even before raising the hoof for inspection. Seabreeze kicked once, purely out of instinct, and the poor fellow's head was—"
Holmes glanced around the shining table at the shining faces.
"That is, He died instantly of a head injury. But no foul play."
"Silver Blaze was a colt in the story anyway," said Clara Hay. "Not a filly." Everyone laughed with her. Guided by both Hay's and Henry Adams's hosting expertise, the attention soon moved away from Holmes, and localized conversations quickly began to include entire ends of the table, and then everyone. 12 diners was close to the perfect number for intimate and audible table conversation, especially with such reticent conversationalists in the group as Henry Cabot Lodge, Don Cameron, and smiling, attentive, polite, but mostly quiet, Del Hay. James was reminded that Adams and Hay, and the late Clover, were neither too educated nor too proud to pun.
"Our poor Vito Pom-Pom came home with an injured eye today,"
said Nanny Lodge, speaking loudly to be heard by Helen Julia Hay on the other side of James, so that everyone at the table heard her. There was no lag in response.
"How dreadful," said Henry Adams. "Now, I forget, Nanny, is Vito Pom-Pom one of the servants or a relative?" "Henry," sighed Mrs. Lodge, "you know perfectly well that Vito Pom-Pom is our beloved Pomeranian."
"Your beloved Pomeranian, my dear,"
murmured Henry Cabot Lodge in disapproving bass tones that caused the crystal chandelier to tremble.
"How strange," said John Hay. "And I thought the new immigration acts had all but shut off the flow of Pomeranian refugees into this country. Tragic, tragic."
Nanny Lodge frowned prettily at Hay sitting on her left.
"My diagnosis is that Vito Pom-Pom is most likely suffering from a cataract," said Henry Adams.
"Most likely a Tom cataract," added Hay.
Those who allowed themselves to chuckle at such things, a group which certainly did not include Senator Lodge nor Senator Cameron, and to which Del Hay wasn't sure to join or not, chuckled. "It could have been much worse," Henry James said softly. "Our friend Vito might have been completely curtailed." There was the briefest of pauses, and then more chuckles. Lizzie Cameron laughed out loud, a fresh, gay, unself-conscious laugh. Then, with the happy irrelevance of youth, Helen Julia Hay said to the table at large,
"Is everyone looking forward to going to the Chicago World's Fair this summer? I know I am. Everything I've read about the White City says it's perfectly marvelous."
"It's not precisely a World's Fair, my dear," said her father. "Chicago is hosting the World's Columbian Exposition, commemorating the 400th anniversary of Columbus's discovery of America."
"But the exposition is opening in 1893, said Del. Henry James opened his palms. Columbus missed finding America by, what, some 2,000 miles between here and Trinidad?
2,173 miles from where we sit right now, said Henry Adams.
So Columbus missed discovering America by 2,173 miles, continued James. The exposition missed the anniversary of this non-discovery by only 1 year. Our aim is improving. Hay turned to Adams.
"You're sure about that extra 173 miles?
"Quite certain,"
said Adams with a small, mischievous, and rather charming smile.
"Did you know that when Columbus landed on Trinidad, the island was occupied by both Carib and Arawak-speaking groups?"
said Helen, her tone not one of satisfaction at knowing such trivia, but rather of anticipation.
"What does one call a resident of Trinidad?"
asked Lizzie Cameron.
"A Trinidadian?"
She'd used the short vowel sound for the A.
"Dadians, for short," said John Hay.
"Miss Hay was correct about the natives speaking only Carib and Arawak,"
said Theodore Roosevelt, his voice seeming to boom even when he spoke in low tones.
"But that was only after the Pomeranian invasion of the island in 1439 A.D.
They were on their fourth of 9 wines to go with this dinner, and the laughter was flowing more easily now.
Vito Pom-Pom understands only Arawak?" said Nanny Lodge. "How distressing."
"Probably why that little hairball of a rat dog can't learn the simplest of commands," grunted Senator Henry Cabot Lodge.
Nanny wiggled her lacquered fingertips at her husband.
"But I don't want to miss the fair and the White City and Mr. Ferris's wheel and Mr. Cody's Wild West show and everything,"
cried Helen Julia Hay in a voice that suddenly sounded 10 years younger than her 18 years.
"There's no reason you should have to," said Senator Don Cameron. "None of us is leaving for Europe until July. The exposition opens on May 1st. Sometime in May, I'll lay on a few private railroad cars and we'll all go together for a few days. Are you game, Adams?"
Henry Adams grumbled, but looked at Lizzie Cameron and then nodded his assent.
"Hay?"
"Absolutely. We're with you, Don."
"Mr. Holmes, will you join us?"
asked Cameron.
"We'll park the cars right at the entrance to the fair, and there will be sleeping rooms for everyone."
"Thank you for the invitation," said Holmes with a nod. "I may have to be at the exposition earlier than that. We shall see." Helen Julia Hay didn't actually clap her hands, but she folded them like a little girl preparing to pray. Her smile, thought James, truly earned that tired descriptor of radiant. In a departure from usual dining protocol, the remove, what Henry James knew as the relevé, this evening a saddle of mutton sliced very thin and set on a warm plate with a little gravy, was carved in the dining room by Chef Ranhofer and served between the two entrees. Servants glided in and refilled everyone's champagne glass.
"I say," said Senator Don Cameron, "this is smashing good champagne. I seem to recognize it, and then I don't. What is it, John?"
"Royal Charter," said Hay.
"I thought only Delmonico's was allowed to lay in Royal Charter," boomed Roosevelt.
"It is," said Hay. "It does."
"Well, I'd rather spend the whole summer at the Chicago Exposition than in boring old Europe, boring old Switzerland," said Helen. "I believe we'll be in Zermatt and Lucerne this summer with the Camerons and the Lodges and Mr. Adams for only a few weeks," said Clara Hay. "The July and August months of the fair will just have to get along without us."
"Best thing," said Adams. "I went to the bicentennial in '76, and, other than the warning that the telephone was about to invade our homes, the whole affair was overblown and useless. More boring than Switzerland, Helen."
"Except for the part where they scalped Custer," said John Hay. "That was entertaining."
"John,"
said Clara. Hay folded his hands meekly in his lap and looked chastened.
"Buffalo Bill and his Wild West show will be at the Chicago Exposition," said Roosevelt. "I hear that they may reenact the Custer debacle, with Sitting Bull acting his part. Sounds like great fun."
"Wasn't Crazy Horse with Sitting Bull when they ambushed Custer?" asked Dell.
Yes, yes,"
boomed Roosevelt, turning his entire upper body so that everyone could be the recipient of his grin.
"But we killed Crazy Horse in '77.
"You have a history of the Wild West coming out soon, don't you, Mr. Roosevelt?"
said Lizzie Cameron. Roosevelt nodded, but also ducked his massive head almost shyly.
"I do. It's called The Winning of the West, and volumes 1 and 2 should be published this summer. But even though I've spent years working on it, I hesitate to mention my scribbling in the company of the great historians at this table."
It was true, thought James. Henry Adams was perhaps the most honored living American historian, and his volumes on the Jefferson administrations were masterpieces of their kind. John Hay's book about his former boss, Abraham Lincoln, written in collaboration with his old friend John Nicolay, had sold well in both America and Europe, and was considered the reference book on Lincoln's presidency. Henry Cabot Lodge's ancestors had not only known George Washington on a first-name basis, but Lodge had just finished a magisterial history of Washington. Young Roosevelt, although obviously a dynamo of energy and intellectual accomplishment, had much to be modest about in this evening's company of fellow historians. Or in politics, for that matter, thought James. Suddenly, Don Cameron piped up, and his voice was surprisingly strong. James had almost forgotten that the husband with the doleful countenance was also a U.S. Senator. "You have nothing to fear from me, Commissioner Roosevelt. I've not written a history of anything or anybody, nor shall I. I prefer to read histories and biographies in the quiet of my study." "But you have so much you could write about, Don," said John Hay. "You were Secretary of War under President Grant during the Great Sioux Wars, yes?" Cameron nodded.
"It's an interesting age we live in," said Adams. "Or at least it seems like only a few years to an ancient such as myself. We've gone from watching the Indians wipe out Custer's entire troop and terrorizing the Western Territories to paying to watch Sitting Bull play-acting himself in Mr. Cody's Wild West show. A massacre with no blood. A battle with no death." "Mr. Roosevelt," said Nanny Lodge, "you have a ranch out west somewhere. Or you did have one. Have you ever had to shoot at an Indian?"
James looked carefully at the young man. He knew that Roosevelt had bought and moved to that ranch when his beloved first wife, Alice, had died in February of 1884, just after giving birth to a daughter. As with Adams and Clover, Roosevelt had never mentioned his wife Alice again in public. Shortly after her death, Roosevelt had left his new daughter, named Alice, to be raised by his sister while he moved out to the Badlands of Dakota Territory to begin life anew as a rancher and cowboy. Roosevelt gave Nanny an even larger grin than he'd shown so far, something Henry James would have not thought possible.
"Mrs. Lodge, I've shot at Indians, white desperados, drunken Mexicans, sober Mexicans, grizzly bears, wolves, scorpions, rattlesnakes, and 100 more varieties of God's most miserable creatures. And I tend to hit what I shoot at."
"Do you think Indians are among God's more miserable creatures, Mr. Roosevelt?"
asked Lizzie Cameron. The bright candlelight reflected from the chandelier's crystal prisms made Roosevelt's pince-nez gleam like two round beacons of light as he turned his gaze toward Lizzie.
"As your husband knew well when he was Secretary of War, Mrs. Cameron," said Roosevelt, his grin never quite disappearing, "the most ultimately righteous of all wars is a war with savages, though it's true that such a war is apt to be also the most terrible and inhuman. The rude, fierce settlers who drove the savages from our western lands with Remington rifles and Bowie knives have laid all of civilized mankind under a debt to them."
"So you think there's no place for the various Indian nations in our national future?" asked John Hay, his voice soft but intense.
"American and Indian, Boer and Zulu, Cossack and Tartar, New Zealander and Maori," barked Roosevelt. "In each case the white victor, horrible though many of his deeds had to be, has laid deep the foundations for the future greatness of a mighty people. It is of incalculable importance that America, Australia, and Siberia should pass out of the hands of their red, black, and yellow aboriginal owners and become the heritage of the dominant world races."
Chef Ranhofer had wheeled in his pièce de résistance for the evening, a rich and elaborate meat pie made from sliced goose liver terrine and cooked truffles that were glazed in aspic and arranged in layers in a raised pastry shell that had been baked in an intricate mold in the shape of a nautilus. And now the servants were cutting the pie and setting the warmed plates in place. But no one but Roosevelt began eating, even after everyone was served, and an obviously piqued chef had retired to the kitchen. Everyone was waiting for Roosevelt's next words. Between large and voracious bites, he continued.
"You see,"
he said, glancing up from the steaming goose liver pie to Lizzie Cameron,
"as my modest volumes of The Winning of the West will show in detail, hard-earned white supremacy over the savages and savage lands of this continent has given birth to a new race of mankind, the American race."
Henry Adams cleared his throat.
My British publisher has sent me an advance manuscript copy of Charles H. Pearson's new book. I believe it will be published early next year, titled National Life and Character. Oh, have you heard of Mr. Pearson by any chance, Mr. Holmes? Or met him, perhaps?
Yes, I've heard of him, said Holmes. I've not met him. I believe he only recently retired from Parliament.
Quite so, said Adams.
He was fumbling in his jacket and waistcoat pockets.
I'd copied down one of his, for possible reviewing purposes, just at... Oh, here it is.
He removed a folded piece of paper, flattened it next to his untouched but still steaming meat pie, leaned forward so the intense candlelight from the chandelier glowed on his bald pate, and said,
Mr. Pearson's fear for the coming new century, and for the near future here and in Europe as well, was put this way.
Adams' reading voice was smooth and assured.
The day will come, and perhaps is not far distant, when the European observer will look round to see the globe girdled with a continuous zone of the black and yellow races, no longer too weak for aggression or under tutelage, but independent, or practically so, in government, monopolizing the trade of their own regions, and circumscribing the industry of the Europeans, when Chinamen and the natives of Hindostan, the states of Central and South America, by that time predominantly Indian, are represented by fleets in the European seas, invited to international conferences, and welcomed as allies in quarrels of the civilized world. The citizens of these countries will then be taken up into the social relations of the white races, will throng the English turf or the salons of Paris, and will be admitted to intermarriage. It is idle to say that if all this should come to pass, our pride of place will not be humiliated. We shall wake to find ourselves elbowed and hustled, and perhaps even thrust aside by peoples whom we looked down upon as servile, and thought of as bound always to minister to our needs. The solitary consolation will be that the changes have been inevitable.
Adams folded up the paper and his tiny spectacles, and looked down the length of the table to see young Theodore Roosevelt still grinning at him.
You don't agree, Mr. Roosevelt? Asked Adams.
Pearson's speaking primarily about the black and yellow races, said Roosevelt. By the time they will have the capability of threatening us militarily or in trade, the descendants of the Negro and today's Chinaman may be as intellectual as the Athenian. The American race, and the English as well, of course, shall simply then be dealing with another civilized nation of non-Aryan blood, precisely as we now deal with Magyar, Finn, and Basque. This is as it should be, since white Europeans and Americans were never designed by their creator to live and propagate permanently in the hot regions of Africa, South America, and India. It's only here on our continent, and the white Russians on theirs, the white Australians on theirs, that we must essentially eliminate savages and their cultures, so that the American race shall rule in its own home.
Perhaps you'd like to review Mr. Pearson's book, said Adams.
I would,
said Roosevelt, with an even broader grin.
I'll ask his publisher to send you an advance copy. In the meantime, I heartily recommend the pie, said Clara Hay. The truffles are especially tasty, and I hope that everyone had a chance to notice their artful arrangement by Chef Ranhofer. And after the pie, we shall have some sorbet, and then the teal duck, I believe.
Teal?
Said Henry Cabot Lodge.
Not canvasback?
Evidently canvasback are all but impossible to procure these days, said John Hay. Possibly due to lack of their favored wild celery or the disappearance of their wetlands, or some say due to overhunting.
It's most likely a deliberate shortage, said Henry Adams. A ploy to raise the price of canvasback in the restaurants and butcher shops. Did you know that almost 2/3 of the decent restaurants in New York are owned, directly or indirectly, by Jews?
No one paused in their eating, save for Del Hay, who said, "Really?"
It's the truth, said Adams, creating a canvasback shortage to drive up the price of the duck is precisely what those people, the Jews, are so clever at doing."
There was another moment of silence.
"Well,"
said Henry Cabot Lodge, turning to his left to look at the obviously distraught Clara Hay.
"teal is every bit as tasty as canvasback, and I don't believe anything could surpass tonight's pâté de foie gras Bellevue, that amazing goose-liver terrine. My compliments not only to the chef, but to our lovely hostess."
Clara smiled and blushed. Servants cleared glasses of Seinberger Cabernet that had accompanied the foie gras and filled everyone's new and larger glasses with Clos de Vougeot. The conversation at the table moved on. It was almost 2.5 hours since dinner had commenced, and if everything simply ended now, if everyone had gone home immediately after the fromage course, several lives would have had different futures. But the glacé à la Napolitaine had revived sagging spirits, and the closing wines of the evening, before brandy in the library for the men, of course, the Chateau Lafite and Old Reserve Madeira, were especially fine, although Del Hay looked as if he had drunk enough wine for the evening as early as the Duke Port with the fromage, or even the Clos de Vougeot that had come with the teal pie. The 8th and 9th wines of the evening made Del grow quiet, perhaps even a little morose, but it loosened the already glib tongues of the majority of the people at the table. Only Sherlock Holmes and Senator Cameron were saying almost nothing. Henry Cabot Lodge had told a funny story with the fromage, and was still in a talkative mood. Suddenly Helen raised her wineglass.
"We've toasted other things, but we haven't toasted Uncle Harry returning to the United States."
"Hear, hear!" cried John Hay, and everyone drank to Henry James's return.
"I hope and trust that Mr. James will be staying in America this time,"
said Theodore Roosevelt. The younger man's eyes were bright, but James had noticed all through the meal how very little wine the Civil Service Commissioner had drunk. James smiled his appreciation at the comment, but said,
"Alas, I must soon return to my modest little flat in London at De Vere Gardens. I scribble for a living, and ever more rarely can find time to enjoy delightful nights out such as tonight. A true delight, Clara. John."
Clara Hay flushed pink and smiled, and her husband nodded.
"No, I mean it,"
said Roosevelt.
"This new American race needs its writers. America needs its expatriate writers to come home and to write about America. Don't you agree, Mr. Holmes?"
Holmes, who had been listening in silence for so long, showing no reaction other than a polite smile, merely nodded recognition of Roosevelt's misplaced question. Perhaps Roosevelt hadn't noticed that he was English.
"But Uncle Harry does write about Americans,"
protested Helen.
"So much so that my publishers and literary agent all but despair,"
said James with a smile.
"Did you read The Portrait of a Lady?"
Helen asked Roosevelt.
"It is an amazing word portrait of an American woman."
"And published more than a decade ago, about the last time Mr. James was here in the United States," said Roosevelt. "I say again, America needs its writers to come home from Europe or other decadent and comfortable hiding places, and to relearn America and its people."
Hay leaned forward as if to intervene, but James, smiling, said,
"I would wager, Mr. Roosevelt, that you did not write every word of The Winning of the West while you were in the West. Your notes and memories and research certainly prepared you to continue writing that valuable tome when you were in New York or Washington, or I would assume even aboard a steamship bound for somewhere far away."
"Of course,"
said Roosevelt, and pumped his fist in an odd gesture for dismissal.
"But I had lived in the West, hunted game in the West, tracked and captured bad men, and faced down murderous Indians in the West. I was in the West and of the West before I began writing the first page of my book about the West."
"And I was in America and of America for many years before I went to Europe to write about many topics, but often about Americans encountering Europe," James said softly.
"But you left 30 years ago, sir, and have returned only for visits," ground on Roosevelt's high, insistent voice.
"For more than visits, I'm afraid," James said sadly.
"You were of age to join the army during the Civil War, but you never did,"
said Roosevelt, with an oddly triumphant tone, a chess master moving his knight to a threatening position. Henry James's usually cool gray eyes flashed heat. "My younger brothers Wilkie and Bob were both wounded in that war, sir. Wilkie served under Colonel Shaw in the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, mostly colored soldiers, and was terribly wounded during the attack on Fort Wagner. Terribly wounded, Mr. Roosevelt. He was found, by pure chance, amongst the heap of dying soldiers by our family friend William Russell, who had gone hunting for his own son, Cabot, who died at Fort Wagner, and Wilkie was not expected to live, and for many weeks he had to be left on the filthy cot they brought him home on, just inside our front door. My brother Wilkie suffered the pains and disabling effects of those wounds until his death 10 years ago in November of 1883. I knew the Civil War, Mr. Roosevelt. You were, 8 years old when the war ended?"
7,
said Roosevelt. "So many served and suffered in so many ways," said John Hay. "The Civil War was a nightmare from which an entire nation, an entire people, could not awake." James turned to his left to look at Hay. He found the comment interesting, coming from a man who had just made a fortune co-authoring a book about Lincoln, and who had been at the center of that terrible vortex of war at the age of 22 then, for more than 4 years.
"I do not worry about a dearth of American writers," said Henry Adams. "Look at this table. Almost everyone here writes for publication, or aspires to, and soon will. Yes, I'm looking at you, dear Helen."
Hay's daughter blushed prettily.
"I do not write, nor aspire to,"
said Clara Hay.
"You wrote a cookbook, my dear,"
said John Hay.
"My point,"
continued young Roosevelt, who simply would not be deterred,
"was that America, emerging into the world's limelight as it is, simply cannot accept or tolerate the kind of undersized man of letters, all present company excepted, of course, who flees his country because, with all his delicate, effeminate sensitiveness, he finds that he cannot play a man's part among men, and so goes where he will be sheltered from the winds that harden stouter souls."
There was an audible intake of breath around the table. John Hay closed his eyes for a second, touched his forehead with his long white fingers, and was about to say something when James silenced him by raising 2 fingers of his hand. "Mr. Roosevelt," said James, his piercing gaze never leaving the younger man's double-barreled, steel-spectacled stare. "First of all, I believe that the preferred word is sensitivity, not sensitiveness. Secondly, I have to believe that the Civil Service Commission must be a truly ferocious habitat indeed, to house and feed such lions as yourself. My respect for government bureaucrats has just risen exponentially." Roosevelt opened his mouth to respond, but Henry James continued in the same smooth purr as before. "But, alas, the value of your roars this evening, my dear sir, is impaired for any possible intelligent precept by both the truly wonderful incoherence of their observations and the puerility of their oversimplifications." Lizzie, Nanny, and Helen laughed. Dell looked in a sort of wondrous, concerned confusion from Roosevelt to James and back again. John Hay steepled his fingers, his lips thin and white. Clara Hay looked from face to face in confusion, as her beautiful dinner party was shredded like a regimental banner under heavy musket fire.
"Your sentences, Mr. James," said Roosevelt through his huge, gritted teeth, "are as incomprehensible and unparsable in person as they are on the page."
Henry James smiled in an almost beatific manner. "On that issue, my older brother William agrees with you, Mr. Commissioner."
So we're definitely all going to the Chicago Columbian Exposition in May?
asked Helen.
I can't wait to see Daniel Chester French's statue of the Republic goddess. 65 feet high, I understand, right in the center of the White City and lagoons, said Lizzie Cameron.
I admit to being eager to see St. Gordon's statue of Diana, goddess of the hunt, perched, I hear, at the very top of McKim, Mead, and White's Agricultural Hall,
said Nanny Lodge. James looked to his left. As far as he knew, Henry Adams had never mentioned Clover or her death. But would he discuss Augustus St. Gaudens's already famous statue overlooking her grave in Rock Creek Cemetery? Or would the mention of the sculpture bring on a long Adams silence? Adams looked at James and, as if reading his old friend's mind, he said,
Harry, you've never seen St. Gaudens's sculpture at Clover's grave in Rock Creek Cemetery, have you?
No, Henry. I haven't been back since it was completed.
Then we must go together to look at it tomorrow, said Adams. Would you like to come with us, Mr. Holmes? Very much. It's settled, then, said Adams, as if he were unaware of the Lodges, Camerons, and Hayes staring at him in something like shock. I'll come for you at Mrs. Stevens's in my open carriage around 10 a.m.
Good, said James, for once not knowing what else to say. He had not the slightest clue as to why Henry Adams would suddenly be willing to take two people, one of them a stranger, to see his wife's grave and mourning sculpture. John Hay rose.
Why don't the ladies retire to the parlor, while we gentlemen retreat to the library for brandy and cigars or cigarettes?
I second the motion,
said Senator Lodge.
Everyone stood. Roosevelt's fierce gaze had never left James's bearded face.
Overstuffed mass of emasculated inanity,
he murmured under his breath as servants pulled back chairs and the beautifully dressed men and women began to move in opposite directions. James turned back toward Roosevelt, smiling slightly, and remained fixed as John Hay whispered something in the author's ear. Henry James spoke in low tones, but loud enough for Holmes to hear from across the table, and presumably Roosevelt at the end of the table.
Perhaps expecting something more than this mere monstrous embodiment of unprecedented and resounding noise.
The four women bustled out of the dining room. The 8 men headed toward the library at a more leisurely pace. Only Sherlock Holmes was smiling as they left the dining room. 5. Quanon. Peace, silence, or grief. Monday morning, April 3rd, was the beginning of what promised to be an almost perfect spring day. The air was cool and fresh after nighttime showers, but the warming sun promised temperatures in the low 70s. Every street showed trees leafing in, cherry and dogwood blossoms, and flower beds coming into color. James and Holmes were waiting outside Mrs. Stevens's home when Adams showed up in his beautiful old open carriage, pulled by 2 large, perfectly groomed horses. A footman jumped down from the box and held the half door as Holmes and James stepped in and sat opposite Adams, who had both hands resting on his walking cane. He was smiling.
I'm so glad you were both free to do this with me today.
To the driver, he said,
Back around Lafayette Square, please, Simon.
Holmes exchanged a glance with James. Lafayette Square was only a few blocks away. Was Adams taking them back to his home? Or Hayes, for some reason? No. When they reached Lafayette Square, the driver kept going, the clop-clop of their horses' massive hooves echoing back from the buildings surrounding the wooded and open space. The grass in the square looked very green today. Holmes glanced at the equestrian statue of Andrew Jackson in the center of the square. Adams saw the direction of the detective's gaze and said,
My wife, Clover, always referred to that statue as Jackson on his rocking horse. She wasn't far from the truth. It was the first bronze statue ever cast in America, and the first equestrian statue to have a horse rearing back on its hind legs. Alas, the sculptor, a certain Clark Mills, had never seen an equestrian statue before, and I fear that this shows in the finished product.
Holmes smiled, but was aware of a quick look from Henry James. It was well known that Henry Adams never, ever spoke of his dead wife. Yet he just had.
"Actually," continued Adams, "I asked Simon to bring us back this way before we head out to Rock Creek Park and the cemetery because I didn't know whether Hay had told you the history of some of these homes facing the square, Mr. Holmes. The events here might be interesting to someone from your profession."
"No," said Holmes. "No one's mentioned the other homes besides yours and Mr. Hay's."
"This narrow house here,"
said Adams, pointing with his cane, but subtly, the point of the cane never rising above the height of the carriage door.
"It was rented by General George McClellan during the Civil War. John Hay tells the interesting story of one night when President Lincoln, with 23-year-old Hay in tow, went over to confer with the general. Little Bonaparte he liked to be called. But McClellan was out. Lincoln and Hay sat down in the parlor to wait. Almost an hour later, the diminutive general, diminutive in stature only, I assure you, since McClellan felt that he should be dictator, and had the habit of referring to Lincoln as the original guerrilla, came in, saw Lincoln waiting, and went up the stairs. About half an hour passed, according to Hay, and Lincoln finally asked a servant when General McClellan might be coming back down. "Oh, the general's gone to bed, sir," reported the servant.
"Incredible," said Henry James.
Adams smiled. "That's what Hay said to President Lincoln as they were walking back to the White House in the dark and rain. He suggested that no president of the United States should tolerate such insolence. Mr. Lincoln's response to John was, 'I would hold the man's reins if he can win this war for us.'"
"Fascinating," said Holmes, "although I'm not sure I see the connection to my profession."
"True," said Adams, "but here—"
The cane pointed to another house just a few doors down.
"Here lived Colonel Henry Rathbone, who was stabbed by John Wilkes Booth at Ford's Theater on the same night that the president was assassinated there."
Adams paused and looked at Holmes.
"I thought that might interest you, Mr. Holmes, since you seem especially interested in assassinations."
"Did the colonel survive?" asked Holmes.
Yes, he did. Colonel Rathbone wrestled with Booth after the actor had shot the president in the back of the head. But Booth had come equipped with a dagger as well as his pistol, and the assassin slashed Rathbone cruelly in the arm and head before he, Booth, leaped to the stage and shouted his melodramatic, "Sic semper tyrannis."
"Didn't I read somewhere about Colonel Rathbone blaming himself for not stopping Booth?" said James.
"Precisely," said Adams. "His wounds healed, but his agony at not preventing the assassination weighed heavily on poor Rathbone. A decade ago, when he was serving as U.S. consul in Germany, the colonel killed his wife Clara, both shooting and stabbing her multiple times, and would have killed their 3 children if someone hadn't arrived in time to stop him. He told the police that he was innocent, that the real murderer was hiding, along with others, behind the pictures on the walls."
"Where is he now?" asked Holmes.
"In an asylum for the insane in Hildesheim, Germany," said Adams.
The black cane pointed again.
"This brick house was the home of Secretary of State William Seward, and on the night of Lincoln's assassination, Seward was attacked in his bed by his own would-be assassin, a mentally deficient giant of a man named Louis Payne, who got into the house at almost the same moment the president was being shot at Ford's Theater, by saying that he was bringing medicine for the patient and had to deliver it in person."
"Patient?" said Holmes.
"Seward had recently been in a serious carriage accident, and among his other injuries was a broken jaw that was set in a metal splint. Payne stabbed Seward's son, and then leaped like a demon on poor bed-bound Seward, stabbing him with a huge knife, stabbing repeatedly in the face, neck, chest, and arm, and kept stabbing at him even after Seward had fallen down in the narrow gap between his bed and the wall. But it seems that the metal jaw splint, the plaster cast, and the thickness of the bandages saved Seward's life that night."
"His son?" said Holmes. "He also survived, but with terrible scars," said Adams. "They hanged Payne, of course, with the other conspirators. Now, you see that tree there?"
Adams allowed his cane to rest on the carriage door as they approached a tree set into its little circle of dirt along the sidewalk.
"Right there is where Congressman Daniel Sickles, notorious for being a rake, a gambler, and a liar even above the usual level of congressional mendacity, shot and murdered young Philip Barton Key, the son of Francis Scott Key, the fellow who gave us the Star-Spangled Banner in February of 1859. Sickles had married, after seducing, a rather exotic 15-year-old lady named Teresa Baggioli, and their 5 years of marriage were, shall we say, explosive, even though Sickles was carrying on multiple liaisons with other women at the time. He took a known prostitute named Fanny White with him to England and introduced her to Queen Victoria, all this while poor Teresa was pregnant. When he learned that Key was his wife's lover, he intercepted the poor man, right there at that tree, and shot him multiple times." "I know of this case," said Holmes. "Sickles was found not guilty due to, what did they call it, a temporary insanity brought on by his wife's unfaithfulness. I noted it in my files because it was the first time in any English-speaking country, as far as I know, that temporary madness served as a reason for acquittal in a murder trial."
Adams nodded.
"Sickles hired the best lawyers in this city of lawyers, including Edwin Stanton, Lincoln's future Secretary of War, and a certain James T. Brady, who came up through Tammany Hall, as Sickles did."
"Wasn't Sickles injured during the war?" asked James, who seemed to be enjoying this rather unusual sightseeing tour.
"Yes, he lost a leg at Gettysburg," said Adams, "but that didn't stop Sickles from rushing back to Washington the day after his injury and amputation, July 4th, so that he could be the first man outside of the president's military telegraphers to tell the story of the battle. It seems he had made a mess of things as a brigadier general and wanted to get his side of the story out first, which he did. Sickles was a great friend of Mrs. Lincoln and spent much time visiting her. You can visit the leg, if you wish."
"Visit the leg?"
said Sherlock Holmes. "Yes, when they amputated it at the Army's surgical tent, that same afternoon of July 2nd, 1863, Sickles insisted that they keep his leg, and he had a little coffin-shaped box made for it. He gave it as a gift to the Army Medical Museum, just a few blocks from here, where it's been on display in a glass case to this day, along with a small cannonball that Sickles insisted was the size of the one that shattered his leg. Dan Sickles makes annual pilgrimages every July to visit his leg. Often he's in the company of attractive young women. Stop the carriage, please, Simon."
The carriage stopped again, and Adams pointed to an attractive brick home facing the square. It could be called a mansion, and said,
"This is the house, Benjamin Taylor's house in 1859, to which they carried the mortally wounded Philip Barton Key. He died on the living room floor, and they say that his blood stain is still soaked into the wood under the beautiful Persian carpet there now. Both the Taylors and the current residents swear that Key's ghost still haunts the house to this day."
"Who are the current residents?"
asked Holmes. "Senator Don Cameron and his wife Lizzie bought the house in 1886, said Henry Adams. He touched the driver's back with his cane. "Drive on to Rock Creek Cemetery, Simon."
Adams had said that it was about 5 miles from Lafayette Square to the cemetery, and he and Henry James chatted most of the way, middle-aged men's gossip, inquiring after mutual friends and various artists or writers. The sun was quite warm now, the pace slow, the clop-clop of the huge horses' hooves almost metronomic, and Holmes pulled down the brim of his hat, not only to shade his eyes, but to think in peace. He was amazed at Henry James's calmness in the face of last night's savage attack during dinner by Theodore Roosevelt. In the previous century, or the earlier decades of this century, Words like effeminate and emasculated would have required the principals to meet at dawn, seconds standing by, pistols loaded and ready. Holmes had been astonished that James had stayed for brandy and cigars. He would have guessed that the writer would have excused himself early to walk back to Mrs. Stevens's boarding house alone. But it was young Roosevelt, obviously ill at ease in Hay's library after behaving so poorly during dinner, who was the first to say good night and leave. Holmes did so not long after that, it must have been around midnight, and was astonished again that James still stayed to talk. Holmes had to keep reminding himself that James, Hay, and Adams were old friends. Still, it was hard for the detective to imagine how any friendship could survive such public insults, or why James showed such calmness and restraint in the company of two of those friends who not only had invited the insulting party to dinner, but who had said nothing to defend James. Their carriage continued up 14th Street Northwest, jogged east onto Harvard Street for a few blocks, then left again onto Sherman Avenue, and then northwest on New Hampshire Avenue. Holmes allowed the lassitude that sometimes came with his morning injection of heroin to spread until he balanced there on the edge of sleep, his mind working at a furious rate despite the somnolence creeping over him. He knew that he would have to solve the riddle of Clover Adams and the sender of the annual cards in the next week or so, since he had to be in Chicago before the middle of April. He had exactly 4 weeks until the Columbian Exposition was to open on May 1st, with President Cleveland still scheduled to throw the opening switch that would light electric lights, activate some device to pull the covering off St. Gaudens's huge statue, and start all the hundreds, if not thousands, of pieces of machinery at the fair. And cables from Mycroft continued to say that the anarchists' hired assassin, Lucan Adler, would be there to kill the president. Holmes realized that Adams had said something to him. "I'm sorry," he said, sitting up straighter and pushing up the brim of his silk top hat. "I was half dozing and didn't hear you." "I was just pointing out that rooftop and cupola ahead, there on the right," said Adams. "It was the soldiers' home where President and Mrs. Lincoln used to go for a little cool air and relaxation during the summers of the Civil War." "Of course," said Adams, "in the 3 decades since the war, Washington has sprawled out and around the soldiers' home, Rock Creek Park, and Rock Creek Cemetery not far ahead. It was all countryside when Mr. and Mrs. Lincoln used to come here to escape the heat." "And did Mr. Hay come with the president?" asked Holmes. Adams chuckled. "Very rarely. Lincoln left John and Nicolay in the sweltering White House to catch up on paperwork. Hay was especially good at forging Mr. Lincoln's signature, and he wrote many of the letters supposedly from President Lincoln himself. You'd be surprised at how many of Lincoln's more famous letters were actually written by young John Hay." Holmes made that seal-barking noise that often passed for a laugh with him. "The Gettysburg Address, perhaps?" he said. "Rumor has it that it was scribbled on the back of an envelope." "Not that particular document, I think," said Adams, possibly smiling as much at the unusual form and force of Holmes's laugh as at the idea of Hay writing the address. Henry James, who had covered his bald pate with a straw hat, said, "You must have been very bored last night, Mr. Holmes, at all that talk of Red Indians, as you English call them." "Not really. I've long had an interest in the various tribes and nations of Indians on this continent." "Have you ever had a chance to see an Indian in person? In the flesh, so to speak?" asked Adams. "Perhaps when Buffalo Bill Cody's Wild West show visited London?" "In slightly more interesting circumstances than that," said Holmes. "In fact, I was taught by some Aglala Sioux how to speak a modest bit of the Lakota language." He was sorry that he said anything, almost as soon as the words were out. "Really?" said Henry James with unfeigned curiosity. "Could you tell how this came about?" Silently cursing himself for revealing too much, Holmes weighed whether he could avoid telling the story altogether, but decided he could not. "When I was in my early 20s, he said as the carriage rolled on, "I was stage-struck and wanted to be an actor. A troupe I was with, one with mostly a Shakespearean repertoire,
came to America for an 18th-month tour, and I came with them. We performed in Denver, and in more crowded Colorado Territory gold towns such as Cripple Creek and Central City, when the director of our troupe decided that, before heading to San Francisco, we should perform in Deadwood, Dakota Territory, since that was just next door in the Black Hills. Of course, just next door amounted to 5 days of travel in a convoy of no fewer than 6 stagecoaches to accommodate our people and props. Twice we all had to get out to swim swollen rivers that were in our way. They floated the stagecoaches across. At any rate, we arrived in Deadwood on June 29th, 1876.
4 days after they massacred Custer, said Adams.
Exactly.
There were no roads open going east, west, north, or south, and the railroad hadn't yet come to the Black Hills, so our troupe was stuck in Deadwood for 5 weeks. We gave performances 5 evenings a week, and a matinee on Saturday. But I soon started riding down out of the hills in the morning to spend my time with a small band of Oglala Sioux that was camping near Bear Butte, a tall hill out on the plains that was sacred to them.
One would think that the American cavalry would have rounded up those Sioux.
Or worse, said Henry James.
Holmes nodded.
This band of Sioux were mostly women, children, and old men. In fact, the old men were mostly medicine men, what the Sioux called Wicassawakan, who'd come to Bear Butte weeks before Custer would be rubbed out at the Little Bighorn, what they called the Greasy Grass, in order to speak to a sort of immortal medicine man, a myth surely, named Robert Sweet Medicine. Supposedly this Robert Sweet Medicine lived in a cave somewhere on Bear Butte. But yes, even though the band was harmless enough to start with, the local cavalry stationed at Belle Fourche had taken all of the old men's weapons. The band of about 50 Sioux was dependent upon the cavalry providing beef, and they were starving, emaciated.
But one or more of them took time to teach you some of their language, said Adams.
Yes, and I would bring food to them every time I visited. The adults would immediately give it to the children.
I'm curious, said James. What did you learn from the cowboys, drunks, mule skinners, buffalo hunters, Indian fighters, bandits, cavalry deserters, and gold miners during your troop's 5 weeks in Deadwood?
Holmes smiled thinly. That they much prefer Hamlet or Macbeth over As You Like It, but by far their favorite was Titus Andronicus.
The carriage turned right off the broad and dusty New Hampshire Avenue onto Allison Street, the stone and wrought iron welcoming arch of Rock Creek Cemetery was just ahead. As the carriage rolled through the green landscape, moving into tree shadow and then out again, Adams explained that the 86 acres of Rock Creek Cemetery had been planned in the rural garden style so popular not long before the Civil War. Interest in classical Greek and Roman cemeteries had led to modern cemeteries such as this being laid out to serve as both a final resting place and as a public park. People would bring their children to picnic and hike in Rock Creek Cemetery on Sundays, according to Adams.
Clover was a dedicated equestrian, said Adams, and we rode in this park many times. I'm sure that we must have ridden directly over the ground in which she now lies buried.
Adams looked away and fell silent after that. They passed no other carriages or pedestrians. Holmes knew that the cemetery must have a small army of gardeners to keep the acres of grass so neatly clipped, the beautiful flower beds weeded and watered, but they saw no one working. Halfway around a long, sweeping curve where the cemetery road ran between 2 grassy areas, festooned with trees and headstones, the carriage stopped.
"If you'll follow me, gentlemen,"
said Henry Adams. There were swatches of open grass separating sections with headstones, so one did not have the feeling of walking upon graves, but Adams led them to an asphalted path that meandered under some trees and then crossed more open spaces. The visible headstones were all tastefully done. Holmes realized that Adams was leading them to what looked like a solid green wall of high hedge intermixed with densely planted holly trees, or some deciduous American version of holly which almost certainly stayed green all year round. Adams led them around to the side where a granite column about 10 feet tall rose on a 2-tiered stone base. The leaves from the closely planted trees overlaid part of the column in creeping frondescence.
"This is the important side of the monument,"
said Adams, touching a carved emblem of 2 overlapping rings set into the granite. Each ring was about 12 inches across. Both were inscribed with faint leaves like laurel rings, and Holmes saw that they were entwined. There was the faintest of depressions in the granite around each ring. Without stopping, Adams led them around the side of the leafy square. The trees rose in a solid green wall about 20 feet high, opening to a narrow gap amidst the greenery.
"Watch your step,"
said Adams as he entered the break in the trees. It was good advice since, although there was gravel underfoot, that gravel was bisected by a cement ridge that separated the planting areas. The 3 men stepped through the leafy doorway, stepped up and onto a higher level of stone edge and gravel base, and stopped in their tracks.
"Good heavens," said Henry James.
Sherlock Holmes, who had little interest in funerary objects or sculptures from any era, nonetheless felt the breath leave his chest. They were standing on a raised hexagon 20-some feet across. On 3 sides rose a stone bench, the stone not made of the granite of the monument across from it, and the arms at the end of each bench were in the form of griffins' wings, with carved stone talons seizing a ball at the base. But the focus of the hexagon was the monument and sculpture opposite the 3 benches. Upon a raised granite base, and set back against the high granite block, capped in classical style, was the larger-than-life bronze figure of a man or woman in a robe. The robe rose over the figure's head like a cowl, and other than the face and shadow, only a bare right arm and hand were visible. Holmes stepped closer, and so did Henry James.
"Henry," said James, "you sent me photographs, but I had no idea."
"No, photographs do not do it justice," said Adams. "Lizzie Cameron sent me photos when I was in the South Seas, but it was not until I saw the monument in person a year ago this February that I realized its power. Many is the time in the past 2 years that I've sat and watched and listened, without being watched or listened to, as people encounter this piece for the first time. Their comments run the gamut from interesting to cruelly puerile."
The visible parts of the human form in the massive bronze sculpture were androgynous. The raised forearm was strong, the fingers folded under the cheek and chin, but the figure might have been either male or female. There was a pre-Raphaelite perfection to the firm descent of the cheek, the solid chin, and the straight line of the nose, but it was the eyes, almost but not quite closed in contemplation, the eyelids lowered as if in sorrow, that brought the figure out of any era or school of art, classical or otherwise.
"It's as if his, or her, face beneath that cowl is lost in a cave of thought," said James.
"When John Lafarge and I returned from Japan in 1886, we all but buried St. Gaudens in photographs and images of Buddhas, trying to inspire him," Adams said softly. "During my long wanderings in the South Seas, I would refer to the sculpture, not yet created by St. Gaudens, as my Buddha. But this is no Buddha."
It's true, thought Holmes. The Buddhas he'd seen in the Far East gave off a sense of calm and repose. This figure conveyed to the viewer the deepest possible sense of loss, absence, thought, pain, and even sorrow, all the emotions that the Buddha and those who followed him to enlightenment had left behind. Holmes made a mental note that the massive robed figure was seated on an indistinct bench or boulder, which lay against the upright granite block. The figure's feet, invisible beneath the shadows of robe, rested upon a large, flat stone some 3 feet across, the stone in turn on the horizontal hearthstone of granite, coming out from the vertical block. As one moved to the left or right, the figure's eyes, as cowled as the sculpture's head, seemed to follow the viewer. The folds of the robe lay heavy between the bronze sculpture's covered knees, which were already slightly shiny from the touch of human hands.
"Does the piece have a name?"
asked Holmes, still moving to the left and right and sensing the shadowed eyes following him. Adams sat on the bench opposite the form. He folded one leg over the other.
"I want to call it the peace of God," he said. "But that isn't quite right, is it? There is something beyond peace, or short of it, in this sculpture. My artist friend Lafarge calls it Kwanon, after the counterpart we saw in Japan to the Chinese Kuan Yin. Petrarch would say, Sicum eternal vita e veder Dio. I would think that a real artist, or deep soul, would be very careful to give it no name that the public could turn into a limitation of its nature."
"The benches?" asked James, turning to look in Adams's direction.
"Oh, Stanford White designed the benches and plantings, and obviously fell even further from my wish for the Oriental than did St. Gaudens. White's workers had the site covered by a tent for more than a month in the winter of '90. But the griffin wings, not exactly in the Sakyamuni tradition that Lafarge and I had in mind, when we returned from Japan. Although this sculpture is, I think, the ultimate St. Gaudens, the most anyone could ask for or receive from this great artist's core of being."
Turning back to look again at the sculpture, James said, "Does St. Gaudens have a name for it?"
"Several," said Adams. "His favorite, the last time I heard anyone ask, is the mystery of the hereafter. But he knows that is not adequate. St. Gaudens' native language is stone, not words."
"I am the doubter and the doubt," said James.
"Yes," said Adams.
"I don't recognize the reference," said Holmes.
"The poet Brahma by Emerson," said Henry James, and recited, "If the red slayer think he slays, or if the slain think he is slain, they know not well the subtle ways I keep and pass and turn again. Far or forget to me is near. Shadow and sunlight are the same. The vanished gods to me appear, and one to me are shame and fame. They reckon ill who leave me out. When me they fly, I am the wings. I am the doubter and the doubt. And I the hymn the Brahmin sings. The strong gods pine for my abode, and pine in vain the sacred seven. But thou, meek lover of the good, find me and turn thy back on heaven." Holmes nodded.
"When I was in India, trying to meditate beneath the sacred bo tree, which was as small as a twig now in modern times," said Adams, "I wrote my own poem in which I attempted to summarize the truly transcendental moment. I failed even worse than Emerson had."
"Tell us the poem, please, Henry," said James. Adams started to shake his head, but spread his arms wide on the back of the bench and said softly,
"Life, time, space, thought, the world, the universe, end where they first begin, in one sole thought, of purity in silence."
Then, startling both James and Holmes, Adams laughed quite loudly.
"Pardon me," he said after a moment, "but the Emerson poem reminds me of something that Clover wrote to her father in the winter of 1880, I think it was. I believe I can quote it correctly. A high old-fashioned snowstorm here, the attempts at slaying numerous and humorous. If the Red Slayer thinks he slays, Ralph Waldo Emerson would point him to the Brighton Road for the genuine article."
Holmes and James laughed softly at this. James caught Holmes's eye and said, "I think I'm going to take a stroll out there amongst the headstones. I shall return in a few minutes." When James had edged his way out through the small opening in the greenery, Adams stood and said,
"Good. Mr. Holmes, you and I must now speak in earnest." "I know why you're here, Holmes," said Adams. "Why you came to Washington. Why you dragged poor Harry with you." "Hay told you," said Holmes. He leaned forward, both hands on his stick, as Adams remained seated. "No, he hasn't. Yet. But he will. John could never allow me to look or play the fool for long. We're more than friends, Holmes. We're like brothers."
Holmes nodded, wondering just how much Adams knew or suspected.
"But I knew at once that you'd come to solve the so-called mystery of the cards we surviving hearts receive on the anniversary of Clover's death," said Adams. "So, have you?" "Solved it?" "Yes."
The syllables snapped in the languid afternoon air like the tip of a whip.
"No," said Holmes. "I do know that the cards were typed on Samuel Clemens's typewriter. I looked at a list of the Clemens guests from Christmas 1885 through December 86, the time during which the cards were typed." "And have you narrowed the list down?"
Holmes opened his hands palm outward, even as the heel of one hand kept pressure on his cane.
"Rebecca Lorne and her cousin Clifton spent a night there that year. So did Ned Hooper. So did all of the remaining Harts, save for Clarence King. So did you, Mr. Adams."
Adams nodded tersely.
"You actually suspect Rebecca Lorne?"
Holmes removed a photograph from his jacket pocket and stepped forward to hand it to Adams. It was part of a program for a Polish opera, and the diva whose photograph was on the front was the British singer and actress, Irene Adler.
"It could be the same woman," said Adams. "It's hard to tell with the dramatic makeup and hairdo. Miss Lorne always dressed herself plainly."
"It is the same woman," said Holmes.
"What if it is?" said Adams. "That solves nothing. How did you know my reason for being here, if Hay or James did not tell you?" said Holmes. "Ned Hooper, I presume?"
Adams smiled, handed the photo back, and crossed his arms.
"I loved Ned Hooper, and was crushed when we learned of his death this past December. Before that, Ned came to me almost every year in private, begging me to bring the authorities into the so-called mystery of the December 6 cards. 2 years ago, on New Year's Day, he threatened to go to London, to hire the famous detective Sherlock Holmes if I did nothing."
"What did you say to him, then?"
"I seem to remember saying that I thought the famous detective Sherlock Holmes was fictional," said Adams.
Holmes nodded. The two men remained silent for a long moment. Somewhere outside their leafed-in space, a distant carriage clopped along one of the cemetery's long, curving lanes.
"My beloved wife took her own life, Mr. Holmes," Adams said at last, his voice low. "This is why I have not spoken of her or written about her, except to the most intimate of my friends these past 7 years." "Yet today you are speaking freely," said Holmes. "That is because today I am going to ask you to relent in this useless quest. Return to England and leave me and my memories alone, Mr. Holmes," said Adams.
Each word was as sharp as a round fired from a Gatling gun.
"I owe something to my client, sir," said Holmes.
Adams laughed, but it was a sad sound.
"I did love Ned Hooper, Mr. Holmes, but the same strand of madness ran through Ned that ran through Clover, her father, and so many members of the Hooper family. It was no one's fault, but Ned was as destined as poor Clover to take his own life. Your client, Mr. Holmes, suffered from multiple strands of insanity. Would you continue in your efforts when you know that any false clue or misplaced fact you might pick up in this mystery would hurt me as surely as forcing me to swallow shards of broken glass? My intention is not to hurt you, Mr. Adams, nor anyone else, save for anyone who might be behind these— "Damn your intentions," interrupted Adams. "Don't you understand yet? It was Ned Hooper who typed those cards when he was visiting Clemens in 1886. It was Ned who managed to sneak the cards into all of the 5 of Hearts mail on December the 6th each year."
"Did he admit that to you?" asked Holmes, who had long considered that possibility. It was the presence of Irene and Lucan Adler in the last months of Clover Adams's life that had convinced him otherwise.
"No, not in so many words," said Adams. "But Ned was unbalanced, fragile, ready to crack or break at any shock. And his sister's suicide was just that shock that caused the break to be final. Clover's death was meaningless, Mr. Holmes. Logical only to her and to her own pain and despair. And Ned could never accept that someone so important to him would disappear for no reason."
"Perhaps," said Holmes. "But in this instance, Ned's fears seem founded more on malicious fact than innocent madness. The true identities of Rebecca Lorne and her cousin Clifton argue for—"
"I have a proposal for you, Mr. Holmes," interrupted Adams.
Holmes waited.
"We've all heard what a master of deduction you are, Mr. Holmes, what a master detective. But none of us, not even Harry, I'm sure, have yet seen the slightest indication that you can solve anything with your so-called deductive powers."
"What must I do to prove myself?" asked Holmes.
"Solve the mystery I've set for you," said Adams.
"The mystery of the December 6 cards?"
"No," cried Adams. "The mystery that I have set for you. Solve it by 5 p.m. tomorrow, and you may stay. And I will even cooperate with you in your investigation. Fail to solve it, and you must, on your word as a gentleman, agree to leave this town, leave this nation, and leave the so-called mystery of my wife's death alone forever. Agreed?"
"Shall you tell me the nature of the mystery you've given me?"
"No,"
said Adams, his voice flat.
"If you're the marvel of observation and deduction that your fictional stories say you are, you'll be able to find the mystery and solve it by tomorrow afternoon. If you are not, if you cannot, then you must say goodbye and leave me alone."
Holmes lifted his cane and tapped it on his right shoulder for a moment. Finally he said, "I cannot return to London until other work of mine is finished. But I will agree to leaving Washington and to dropping the case of your wife's death." Adams nodded tersely.
"Discover the mystery and solve it by 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, or leave Washington and leave me alone. We are agreed."
The 2 men remained silent for several moments, looking at each other but seeing little, when Henry James came back through the foliage and startled both of them.
"Did I miss something?"
said James. 6. A blind man could have seen it. Henry James was very curious. It was obvious when he returned to the hedged-in area in front of Clover's monument that something had happened between Sherlock Holmes and Henry Adams, but neither man would say what had occurred, or admit that anything had, for that matter. But Holmes and Adams were also silent during the entire ride back, Adams saying only,
"So long for now, my friends,"
as his carriage dropped Holmes and James off at Mrs. Stevens's boarding house. When pressed there at their temporary lodgings, Holmes still would say no more. When James asked the detective if he'd like to go out for an early dinner together that evening, Holmes said only, "Thank you, but I may not eat dinner tonight." And then he'd gone into his room. James spent the rest of the afternoon and early evening sitting in the window seat in his own room, smoking, looking at pages of a novel without being able to concentrate on them, and keeping watch out the window that looked out above the front entrance and short walkway to the house. When Holmes emerged at last, about an hour before darkness would fall, dressed in a too-heavy tweed wool traveling coat with cape, and matching wool soft cap with ribbon tie-up ear flaps, and carrying a small canvas bag, James grabbed his own cane and top hat and hurried down to follow the detective. Holmes was certainly dressed like a gentleman, but James thought that the canvas bag made him look like some plumber or craftsman coming home from work. Assuming that Holmes would spot him sooner or later, James was willing to bluster it out by saying that he was only out for a little evening constitutional of his own. But Holmes did not look back over his shoulder or appear to notice James striding along, a half-block behind and across the street. First, Holmes went 3 blocks and stepped into a telegraph office. James stepped into the shadows of a closed haberdasher's front entrance and looked at ties through one of the windows, all the while watching the reflection and waiting for Holmes to emerge, which he did after only a few minutes. Holmes walked quickly, whistling as he walked, occasionally twirling his cane, and within a few minutes was nearing the intersection of 12th Street Northwest and Pennsylvania Avenue, where the old Kirkwood House Hotel was in its last months before being torn down. James waited for a break in the busy carriage and occasional auto traffic to make his way across Pennsylvania Avenue, and when he reached the safety of the opposite sidewalk, Holmes had simply disappeared. James continued up the street, but more slowly, wondering if Holmes had stepped into one of these commercial buildings. The shadows were growing longer, the sun very close to setting, when James crossed a narrow alley only to have Holmes step out and block his way. James saw the sharp steel of Holmes's sword cane for an instant before the detective pushed the sword back in its sheath and clicked the silver cane head tight.
"James," said Holmes, and laughed softly. "I thought it was a bit early for Lucan Adler."
James blinked at this. Was Holmes expecting the anarchist assassin to be stalking him? Was that one of the reasons Holmes had acceded to attending the Hayes dinner party the previous evening? To widen the news that Sherlock Holmes was in Washington so that his enemies could attack him? Stepping out of the alley, Holmes whistled and gestured to get the attention of one of the cabbies on his box on one of the several hansom cabs lined up at the curb outside the Kirkwood House Hotel. Once they were settled in, Holmes gave the driver directions to go 2 blocks west and then to turn right. "Are we going somewhere?" asked James, realizing even as he spoke how absurd the question was. Of course, they might be going back to Mrs. Stevens's, although west was the wrong direction for that.
"I need to think, and I often find that a long hansom ride is conducive to serious thinking," said Holmes. "Haven't you also found this to be true, Mr. James?"
James made a non-committal sound. In truth, he couldn't remember ever having done any deep creative thinking while in a cab. In a railway carriage when traveling alone, yes, and first and foremost when in the bath or when taking a morning walk, but not in a cab. James made little note of which direction they were heading, as Holmes called up directions.
"Right here, driver. Left, driver. Straight along here until I tell you, driver."
"Do you have some compelling reason to think about something?" asked James. "Or something new that we should both be thinking about?" He knew that he was taking a risk asking the question so directly, a risk of rebuff or active embarrassment. But James was very curious, and had been since he'd returned to the St. Gaudens Memorial and found Adams and Holmes sitting there in such distracted silence.
"Yes," said Holmes, "but it could be very personal. To Adams, to your other friends here. So are you certain you want to hear about it?"
James did not have to think about this for long. "I'm certain." Holmes succinctly described his graveyard conversation and agreement with Henry Adams. "But you don't even know what the mystery is?" asked James, feeling both shocked at Holmes's decision and relieved that the detective soon would be leaving his friends alone.
"No idea," said Holmes.
"Did you
interrogate Adams about it? Receive even a clue?
No, said Holmes. You know Henry Adams, Mr. James, and I do not, other than what Ned and you have said about him, and impressions he made upon me last night at dinner and today. Do you think he is being honest about there being a mystery?
James thought about that for a while as the hansom clopped along, the cabby receiving another "Turn right here, driver" order from Holmes. The passing scenery looked like so much of Washington. Glimpses of fine homes, then rare commercial blocks, then empty fields, then more trees and homes.
"Yes," James said at last. "Adams can be playful, is the word that comes to mind, especially when he is with Hay and Clarence King or Sam Clemens, and he guards his privacy as zealously as a dragon guards his gold. But if there were no mystery whatsoever, he would never have come up with this absurd game. He would have just insisted you leave him and his friends alone."
Holmes, who had been passing his black gloves through his other hand over and over, nodded distractedly.
"You don't have a clue as to what the mystery might be, do you, James?"
"Beyond the one you came here for, the death of his wife 7 years ago, I do not," said James. "But then, for the past decade, my contact with Adams has been either epistolary or when he is visiting London or when we see each other somewhere on the continent."
"I'm convinced that this mystery he speaks of lies here, now," said Holmes. "Not some conundrum he brushed up against in London or elsewhere."
"Do you have a guess as to what the mystery might be?" said James.
Holmes slapped his gloves against his open palm, frowned, and said sharply,
"I never guess, James. Never."
"Then have you ever had a case like this before?" asked James.
"How do you mean, sir?"
"I mean a case where to solve a mystery you must first figure out if and where there is a mystery."
"In roundabout ways," said Holmes. "Often I'm asked to consult on something little more than a curiosity. Why, a father might ask his grown daughter to change bedrooms after she's heard something in the night, that sort of thing, and only then discover that the curiosity is wrapped in a true mystery. But I've never been given the task of searching out a mystery, pulling it from the background of the entire world, as it were, before having only 24 hours.
He glanced out at the long shadows and fading sunlight.
"Less now, in which to solve it. Stop here, driver."
Holmes thumped the box above them with his cane. Outside in the last of the evening light, James looked around but did not recognize the place.
"Here's an incentive to wait for us for as long as it takes us to return,"
Holmes was saying to the driver, giving the man what James thought was an absurd number of gold coins. The driver grinned and touched his beaver top hat.
"Come, James,"
said Holmes, and began walking briskly down the tree-lined side street running off the main avenue they'd come up. It was only when he saw the arched entrance 20 yards or so ahead to the left of the street that he realized they had returned to Rock Creek Cemetery.
"Do you expect to find your mystery to solve here?"
asked James as they walked along the paved lane that curved through the huge cemetery.
"Not necessarily," said Holmes. "But if we want to walk while we think about this problem, this is certainly a contemplative place in which to stroll."
"It will soon be a dark, contemplative place," said James.
It was true. The sun sat on the western horizon, a red orb perfectly balanced on the horizon, glimpsed through the trees and various headstones and monuments. The trees in the cemetery had thrown out ever-lengthening shadows until those shadows had touched and coalesced into growing patches of darkness. It would soon be too dark to read the inscriptions on the headstones that were giving off their last warm glows of sunlight for this day.
"I brought a dark lantern, should we need it,"
jiggling the canvas bag he was carrying. He busied himself with lighting his pipe. Normally, Henry James enjoyed the smell of burning pipe tobacco. But Holmes's choice of tobaccos was so cheap and so strong that now James changed places as they walked abreast, so that he would be upwind of it.
"James, do you remember any mysteries being embedded in Mr. Adams's conversation at dinner last night?"
"I'm afraid that due to Mr. Roosevelt's extended and repeated efforts to be boorish, much of the dinner's conversation was lost on me," said James. Holmes stopped walking and gave the writer a sharp glance through the pall of pipe smoke.
"Nothing is ever lost on you, James. You know it, and I know it."
James said nothing as they resumed their walk. The sun had disappeared, and much of the three-dimensionality of their surroundings disappeared in the pleasant twilight. Trees, monuments, lower headstones, and grassy knolls all took on a flatter aspect, without their glow and shadows to set them off. "There was the mystery of the canvas-back ducks," said James. "But Clara Hay brought up that subject when she explained we were having teal, and it was her husband who said that the disappearance of canvas-backs in the restaurants and shops was a bit of a mystery."
"And Henry Adams solved that mystery," said Holmes. "The Jews were behind the disappearance, just as they are behind so many nefarious plots."
Holmes's tone was not lost on James, and he started to speak to explain his friend, to say that Adams was usually a most liberal person, but had this blind spot when it came to the Jews. Holmes interrupted the apologia with a swing of his cane.
"It's no matter, James. Many Englishmen share this reflexive mistrust and hatred of Jews, but in this country, of course, it is overshadowed by the Americans' treatment of more than 8 million Negroes as something less than citizens or full human beings."
James almost said, "Not here in the North," but remembered that they were in Washington, D.C., and that had never really been part of the North. He had a sudden and almost overpowering memory of a beautiful spring day in 1863, May 23rd, when James had deliberately chosen not to go watch his brother Wilkie parading down Beacon Street with his regiment, the famous black 54th Massachusetts Regiment, then under the command of the young, and of course white, Colonel Shaw. Henry James had been wasting his time at Harvard, paying almost no attention to his courses in law, and using his time to read fiction. But on that day, when classes were canceled, so that all the young Harvard men could go cheer on the departing Massachusetts regiments, James had stayed in his rented room and read. Later, he found out that his older brother William, also at Harvard, had done the same. James was certain that William could no more explain why he hadn't joined family, friends, and strangers in seeing the regiment off than young Harry could. For a moment, James felt guilt at using the wounding of his brothers Wilkie and Bob in his retort to Theodore Roosevelt the previous night. Wilkie's wounds had been so terrible, his agony so great while lying for day after day on the moldy and bloody cot set near the front door where they had carried him in, and Wilkie's courage so profound in later returning to active duty with his regiment, that the experience had changed something in the writer forever. He rebuked himself now for using Wilkie's suffering as part of his argument. But he also knew that if he had that May 23rd, 1863 to do over again, he still would not go to Beacon Street to watch Wilkie's regiment parade, in all their radiant and masculine health and high spirits and bannered glory, to the train station on their way to war. James was brought out of his reverie by the sharp report of Holmes striking the metal end of his cane on the lane.
"We have to assume that, if Adams is playing fairly, as you say he probably is, his so-called mystery has to do with something he was talking to us about today, rather than at the dinner party."
"That seems likely," said James, feeling suddenly weary. "But you remember that I missed several minutes of your conversation at Clover's monument, when I went for a walk."
"Yes,"
said Holmes, and swerved them off the lane and onto the grass. James saw the dense trees of the enclosure for Clover's memorial ahead, and said, "You think the monument may be a clue?"
"I think that there is a bench there on which I can sit and smoke while we think," said Holmes.
They approached the back side of the monument in silence. Just as they got to the granite block, Holmes said,
"Odd. Adams said to both of us that this was the important side of the monument."
He touched the granite block gently with his stick.
"Not odd at all," said James. "As powerful as St. Gaudens's sculpture is, it's the entwined wedding rings on this side of the monument."
He had to reach on tiptoe to touch the large double rings.
"That symbolizes their years of marriage, which is what this memorial piece is all about."
"Yes, certainly," said Holmes, resting his cane on his shoulder and squinting at the now shadowed block of stone. James thought that the detective did not sound totally convinced. Holmes led them around and through the narrow gap through the trees and hedges. The interior area bounded by the hexagon, benches, slab, and sculpture was quite dark. Holmes sat on a bench directly opposite the sculpture, set his heavy canvas bag down on the bench, laid his cane beside it, and crossed his legs while he relit his pipe.
"What did I miss when I left you two alone here this afternoon?"
asked James.
Between puffs, Holmes said, "I showed him the picture of the actress and diva Irene Adler, who, I am convinced, played the part of Clover's friend Rebecca Lorne in the months before Clover's death. Adams said that he could not be sure it was the same woman. He asked me to drop this inquiry. I said that I had a debt to my client, which led to Adams cursing me, and—"
"He cursed you?"
said James, not even attempting to keep the shock and amazement out of his voice. This was not the character or behavior of the Henry Adams he had known all these years.
"He cursed me," repeated Holmes, and then explained that while he had loved Clover's brother Ned, that madness ran through the Hooper family. He essentially suggested that I was on a mission designed by a madman, and said flatly that it had been Ned who typed the cards and distributed them to the 5 of Hearts every December 6.
"Did he have proof of that?"
asked James. He'd considered that possibility, and it certainly made sense. More sense than any other hypothesis.
"He did not," said Holmes. "It was just his belief."
"Was there more?"
Holmes opened his hands. James thought of white doves taking flight in the gloom.
"Not really. Then he challenged me to find and solve this mystery, and you returned."
"It doesn't sound as if—"
"Silence, please!" snapped Holmes.
At first flush, James was certain that Holmes had heard someone approaching their enclosure, and the writer prepared himself to come face to face with Henry Adams again. But no one came through the thin portal amongst the leaves, and James realized that Holmes was requesting silence so that he could think. James looked at the sculpture across from them, and although it was impossible, the top of the bronze piece was lower than the top of the line of trees or the granite slab behind it. The cowled figure seemed to glow with more light than the rest of the dark enclosure. Holmes sat smoking and thinking for at least 20 minutes. James did not mind the calm, although the settling darkness was mildly disconcerting. He was startled when Holmes finally spoke in a loud voice.
"Many is the time in the past 2 years that I've sat and watched and listened, without being watched or listened to, as people encounter this piece for the first time. Their comments run the gamut from interesting to cruelly puerile."
"What?"
cried James.
"I thought that today was the first time that you'd seen this monument."
"It is," said Holmes. "It was. Those were Adams's words this afternoon, to both of us."
"Yes,"
said James, casting his powerful memory back like a searchlight.
"Those were his precise words."
"I've sat and watched and listened, without being watched or listened to."
Holmes again quoted Adams. In the gloom, Holmes opened his arms to take in all 3 of the benches that formed one half of the hexagon.
Where could he sit and listen without being seen in return, James?" "I took him to mean that he stole glances at other people's reactions to the monument when they were not paying attention to him," said James, "and that he overheard their comments."
"That is how I interpreted the words," said Holmes, standing. "But you know even better than I that Henry Adams is not careless with language. He used those words deliberately. I've sat and watched and listened, without being watched or listened to. He has a place around here where he can eavesdrop without being observed in return."
"Certainly not here at the benches," said James.
"No, it must be outside this space," said Holmes. "Do you remember a bench outside this enclosure, close enough to hear voices and to see anyone sitting on these benches?"
"I didn't notice one during my stroll today," said James. "But of course I wasn't looking for benches, I was thinking."
"Let's find out," said Holmes. "We can both go look."
"It will be too dark in here for us to make out any shape from outside," said James. He knocked the last of his ashes out of his pipe and set it away in a pocket of his caped coat.
"Precisely," said Holmes. "This shall be our surrogate person."
He pulled the dark lantern from his bag, set it on the winged arm at the left end of the bench, lit it, and pulled the shutter back. The lantern threw its beam of light toward the only entrance through the trees. Leaving the bag and lantern behind, Holmes led the way back outside. Outside it was much less dark. The spring twilight still filled the sky with faint gray, although one or two of the brighter stars were making an appearance. It was almost, not quite, light enough to read by.
"What's to have kept Adams from sitting on the grass anywhere here?" asked James, gesturing toward the various rises and dips in the turf.
"Can you see your friend Adams sitting on the grass in a cemetery?"
laughed Holmes. James shook his head.
"A bench or monument, then. And it has to be on this side, because this is the only path through the trees wide enough to allow a view inside or out."
Holmes pointed his cane to the right as he walked to the left. They spread out, studying the monuments and looking for a bench. After a couple of minutes, James cried out,
"This is flat. One could sit on it."
Holmes walked over to join him. Above them, bats and swallows were carving the evening sky into arcs.
"This headstone is high enough and broad enough to make a comfortable perch," said James, patting it.
"Then why don't you sit on it?"
James frowned at the detective's tone.
"I cannot. It is, after all, a headstone."
"Exactly right," said Holmes. "And we have to assume that Adams does the majority of his looking and listening here in the daylight."
Hay has told me that Adams comes so often to this cemetery that he's referred to it as his real home," said James.
Holmes nodded, distracted.
"The view of people standing or sitting within the enclosure would not be good from here," he said.
James looked. The detective was correct. Only a fringe of the lantern's glow could be seen through the narrow break in the trees, and virtually all of the hexagon area was totally out of sight.
"And it must be 60 paces from the hexagon in front of the sculpture, with the trees adding another buffer," continued Holmes. "Too far to overhear people speaking in normal tones."
"Where, then?"
began James.
"The trees and hedge,"
said Holmes, almost loping back to the ever-darkening enclosure. They walked the outer perimeter together.
"I take it that we're hunting for what we Americans call a duck blind," whispered James.
He wasn't sure why he had whispered.
"Yes," replied Holmes. "Some concealed blind in the foliage here."
He poked away with his cane.
"In England, a blind is what we call a legitimate business that conceals some criminal enterprise."
"If we find this so-called duck blind," said James, "we still will not have answered the more important question."
"What's that?" asked Holmes, feeling into foliage with his bare hand as well as with his cane.
"Whether we're hunting canvasback ducks or teals."
They did the rest of the careful search without speaking. It was no use. The trees were only trees, the hedges real hedges. There was no place of concealment unless one bodily forced his way into the shrubbery, and James knew Adams well enough to know that would never happen. They returned to the lantern, and Holmes shuttered it again, allowing their night vision to return. But instead of leaving, or sitting on the bench again, he stood there several minutes, obviously lost in thought. Waiting for him again, James wondered idly if Holmes's friend and chronicler, Dr. Watson, spent much of his time waiting for Holmes to come out of his deep thought fugues.
"Of course!"
exclaimed Holmes, snapping his fingers.
"I've been an absolute fool. A blind man could have seen it."
He lifted the lantern, unmasked it, and carried it to the sculpture, holding it first on one side and then the other, first close, then further away. James stayed where he was. He'd found St. Gaudens's brooding statue disconcerting enough in the daylight. By lantern light it was downright frightening.
"Come,"
said Holmes, striding quickly and returning to pick up the bag and shutter down the lantern's beam until it was a narrow glow.
"Are we going home now?"
asked James.
"No,"
said Holmes.
"We're going to Henry Adams's duck blind."
7. The constant red glow in the darkness. It was the intertwined marriage rings. Of course. For several minutes, both Holmes and James had reached up to feel around the sunken edges of the granite rings, with Holmes muttering much of the time,
"This is the important side of the monument. The monument was covered with a tent for a month and a half. Who needs to protect a granite slab from the weather? Adams did everything but draw me a map and leave real arrows on the grass, showing me the way."
On the first 3 tactile explorations, Holmes's fingers found nothing, but then he felt the slight niche, the smallest of indentations, at the bottom of the 10-inch wide right ring.
"Stand back,"
he said to James, and retrieved a burglar's tool from his bag, a very short crowbar with a chisel's narrow end to it. It fit. There was a corresponding snap from behind the granite, and the 2 rings swiveled to almost right angles from the monument. Holmes pushed on one of them. A panel in the granite swiveled, opening into absolute darkness.
"Good Lord!"
cried James as he took a quick 2 steps backward, as if he feared being swallowed up by that black aperture. Before stepping in, Holmes played the narrow beam from the dark lantern into that darkness, and it was good that he had. About 14 feet inside, the floor ended, and a square hole in the floor, showing a ladder on the right side and just big enough for a man, dropped into blackness. Straight ahead, on the far side of that hole, was a strange cushioned seat one could reach by walking carefully along granite ledges on either side. The far side of the interior of the granite monument was irregular, a series of bronze protrusions and indentations.
"The statue's hollow,"
said Holmes, his voice showing no surprise because he'd realized all this while sitting out on the bench. He put the tool back in his bag, held the bag and his walking stick in one hand and the lantern ahead of him in the other, stepped in, moved to the ladder side along the narrow strip of granite, then played the lantern beam back over the entrance.
"Take care when you step in, James."
"I'm not going in there,"
said the writer. He'd kept his distance from the monument when the panel had swiveled open.
"All right," said Holmes, "but go back to the carriage waiting for us on New Hampshire Avenue. I shan't be long in here."
He started to swing shut the panel.
"Wait,"
said James.
"I am coming in."
The portly writer stepped in with great care and balanced on the granite ledge on the left side of the hole. Holmes played the lantern beam over the inside of the portal.
"I need to make sure there's a release mechanism on the inside that does not require a key, so that we don't get... here it is."
Holmes worked the mechanism to his satisfaction, and then swung the swiveling panel shut until it clicked. They were entombed.
"The ladder first,"
said Holmes, and aimed the beam down the iron ladder driven into the granite. It had a railing and rungs and went down about 8 feet. Nothing else was visible at the bottom until he realized that the wall on the statue side of the bottom of the short shaft was actually a black curtain.
"Would you please hold the lantern with that beam playing just so until I get to the bottom?"
asked Holmes.
"No," cried James. "I mean, you can't. We must not. All this, down there, it's too terrible."
The last was said in a dying whisper, since this place seemed to call for whispering. Holmes looked at his companion's face in the reflected lantern light, and knew exactly what James was thinking lay beyond that black velvet curtain. A glass coffin with Clover Adams's rotting remains in it. What would she look like after 7 years? Unfortunately, Holmes knew all too well what a body dead 7 years looked like. He whispered,
No, I think not, James. Your friend Adams is strange, perhaps even mad by some standards. But there's a method to this madness. I am convinced that we will find nothing terrible or gruesome down there."
He handed the lantern to James, set his bag and stick on the cushioned chair that was suspended along the far wall by a round iron post that was secured in the interior of the sculpture.
"Down just a bit,"
said Holmes, and when James tipped the dark lantern forward, he clambered down several rungs.
"I'll take it now."
The tall man's white fingers reached for the metal handle atop the lantern. At the bottom, Holmes paused a moment and played the light on all sides. It was a narrow shaft, hardly broader than his shoulders, and it would have been problematic for anyone who suffered from claustrophobic panics. Holmes smiled, thinking that he must look like some archaeologist entering a newly discovered tomb in Egypt or Babylon or Troy. But there were no hieroglyphics on these 3 granite walls, nor switches or niches or clues. Only the ladder and this black curtain. Raising the lantern and opening the shutter a little wider, Holmes pushed the curtain aside and stepped forward, making sure that there was granite beneath his feet before taking his steps.
"What do you see?"
James's voice came down the shaft in a harsh, urgent whisper.
"Just a moment,"
said Holmes. The room was a rectangular prism, about 6 feet wide and 8 feet long, that had been laid under the footing for the monument sculpture and the paved and graveled hexagon above. Holmes estimated that there were probably 2 feet of solid concrete, or even granite, above his head, then soil. Carved into the granite to his left was a long niche about shoulder high. It was filled with books. To his immediate right, there was a granite column extending from the wall, also about shoulder height. On it was a small lantern. Holmes was tempted to light it with his prototype cigarette lighter. The resident lantern's light would be better than the beam from his dark lantern, but he wanted to be sure to leave no signs of his having been here. The rest of the granite wall to his right was carved into a larger niche, rising only some 3 feet from the floor, and on the upper surface of that niche was a narrow bed cushion with 2 pillows set at the far end. The whole bed was only about 6 feet long, and Holmes would have had to curl his legs up if he'd lain on it. He did not. The bed was made up neatly, and Holmes touched the blanket and sheets. Warm, not cold or moldy feeling. They must be changed regularly. Holmes would wager money that these were the only times in his 55 years of life that Henry Brooks Adams had ever made his own bed. There was a second narrow granite column at the far end, and a second small lantern on it. Tucked by that lantern was a book. Holmes picked it up. It was leather-bound, and played the lantern's beam over it. The Light of Asia, The Teacher of Nirvana and the Law, by Sir Edwin Arnold. It had caused a slight stir in America and England when it was released in 1879, but Holmes had read only part of it before impatiently setting it aside. He thought Arnold's writing was insufferably prolix. Still, he remembered the review in the Times of London, written by the noted Japanologist Lafcadio Hearn, when the 1883 edition came out. After all, Buddhism in some esoteric form may prove the religion of the future. What are the heavens of all Christian fancies, after all, but nirvana, the extinction of individuality in the eternal? Indeed, thought Holmes. After carefully setting the book back in place above the pillows by the second lantern, Holmes stepped back through the curtain into the short vertical shaft. "Come down, James." "I cannot," came the whisper in return. "You really should," said Holmes. "Otherwise you shall spend a lifetime wondering if I was telling the truth. Trust me, that there is nothing disturbing here." There came down a sound like stifled, hysterical laughter. In an urgent whisper, James said, "Everything about this moment is disturbing, Holmes. We have invaded the deepest part of a good man's privacy, intruding into his mourning, and perhaps into his madness. Our behavior is criminal, unspeakable." "Agreed," said Holmes. "But it's done. Come down and look, and then we'll finish our business here." "Hold the lantern higher," Henry James whispered, and ponderously started down the iron ladder. 5 minutes later, they were both up in the above-ground part of the monument again. The chair with its padded seat was broad enough for both of them to perch on it if each steadied himself with a leg outstretched to the granite ledge on one side. "There's no view through the eyes," whispered James. It was true. They were able to make out the inverted features of the sculpture's face now with the aid of the lantern beam, but although the eyes had seemed empty of bronze from casual inspection outside the piece, now they could see two oval slugs of metal, not bronze, covering those openings. Holmes had seen those non-bronze insets within the otherwise open, downcast eyes when he'd held the lantern up to inspect the sculpture. "Look for a lever," whispered Holmes. "These plugs are attached to—" "Ah!" The lever mechanism was on James's left side. "Put your hand on it, but don't open it yet," said Holmes, his mouth close to James's ear. "Let me turn out the lantern first, and let our eyes adapt to the darkness for a moment." It was disconcerting for Holmes to spend that moment pressed so close to another man. He could feel James inching away, putting most of his weight on his left foot so as to avoid touching. "Now," whispered Holmes. The shutters over the eyes made almost no noise as the metal rod above them rose, and they lifted the eye plugs out of place. Their angle of vision was good. The androgynous sculpture's head was angled forward, and the face partially sheltered by the cowl, but the eye openings were larger than life-size, and, with Holmes taking the right eye and James the left, they could see the entire hexagon before them, the benches, and the stars above the enclosure of trees. The space was empty. After a moment they both sat back. The view was still good. "This is how Adams sees and hears people's reactions, without being observed in turn," whispered James. Holmes nodded. "I'm not sure that—" began James, but silenced himself when Holmes firmly gripped his upper arm. Someone had entered the shrub-bounded enclosure outside. Both Holmes and James leaned forward, instinctively not putting their eyes too close to the oval openings to be sure that starlight did not cause a gleam. Holmes could not make out any details save for the shadows of trousered legs, definitely not a woman in a dress, but the man seemed to be very tall and very thin. This impression was confirmed when he sat on the bench directly opposite the sculpture, for his shoulders were higher than the very high back of the bench, higher even than Holmes's had been when he'd sat there. James leaned over to whisper directly into Holmes's ear. "It's not Adams." Holmes shushed him by squeezing harder. The scrape of the man's boots or shoes against the gravel had been so audible that Holmes suspected the enclosure acted as a sort of hearing gallery, amplifying sound. He suspected that Adams had directed Stanford White to achieve that effect, thus the oddly high back of the benches and the triangle of stone. Holmes worried that any noise from within the sculpture might as easily be carried out to the open area. James intuited the message and leaned forward again. For several minutes, the man did nothing. As Holmes's eyes adapted even further to the moonless night, he could see the man's long arms spread to either side on the back of the bench, the same posture that Holmes had assumed earlier. After a few minutes of this silent staring match, the man's arms came down. Holmes could make out pale hands touching pockets of a jacket or waistcoat, clearly heard the scrape of a match, and the man leaned forward to light a cigarette. That flare of a match should have revealed the man's face, but Holmes saw only a glow with an arc of blackness cut out of it. He realized at once that the man was wearing a broad-brimmed hat of some sort, and the brim had occluded any view of his face. Had that been an accident, or coldly deliberate? Sherlock Holmes never guessed, but his hunch at the moment was that it was the latter. He and James sat there, uncomfortably perched on the same chair, hardly daring to breathe while the man smoked his cigarette. A single red glow in the darkness. No features visible. Only the dot of red in the darkness. The man eventually finished that cigarette. There was a half-seen movement of pale hands, and he lit another one. Again the down-turned brim of a hat concealed any features that might have been caught in the brief flare of the match. "He's playing with us," thought Holmes. He hadn't expected Lucan Adler to find him so soon, but Holmes realized that he might have underestimated the speed of gossip about his presence. Gossip spreading outward not only from the Hays and their servants and the Cabot Lodges and Camerons and Roosevelt, but from Clemens and William Dean Howells as well. Lucan was the ultimate predator, and Holmes realized with a tightening in his chest not unlike fear that he had given that predator-assassin more than enough time to find him. "Then why am I alive?" thought Holmes. He realized that, without thinking about it, he'd slid his right hand into his traveling coat's pocket. Instead of the reassuring hand grip of a pistol, he still had not taken time to buy one here in Washington. His fingers found the short, flexible grip of the kosh, Americans called it a blackjack, that he'd brought with him. The tough leather of the working end of the kosh was filled with sand, and it was guaranteed, when used properly, to bring even the largest opponent to his knees, if not face down on the ground. In his trouser pocket, he had his folding penknife with its 4-inch blade. In his burglary bag, the short crowbar he'd used to open the monument was the closest thing to a weapon. "The great Sherlock Holmes," thought Holmes with hot irony overriding the stab of panic he'd felt a few seconds earlier, "brings a penknife and a kosh to a gunfight." He had never wanted to confront Lucan Adler with Henry James at his side, but now, he felt almost certain, he had. He was almost as certain that Lucan knew that Holmes and someone else were in the monument looking at him. The red glow was extinguished. Holmes tensed, gripping the handle of his kosh. At least if Lucan entered the monument, Holmes had little doubt that the anarchist assassin had watched James and him enter it. There would be so little room that Lucan's marksmanship with a rifle or pistol would be largely negated. A perfect space, especially with the open shaft that Lucan might not know was there, for a fight with a knife or kosh, thought Holmes, but with Henry James in the middle of it. A third match flared. Again the taunt with the head downward, the large brim of a hat concealing the face. Again the steady glow of the cigarette's end in the deep darkness of the monument's enclosure. They had sat there for more than half an hour, Holmes estimated, staring at the unknown man who was staring at them, or at least at the sculpture, which would be only a dark shape in the night. Holmes was almost certain that it wasn't Henry Adams out there. Even if he were wrong about the man's height, would Adams ever wear a hat like that? And every minute that passed made him more certain that it was Lucan Adler, playing with James and him the way a cat plays with a mouse in the minutes before biting its head off. Holmes's legs were cramping in the uncomfortable posture, but worse than that was the rising pain from his 3 bullet wounds. The one in the lower right of his back was the worst. Holmes realized that in the intensity of his brooding on Adams's mystery that afternoon and evening, he'd forgotten to take his second injection of heroin. Its absence seemed to make the wounds ache more. 10 minutes, he gauged, into the 3rd glowing red dot, and Holmes set his mouth almost against James's ear. He could smell the expensive pomade in his hair, and whispered, "Stay here. I'm going out there." He could feel rather than actually see James shaking his head no, but Holmes gripped him tightly on the upper arm again, repeating his instruction to stay where he was. "Perhaps Lucan didn't actually see us enter the monument after all," thought Holmes. "If he did not, then James has a chance to survive, even if Lucan kills me." Stepping silently on the right side granite strip, Holmes found the lantern by feel and lifted it in his left hand. He would have to light it again outside, then shutter it quickly. But a bright beam of light shone in Lucan's face might— He did not finish the thought, because he did not really believe it would. Taking one last glance to make sure that the figure and cigarette glow were still there, Holmes gingerly stepped over his burglary bag, found the opening mechanism by touch, and clicked it open. The click was a small noise, but it sounded as loud as a rifle shot to Holmes's anxious ears. The air that rushed in was cold, and Holmes realized how overheated the small space had become during the time that he and James had been in there, emanating body heat. Once outside, Holmes took the risk of pushing the panel shut, another intolerable click, to give James that tiny chance of survival, if this was Lucan Adler waiting. He knelt, fished his mechanical lighter from his trouser pocket in one swift movement, and lighted the dark lantern. He'd already fully shuttered the front, so the only light had been the flare of his lighter, but that had seemed interminable and visible to anyone in the cemetery. He'd looked away as he flicked the lighter and lit the lantern, not wanting to lose his night vision, but he still had to stand there half a moment and blink before he could fully see again. Holding the lantern forward in his left hand, the fingers of that hand ready to open the shutter all the way in one fast movement, Holmes pulled out the kosh and carried it by his side. Holmes walked stealthily around the right corner of the enclosure, toward the side where the cleft in the trees allowed access. No light escaped from that opening. Holmes was taking care where he put his feet, but did not want to walk too slowly. Surprise, after all, and perhaps a sudden shaft of light in Lucan's eyes, were almost certainly Holmes's only hope for surviving the next few minutes. He got to the opening in the trees and stopped, finally leaning forward to put only his head forward in a fast peek around the edge. Even that movement, he knew, would be target enough for a master assassin with a pistol ready. Holmes knew that even though clouds had occluded the stars, it was still lighter outside the enclosure than within, and his head would be in silhouette. No shot. No sound. Holmes looked again, eyes straining, but could not make out the flowing cigarette or the form of the man on the bench. It was simply too dark in that enclosure now. He realized that when the clouds had come in sometime in the last 45 minutes, he and James had been watching the red glow of the cigarette rather than the dark outline of the man in the blackness. No further reason to wait, thought Holmes. Raising the lantern high, seeing nothing but darkness ahead in and beyond the entrance cleft, Holmes strode quickly forward, the sound of his brushing branches as loud as an avalanche in his ears. The instant he was through the cleft in the trees, his fingers swept open the shutter on the lantern, his right arm flexing as he hefted the kosh. The place on the bench where the man had been sitting was empty. Where had he moved? Anywhere in the enclosure would afford him a perfect shot. Holmes considered slamming shut the lantern's shutter. Lucan's sharpshooter advantages eliminated. Just two men in blackness, feeling for each other, and Holmes had the knife and the kosh. But he found he was too impatient for whatever the showdown would bring to follow that saner tactic. He moved quickly, in erratic patterns, holding the lantern away from his body, aiming the beam this way and then that way. The benches were empty. The graveled hexagon in front of the sculpture was empty. The area around the granite and bronze monument was empty. Behind the benches. It would have been Holmes's first choice for a hiding place if he were waiting to shoot a man here. Holmes leaped up onto the bench, and then over the high back, going to a quick crouch on the back side of the bench closest to the opening in the trees, lantern beam illuminating the narrow corridor ahead of him between the stone bench and the trees. Empty. Rushing forward, still in a crouch so that his head was below the level of the back of the stone bench, he reached the first corner and set the lantern on the ground, its aimed beam shooting to the left. No shot. No sound. Holmes looked around, saw this second corridor of space empty, saw no new breaks in the wall of foliage to his right, and he hurried to the last turn, not bothering to pause before he swept around it. He was ready to dash down the lantern in a second if he couldn't get close enough to blind his opponent with it. Nothing. Holmes came out into the opening and checked all the walls of foliage. Someone could have forced his way through the tree branches and hedges and out into the opening, but Holmes certainly would have heard him do so as he approached. Satisfied that no one else was in the enclosure, he held the lantern high again and walked toward the bronze sculpture on its two-level base. He approached it obliquely, visualizing Henry James dead, his body dropped into the vertical shaft, and Lucan's young hunter's eyes at one of the eye-hole openings, and a pistol pressed against the other opening. The eyes were large enough to pass a bullet from a revolver. His cape coat brushed against foliage as he crept toward the seated, brooding, still powerful sculpture. The combination of darkness and harsh lantern light brought out the draped folds in the robe, the shadows under the cowl, the straight nose and solid chin, the upraised and folded-in right arm with its fingers disappearing under bronze cheek and chin. "James?" Holmes had used a normal conversational voice, and the loudness of it in the thick night made him jump. No response. Louder. "James?" "I'm here," came the oddly muffled reply from the statue's head. Holmes imagined the portly writer under duress, the muzzle of a pistol pressed under his double chin. For that matter, he hadn't been certain that the muffled voice belonged to Henry James. "What was the name of that novel of yours that I said I liked?" said Holmes, still standing close to the right side of the monument, so that he could not be seen or targeted from inside the sculpture. "What?" The echoing voice sounded more like James this time, an obviously irritated James. Holmes repeated his question. "The Princess Casamassima," came the anger-tinged reply. "But what on earth does that have to do with anything?" Holmes smiled and stepped out in front of the cowled figure. He could not help but glance over his shoulder every few seconds. "Where is he?" he asked the statue. "I don't have the vaguest idea, Holmes." Holmes could hear the voice better from this new vantage point, and it was definitely James's, although muffled by the bronze. "Just after you stepped out, the cigarette glow disappeared. I didn't see the man move, did not see him go out through the entrance. He just disappeared." "All right," said Holmes. "I missed him then. Could you please bring my bag when you come out?" "It's too dark," said James through one of the eye holes. "I can't see where to put my feet. The shaft. Can't find the lock mechanism. I'll try, but—" "No, on second thought it's better that I come fetch you," said Holmes. "Sit tight for just another moment and I'll bring the lantern." But instead of going outside and to the rear of the monument, Holmes went straight across the hexagon, dropped to one knee, and began examining the graveled ground near the bench. Then he took several minutes to move the lantern close to the ground near all 3 benches. Then he stepped around behind the bench and did the same careful examination. He was checking the ground in the open space of the hexagon when the statue made another muffled noise. Holmes walked over to it and held the lantern high.
"What was that, James?"
"What in God's name are you doing?" demanded the androgynous face of deepest mourning.
"Looking for the cigarettes and/or ashes," said Holmes. "We watched Lucan. This figure in the dark smoke at least 3 cigarettes to their end. We could both smell the tobacco smoke in the darkness. But there's not a single ash or remnant of a dead cigarette anywhere. He must have dropped the ashes from the cigarettes into his palm, and put the ashes and the cigarette butts in his pocket. Don't you find that odd behavior for an innocent person, James?"
"Damn the cigarette ashes," said the shadow-sharpened bronze face. "Come get me out of here, Holmes. I've needed to relieve myself for more than an hour now."
The hansom and its cabbie were not there when they reached New Hampshire Avenue.
"The blackguard!"
cried James, referring to the driver.
"That cursed driver took your money, but left anyway."
"We've been a long time," said Holmes. He'd done the entire walk from the monument with his shoulders hunched until they ached, waiting for the impact of the pistol or rifle shot whose sound he would not hear. They stayed tensed out in the open of the lightly traveled avenue. There were no street lights or house lights here.
"Maybe our smoking friend took it," said James. "What do we do now?"
"It's only a little less than 4 miles back to Mrs. Stevens's place."
"So we walk," said Holmes, knowing that despite his best efforts to relax, his body would be expecting the impact of a bullet every step of the way, and for every hour and minute of the days and nights to come, until this whole matter was resolved. Some minutes later, they came to a single gas lamp on a post in the lawn of a darkened house. The light drew a yellow oval on the macadam of the road, and illuminated both of them as James stopped for a second.
"This is the perfect spot,"
thought Holmes. Lucan in the darkness behind the house, or in the blackness under the trees to either side. His target, or perhaps targets, if Lucan was in an especially bloody mood, frozen like a deer in the beam of an illegal hunting lantern.
"I somehow contrived to lose my watch," said James. "What time is it?"
Holmes could only hope that the author hadn't lost the watch inside the monument. Tomorrow morning, Holmes was going to let Henry Adams know that he had figured out the little mystery, been to and inside the most expensive duck blind in history. But he didn't want Adams to know about his friend James's participation. Now he set down his heavy canvas burglar bag, lifted his watch out of his waistcoat pocket by its chain, and held it so that James could see in the light.
"1/4 midnight,"
said Holmes. James merely nodded, lifted the bag for Holmes, and began walking again.
"Past midnight,"
thought Holmes as he caught up to the other man, macadam crunching under their soles. It was now Tuesday, the 4th of April, Sherlock Holmes's birthday. He had just turned 39 years old. 8. Wiggins, too, arrived safely, New York, today. The morning after the absurd and disturbing melodrama in Rock Creek Cemetery, Henry James awoke with the immediate and determined resolution to do something. He just could not decide what. Return immediately to England. Go to Henry Adams with a confession and abject apologies for invading his most hidden privacy? No, no. The thought of that bed and that sarcophagus of stone under the ground on the subterranean level close to Clover's buried remains not only still gave James goosebumps, but made him slightly nauseous. He could never bring it up with Adams, nor hint in any way that he knew about the secret world inside Clover's sculpture and monument stone. nor tell John Hay. Never. As James bathed and trimmed his short beard and dressed that rainy Tuesday morning, wishing for the 100th time that he had the Smiths, his mediocre cook, and her less-than-mediocre tippler husband of a manservant, with him from De Vere Gardens, he decided to tell Mrs. Stevens's slow-witted daughter that he would again take his breakfast in the privacy of his room. He was in the hall looking for her when the last man he wanted to see, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, looking damp and red-cheeked and in the process of shrugging off his waterproof mackintosh, was preparing to knock him up.
"Just the man I wanted to see,"
cried Holmes, as good-naturedly as if they hadn't invaded a good man's mind and most sacred secret the night before.
"Come down to Mrs. Stevens's breakfast room, and we'll talk over a good breakfast."
"I was going to have mine in my room,"
James replied in a cool tone. Holmes didn't seem to perceive the frost in the air.
"Nonsense. There's much we have to talk about, and very little time in which to do it, James. No, now come on down to the breakfast room like a good fellow."
"I have no intention of discussing any part or aspect of last night's events," said James. Holmes actually smiled.
"Good. Neither do I. This is more important news. I'll see you down in the breakfast room."
And Holmes turned with one of his sudden, almost spastic, although strangely graceful moves, and bounded down the stairway, shedding rain from the mackintosh folded over his arm as he went. James paused at the head of the stairs. Should he snub Holmes now, and set their relationship on the new and definitely colder and more formal level to which it needed to be adjusted? Or should he suffer hearing this more important news? In the end, James's hunger for breakfast won out over the higher moral arguments. He went downstairs.
"I have moved out of Mrs. Stevens's comfortable abode,"
said Holmes, eating his beans and egg and sausage and fried toast English-style breakfast, which he'd charmed Mrs. Stevens into making for him each morning. For some reason, James was stunned. "When?" he said.
"This morning."
"Why?" asked James, a second before he realized that he did not want to know the answer, and that it was none of his business anyway.
"Things have become too dangerous,"
answered Holmes, almost gulping his coffee. Usually, James had noticed, the detective was indifferent to food, but there were times, such as this morning, where he seemed to be stoking a steam engine with fuel more than merely eating.
"Whoever that man was smoking his cigarettes at the monument last night, odds are that he was someone who had followed us there with an intention to do me harm. In short, to kill me," said Holmes, eating his eggs with gusto. "My continuing to reside here would put you, Mrs. Stevens, her daughter, and everyone else around me in some danger."
"But you're not sure that the man last night was
"An assassin?"
said James, almost stumbling over that last melodramatic word.
"No, nowhere near certain," agreed Holmes. "But for the time being I should take no chances with my friend's well-being."
Something about that phrase, "my friends," made James feel warm inside, and he hated himself for feeling that way. He certainly had not included this Sherlock Holmes person in his rigidly vetted and constantly reviewed list of friends, and for Holmes to suggest that their association had reached that plane was pure presumption. Yet James still felt the warm glow. Holmes finished eating and lit a cigarette. The detective never ate the yolk of his fried egg, and this was one reason that James dreaded having breakfast with the man. Invariably, when finished with his cigarette, he would stub it out in the runny yolk, leaving the butt end sticking up like some artillery shell that had failed to detonate. The repulsive habit always bothered Henry James, and this morning, he knew, it would actively nauseate him. "I'm not very hungry this morning," lied James, pushing his own plate forward and preparing to leave. "I wish you luck in your new habitations."
"Wait, sir, wait,"
said Holmes, actually putting his long violinist's fingers on James's lower sleeve, as if ready to physically restrain him if the author attempted to rise and leave.
"There's more I need to tell you."
James waited, but with growing anxiety. as the cigarette Holmes was smoking burned itself shorter and the runny yellow-orange egg yolk sat there amidst the debris of the eaten breakfast like a leaking bullseye. He was waiting because he wanted to know where Holmes would be, if this was indeed the last of their absurd adventure together. "Are you going to tell me where you've moved?" said James, shocked at his own rude bluntness.
"No. It would be better for everyone if you didn't know, James."
"Say nothing," James commanded himself. Several times in the last few days he'd already stepped out of the character of Henry James, author, that he'd created over almost 50 years. Time to come back to himself again. The watcher, not the initiator. The wary listener, not the yammering fool. Still he heard himself saying, "Will you be leaving Washington, then? I'm asking just in case Hay or Adams or someone might need to know."
"If you need to get in touch with me," said Holmes, "send a note to this establishment."
Holmes clicked open his retracting mechanical pencil and wrote quickly on the back of one of his own business cards. James looked at the address. It was a cigar shop on Constitution Avenue. "You're residing at a cigar store?" James couldn't help from saying. Holmes made that abrupt, almost barking sound that served him as a laugh.
"Not at all, my dear James. But the proprietor there will forward any message sent to me by dispatching a boy either to my new place of residence or to send a cable. For some reason, known only to Americans, the cigar shop is open 24 hours a day, so feel free to contact me at any time."
James nodded, slipped Holmes's card into his wallet, set the wallet back in his jacket, and was about to rise again when Mrs. Stevens appeared in the doorway, with a young boy in tow.
"He has a message for you, Mr. James."
She paused, perhaps reading James's expression, and added,
"I know the lad. His name is Thomas. He carries messages between some of the best homes and families around Lafayette Park. If you wish to send a reply message, I'm sure it will be safe and secure in his keeping, and unread until it reaches its source."
James nodded, interpreting her final comment to mean that young Thomas couldn't read. He beckoned the boy forward. Unfolding the paper, he saw that it was on John Hay's private stationery.
"Dear Harry, should you like to drop around today just after tea time, say 5:15 or so, I would be pleased to discuss a most important and perhaps urgent topic with you. I look forward to seeing you then. Your obedient servant, John Hay. P.S. Please do not inform Mr. Holmes of your visit. This is very important. J.H."
Mrs. Stevens had thoughtfully brought a small stationery pad should James wish to respond. He did. Shielding his writing from Holmes's view, he accepted Hay's invitation and said that he would be there promptly at 5:15 p.m. A rather specific time, James thought. But then John Hay was a man who'd devoted his life to specifics since he'd been secretary to President Abraham Lincoln. James handed the note and a coin to the boy, saying, "Deliver this into the hand of the person who sent this message, son." Thomas might not be able to read, but there was intelligence in his eye as he nodded.
"Oh, you don't need to pay the boy, Mr. James," Mrs. Stevens was saying. "I'm sure the person who sent the message already did that."
"Nonetheless," said James, and waved Thomas away on his errand. At that moment 2 other lads were shown in by Mrs. Stevens's daughter, who looked confused at the sudden invasion of messengers. One was a boy about Thomas's age, although less well-dressed. The other a young man in his late teens who was wearing the livery of a Western Union delivery boy.
"Message for Mr. Holmes,"
said the ragged lad.
"Telegram for Mr. Holmes,"
said the older boy. James still thought and felt as if he were on the verge of leaving, but stayed seated out of sheer curiosity. With Holmes moved away, God knows where, he might not see the detective again. All of the tantalizing events of the past couple of weeks might forever remain a mystery. Holmes stubbed his cigarette out right in the center of the egg yolk, and James looked away to control his rising nausea. Holmes quickly read his telegram, set the flimsy on the table next to his napkin, said, "No reply," to the Western Union lad who touched his cap and left, and then waved forward the other boy with the private message. This he read quickly, clutched the pad that James had used for his own reply, and said, "I shall be back in 1 minute, James. I'll only walk our young Mercury here to the door as I scribble a reply." Mrs. Stevens and her daughter had already left. The telegram boy was gone. Alone, James could clearly hear footsteps of Holmes and the second messenger on the parquet floor of the foyer beyond the parlor, and then the squeak of the front door hinges as they stepped out onto the porch. The obscene cigarette butt still rose from the center of the bleeding yolk. Beside it lay the telegram Holmes had forgotten, near his napkin. No, thought James. Absolutely not. He stood as if heading for the stairway up to his room, turned right instead of left, and opened the top fold of the telegram with his left hand. "Wiggins 2 arrived safely, New York, today. Stop. Be informed that Scotland Yard and intelligence agencies here and in France report that Moriarty's networks have been activated in Paris, Berlin, Prague, Rome, Brussels, Athens, London, Birmingham, New York City, Chicago, and Washington, D.C. Stop. No confirmation of Lucan Adler's whereabouts during past 5 weeks. Stop. Take great care. Mycroft." James quickly let the top fold of the telegram drop into place, and he walked to the stairway on the opposite side of the room as he heard Holmes's usual brisk steps on the parquet, and then on the boards and braided rug in the parlor. He was standing on the first step with one foot raised to the second step when Holmes bustled back in. Holmes noticed the telegram, folded it, and set it in his hacking jacket's pocket with the other message, without showing any signs of concern at it being read. "So you're heading back up to your room now," said Holmes. "Egad, Holmes," said Henry James, feeling a need to put this imitation gentleman in his place. "Your powers of deduction. How do you do it?" Instead of showing anger or embarrassment, Holmes merely made that semi-bark of a laugh again, raised his walking stick, the one with the sword in it, James knew, and said, "Well, then, it's cheerio for the time being, although I fully trust that our paths shall cross again before too much time goes by." "I'm thinking of sailing for England very soon," said James. He wasn't sure why he said it, since he'd not made up his mind about any such thing. He absently touched his waistcoat pocket, where the ivory snuff-box containing his sister Alice's ashes was as firmly embedded as a tumor. "Ah, well, then perhaps we shan't see each other again," Holmes said, almost lightly, almost merrily, thought James with an inward glower. "Ta-ta," said Holmes, and turned his back and walked briskly out of the room and to the front door, whistling some cheap music-hall tune that sounded vaguely familiar to James, something he'd heard at the Old Mo on Drury Lane. James realized that he had been standing there for almost a full minute after he'd heard the front door slam shut, one foot still raised to the second step, standing like a statue of a man turned to stone by the Gorgon's stare. Worse than that, he realized that he was waiting for Holmes to come back, to say that he'd changed his mind. He wasn't moving out after all. Mrs. Stevens came into the breakfast room to clear the dishes, saw James standing there frozen on the stairway with the odd look on his face, and she was clearly startled.
"Is everything all right, Mr. James? Do you need something?"
"Everything is fine, Mrs. Stevens. I was just heading up to my room to do some writing. A good day to you, madam."
"And a good day to you, Mr. James."
She craned her neck to watch him climb the steep steps, as if she'd been hired by Holmes, or Mycroft, or Moriarty, or Lucan Adler, to spy on him. James started to knock at the Hayes front door, that is, raised his knuckled fist to knock, but decided to push the newfangled electrical doorbell button instead, promptly at 5:15 p.m. It had been a hard morning and afternoon. He had tried to write. working with pencil and pad on the new play he'd promised the popular actor-manager George Alexander. But while Mrs. Stevens's boarding house was a relatively pleasant place, it was still a boarding house. Noises, loud conversations with workmen and the dull-witted daughter, the sounds of two men looking at and loudly appraising Holmes's now vacant bed-sitting room, even Mrs. Stevens humming as she ironed in the little room off the kitchen, or, when his window was open, when she was hanging wash on the clothesline below after the rain had stopped. All had conspired to distract the strangely anxious and irritable Henry James. 100 times that afternoon, he had unconsciously touched the hard bulge of the ivory snuff-box in his waistcoat pocket, and wondered what he would do next. Go straight back to England? Go to the family burial plots in Cambridge outside of Boston, and finally carry out his self-appointed duty of burying the last of his sister's ashes there? Go to join William and his family in Florence or Geneva or wherever they were off to at the moment. He could talk to William, sometimes. Well, rarely. In truth, almost never. In the meantime, he was happy to have this invitation from John Hay. James felt like a man who, in leaning over a ship's railing to get a better view of something below, has fallen overboard. This invitation had felt like a life ring, complete with attached line to pull him in, tossed to him with happy, expert aim. Benson answered the bell, and, after silently directing a footman to take James's wet coat, top hat, and walking cane, led the writer directly to Hay's now familiar study. Upon looking up from a formidable stack of papers to see James standing in his doorway after being announced, John sprang to his feet, was around the desk in a minute, and used one hand to shake James's, while clasping the author firmly on the shoulder with his other hand. It came close to being a hug, which of course would have horrified and appalled Henry James, but now it made him feel that glow of good feeling that he'd been certain he had lost. "I am so happy to see you, Harry," said Hay as he escorted James to the comfortable chair just opposite Hay's across the broad desk. Hay had kept in literal contact, holding James by the elbow as he walked the few paces to the chair. When James had taken his seat, Hay perched on the corner of his desk, amazingly spry for a man who would turn 55 in October, was James's thought, and not his first on that subject about Hay, and cried, "Well, it's 1/4 the old 5 of Hearts tea time, always precisely at 5, you know, but we can have tea anyway. Clover's ghost would not object, although we may hear a disembodied rap or two from the table there. Or perhaps some really good whiskey instead." James hesitated. It was far too early for such a strong drink for him. He rarely touched whiskey anyway. But this rainy afternoon, with the fire crackling and popping in John Hay's study's fireplace, he found the idea of a strong drink attractive, almost compelling. "Is this an honest Scotch whiskey, with no E in the word?" asked James. "Or one of your American sour mash whiskies, with the E inserted?" Hay laughed. "Oh, Scotch whiskey, I assure you, Harry. I'd never offend your anglicized sensibilities with either sour mash or a sneaky, unwanted E." Hay gestured to Benson, who seemed more to dissolve in thin air than step away. "I have a 12-year-old single malt Cardew from Speyside, matured in oak casks, that I find better than most 21-year-old single malt whiskies," continued Hay, going around the desk to take his place in the high-backed and leather-tufted chair there. "Its only drawback is that one can purchase it only at Speyside, so I must either travel there each time I'm in England, or constantly be paying a man to travel to Speyside, purchase it, pack it, and ship it." "I look forward to tasting it," said James, knowing that he'd sipped 12-year-old Cardew single malts with Paul Joukowsky, and even in Lady Wolseley's salon, the latter thanks to the tastes of her husband, Field Marshal Viscount Wolseley, the inspiration for the very model of a modern Major General in Gilbert and Sullivan's operetta, The Pirates of Penzance. Even before Hay began speaking again, Benson was back with a silver tray holding the decanter of Cardew, crystal whiskey glasses, a spritzer of soda water, a pitcher of regular water, and short stack of leather coasters with John Hay's crest on them. When Benson turned toward the writer and raised one eyebrow, James said, "Neat, please."
"The usual dash of water for me, Benson," said Hay.
When they had their whiskey glasses and Benson had left, silently closing the study door behind him, each man raised his glass. The desk was too broad for any clinking of crystal, and Hay said, "Amicus absentibus." James was surprised by the toast. To which absent friends exactly would they be drinking? But he nodded and drank some of the amber whiskey. It was excellent. James knew enough about judging whiskies to know that the palate on this one was smooth and well-balanced, the finish bringing out some lingering, sweet smoke in the aftertaste, but never overpowering, never showing off, as so many single malts had the tendency to do. James nodded again, this time acknowledging the quality of the whiskey, all the while thinking, which absent friend, or friends?
"Harry, I won't beat about the bush,"
said Hay, leaning forward and cradling his scotch glass with both hands above the papers on his desk.
"Clara and I are hoping that you might consider moving back in with us for as long as you stay in Washington."
Is this related to last night? James's heart was pounding painfully. All the men in the James family had bad hearts that would get them someday. So he drank a bit more of the Cardew to give him time to think. No, he couldn't believe that Holmes would have told anyone about James's presence in the cemetery and in Clover's tomb sculpture interior. He'd promised that he wouldn't. What is a promise to a man who is not really a gentleman? "Why, John?" he said softly. "Surely I spent enough time here as your guest that you must welcome the quiet household after our disruption."
"You were here with Holmes," said Hay. "Or here when Holmes was impersonating that Norwegian explorer, Jan Sigerson, which was enjoyable in its own way. But Clara and I felt that we never really had a chance to talk to you."
James set his chin on his chest in a posture that would, half a century later, come to be called Churchillian.
"Unless,"
continued Hay, leaning far back in his chair now and drinking the whiskey almost hurriedly, as if enjoying its fragrance weren't part of the process of enjoying it.
"Unless you plan to leave the city soon, to Cambridge, perhaps then on to England, Paris?"
"No, I have no immediate plans to leave." James realized that he'd decided that, even as he spoke the words. "But my room at Mrs. Stevens's is quite adequate." Hay grinned beneath his carefully trimmed whiskers.
"Adequate for a bachelor junior congressman, perhaps, Harry, but certainly not for a writer. You are doing some writing, aren't you?"
Too little, thought James. But then, the plan had been to commit suicide in Paris, and part of the attractiveness of that plan had been to end all the deadlines, to getting his agent and stage producers and publishers and everyone else with their baby beaks wide open and waiting to be fed to, how did the Americans put it? To then get off his neck. "Some very modest attempts at my next play," said James, his tone as doleful as his countenance. "Little more than notes." Hay grinned again.
"I trust that your room was comfortable when you and Holmes were staying here, but we have a much larger suite of guest rooms at the far end of the wing opposite to the one where you stayed before. We didn't place you there during your last stay because it's inconveniently far from the main stairway. But if you'd honor us with another visit, that suite will be yours. Bedroom and much larger sitting room, both with fireplaces, of course, the sitting room with its own rather pleasant library. The colored tiles around the large bathtub are somewhat brighter than those in your former bathroom, but the wash basins are marble, the taps are silver, and I can promise you that the water will be hot as well as cold." James took a breath, trying to frame his refusal in the politest way possible. In truth, it was the proximity to Henry Adams,
the man whose secrecy he'd so callously invaded, that was preventing him from saying yes.
"And as nice as Mrs. Stevens's little place is," continued Hay, the whiskey gone from his glass, "I don't believe that she can provide you with as excellent a manservant as we can."
"Manservant," James repeated, feeling strangely numb all over. Is this the way a character in a novel feels, when the author is manipulating him or her in a way contrary to their nature or to common sense? He wished he could ask Holmes that question, and actually patted the jacket pocket where his purse held the detective's card with the name and address of the cigar store where James could get in contact with him.
"Yes, and not just any manservant," said Hay, leaning further over the desk now, "but Gregory, one of our longest-serving and most trusted employees."
James remembered a tall, white-haired man on Hay's staff being referred to as Gregory. The servant had emanated dignity and quiet efficiency. "Is Gregory his first or last name?" asked James.
"Last," said Hay. "I believe his Christian name is Terence. Gregory is not only the perfect man to stoke up your fires and lay out your clothes in the morning, but he gives the best and closest neck shaves of any man on the staff."
"I really have a powerful reluctance to being in your and Clara's way once again," began James. Hay held his hands up, palms forward, and then moved them quickly in opposite directions as if opening a door or brushing something aside.
"This shan't be like your first visit, where you were a guest with a guest's, well, one might call them obligations, coming down to dinner with us, making small talk, joining me for luncheon, and so forth. No, the guest suite would be yours. It's on the northeast corner, and there will be some light traffic noise coming through the windows there, but it's very soft noise. Our boy Dell lived in those rooms for a while, but went back to his own before going back to school. He thought the suite was too quiet, too large."
"Perhaps the rooms in the suite are haunted," thought James. He smiled as he realized that he wouldn't be averse to a few ectoplasmic visitations. Perhaps his sister Alice could advise him as to what to do with her ashes that he'd pilfered.
"And daily service from the maids, of course, but only when you're out," Hay was going on. "And you can have all your meals and tea breaks in your room if you like. Gregory will be your guard at the gate, as well as your valet. And of course you shall have your own key to the front door, so you can come and go whenever you want, without disturbing anyone."
"I confess that I have found myself a trifle lonely at Mrs. Stevens's place," said James, already surrendering himself to the invitation. He could rest. He could write.
"No wonder you do, especially with Mr. Holmes leaving so abruptly," said Hay.
The statesman did not seem to notice the minor levitation of James's eyebrows.
"You agree then, Harry?"
James nodded.
"Wonderful!" cried Hay. "I'll have some of the lads go over now in the wagon to fetch your steamer trunk and other luggage."
A minute later, they were standing just inside the open door, watching the spring rain fall and enjoying the scent of the rain on new grass and fresh leaves, when Hay's brougham was brought around for James. The manservant Gregory was up on the box next to the driver and sheltering under a red umbrella, and then came the good-natured stableman, wool and leather caps beaded with raindrops, driving the flatbed wagon for his luggage. James said, "John, how did you know that Holmes had moved out? It happened only this morning." Hay grinned and clapped the author on his right shoulder, opening an umbrella at the same time to escort James into the brougham.
Harry, one must never underestimate the speed with which even the smallest news travels in Washington City, especially around Lafayette Park. Your landlady's daughter, slow as the poor girl is, gave all the details of Holmes to our footman, at the morning outdoor market, probably before either of us was up and dressed."
James settled into the sweet-smelling leather of the covered brougham. Hay folded the umbrella and tapped the box with the wooden handle.
"See you soon, Harry."
James rode in silence for the few blocks. The daughter telling the footman about Holmes's early departure, who then mentioned it to other servants, who were then overheard by Clara or John, made all the sense in the world. But Henry James did not believe it. 9. We get lots of cyclists buying lemon squeezers. All in all, Sherlock Holmes had enjoyed an enjoyably productive birthday morning. At home, or at what he still thought of as home in his former digs on Baker Street in London, he'd often sleep in until 11 a.m. or later during those dull periods between cases. And then he'd often have breakfast and return to bed. Of course, the mixture of cocaine he injected during those dull times added to the lethargy, something this new heroic drug he was injecting himself with in the States didn't seem to do. But then he was always especially alert when he was on a case. This particular morning of April 4th, he'd wakened at dawn and gone out to find himself a new place to live. The same old Kirkwood House Hotel at the corner of 12th Street Northwest and Pennsylvania Avenue that he and James had passed the night before. Rumors still persisted that the old hotel would be torn down almost any month, but the place had a comfortable lived-in quality that Holmes approved of. Expensive drapes, but faded from sunlight, marvelously well-made chairs showing wear that even antimacassars could not hide. A combination of attentive service mixed with the discretion of knowing when to leave its guests to their own devices. Holmes understood why the more successful traveling salesmen were still loyal to the place. He hired 3 reliable men, vouched for by the manager of the Kirkwood House, since one of the men was the manager's son, and their wagon to fetch his packed bags and steamer trunks from Mrs. Stevens's boarding house without making a fuss. Then, with the shops just opening, Holmes had bought himself a pistol. He'd noticed the generous number of gun shops around Washington and entered the one closest to the Kirkwood House a minute after the store opened. There was a vast array of pistols under glass, some of them evidently designed for cowboy desperados, and more hanging on the wall. The air smelled rather pleasantly of steel and gun oil. "May I help you, sir?" the mustached clerk asked. "Do you have any new lemon squeezers for sale?" said Holmes. "Yes, sir, absolutely, sir. Which barrel length? 2 inches or 3? 3. Yes, better accuracy with the 3-inch barrel, sir," said the clerk as he opened the glass case and removed the weapon. "Yes, with the 3-inch barrel I might be able to hit the wall of a barn if I were inside the barn firing from close range," thought Holmes. "Maybe." "Any caliber you prefer, sir?" "38 S&W caliber," said Holmes. "It also comes in 32, sir. A bit less expensive and a tad lighter." "The 38, please," Holmes said firmly. The clerk ceremoniously displayed the small pistol, and it was smaller than the vast majority of the revolvers in the store, and snapped the cylinder open to show his client that the weapon was unloaded, then handed it to Holmes. Holmes noticed that 38 S&W cartridges would be a tight fit in the chambers, and then he snapped shut the cylinder and held the weapon at arm's length, aiming at the brick wall at the back of the store. "One squeezes the grip as well as the trigger," said the clerk. "Yes," said Holmes. He dry-fired the pistol twice. Not a good practice overall, but necessary to get used to a new revolver. "You like the hammerless lemon squeezers, then, sir? You a bicyclist, by any chance?" "Exactly," said Holmes. "Wouldn't do to snag a hammer and have the pistol go off in my trouser pocket, now would it?" "No, sir. We get lots of cyclists buying lemon squeezers. Most popular. These pistols are guaranteed not to fire if one takes a fall while cycling." The clerk paused and cleared his throat. "Are you a bicycle fanatic, then, sir?" "Quite so," said Holmes. "Absolutely mad about it." "Not too many customers from England, though. Not to be overly personal or anything, sir." The clerk's cheeks reddened as he realized he'd overstepped his bounds with a gentleman. "Not at all," said Holmes with a smile. "One needs a pistol here to keep up on the target shooting with one's American friends, what?" "Of course, sir." "The absence of a hammer feels strange," said Holmes. "Does the weapon jam or misfire very often?" "No, sir. Not the Smith & Wesson brand." As reliable a double action as they make. Looks strange, I agree, but it's the best weapon you can carry concealed when you don't have large pockets. And even then, hammers and the large sights can snag on cloth and pockets and such, can't they?
Indeed, said Holmes. How much for this pistol?
$5, sir.
That seems a bit steep.
I throw in 2 boxes of cartridges with the lemon squeezer, sir.
Done, said Holmes.
Shall I box it and wrap it up, sir?
No, Holmes had said. I'll carry it on me.
And Holmes was carrying the seemingly hammerless S&W, loaded save for one empty chamber, in one oversized outer pocket of his tweed suit, and the 2 boxes of cartridges in the opposite oversized pocket, a short time later when he called on John Hay. The former diplomat was just sitting down to breakfast when Holmes was shown in, and the detective assured him that his visit wouldn't take more than 2 minutes, and he'd be happy to have some coffee while Hay ate. As succinctly as possible, and never mentioning the previous night's adventure in Rock Creek Cemetery, or the ominous figure smoking his cigarettes in the dark, Holmes explained that he was moving out of Mrs. Stevens's boarding house, a necessity, alas, and that he was concerned for Mr. James's safety.
Certainly James has no enemies in Washington, cried Hayes.
I would doubt that Mr. James has enemies anywhere, said Holmes. But I have enemies, and it has come to my attention that they may know of my presence in Washington, even my current address at Mrs. Stevens' establishment. Hay looked concerned, and dabbed a linen napkin at his sharp beard and perfectly trimmed mustache. But certainly they wouldn't. An innocent such as Harry. It is a long shot, as you Americans say, said Holmes. A remote possibility. But these particular people are beyond all laws of reason and decency. I would not sleep well imagining them showing up at Mrs. Stevens' home and coming across Mr. James. Hay looked sharply at the detective. Would my family be in danger if Harry stayed here? Not in the least. How can you be so sure, sir? Hay's pleasant demeanor had disappeared for a moment into the sharp cross-examining tones of a prosecutor. These people may not recognize the extent of Henry James's literary fame, said Holmes, but I am certain that they know your reputation, Mr. Hay, and would do nothing associated with you or your family or your guest that would bring publicity down on their heads. Then I'll ask Harry to drop by today and insist, I tell you, that he stay with us again, said Hay. Holmes loved the tone of a man who could make up his mind in a few seconds. Could you ask him to drop by at about 5:15? said Holmes. Yes, if you wish. Hay squinted slightly at the detective. Is there a special reason for that time? Just that I don't wish to bump into Mr. James once I've moved out of Mrs. Stevens' pleasant home, and I may be in this area earlier in the day. I shall specify 5:15, said Hay, and started to rise as Holmes stood. No, please don't get up, and thank you for this favor, said Holmes. If I need to get in touch with you, began Hay. Holmes handed him one of his cards with the cigar store address handwritten on the back. This establishment is open around the clock for some inexplicable reason, he said, and they promise to get any message to me as quickly as they can. Holmes and Hay had shaken hands, and then the detective hurried down the street to catch Henry James before he had his breakfast brought to his room. 10. A small bouquet of white violets. Holmes knocked on Henry Adams's front door at 5 p.m., precisely the time he'd suggested in his early morning note, and to which Adams had agreed in his return note that morning. The door was opened at once, and Holmes was confronted with the dour face of an elderly butler. He now knew all of the Hayes family servants by face and name, but he hadn't been formally introduced to Henry Adams's home or staff. The butler said nothing, closed the door behind the detective, nodded his head to indicate that Holmes should follow, and led him directly up a staircase Holmes had seen only in the darkness of his burgling night. At the upstairs study, the grim-faced butler waited only for Adams to nod from his place behind a full but not cluttered desk before he closed the door behind Holmes. There had been no announcement, no greeting, not even a "Please follow me, sir," from the side-whiskered old retainer. But perhaps Adams had directed his man not to speak to Holmes. At any rate, Holmes did not feel slighted. He looked around the book-lined study with some interest. It was a scholar's study, and illuminated not only by desk and table lamps, but by large windows, some leaded with ornate stained glass, others clear. Through the clear windows, Holmes looked directly across the street at the president's executive mansion. Adams neither rose nor spoke, so Holmes took the initiative of walking across the room to the desk, setting his top hat, gloves, and walking stick on one chair, and sitting on the other one that was opposite Adams across the desk.
"You have put me in an impossible position, Mr. Sherlock Holmes,"
the bald scholar said softly, but not so softly that Holmes missed the substrate of anger and frustration in Adams's tone. Rather than disagree or comment in any way, Holmes merely nodded.
"I made my mystery far too simple, didn't I?" said Adams. "Too many clues."
"Actually, just enough clues," said Holmes, "and not all of them deliberate."
"Your note this morning said only that you had solved the mystery and looked out at the world from a mourner's eyes. I presume that means you—"
"Went in the monument?" finished Holmes.
"Yes."
Henry Adams looked down at the papers on his desk, and for a moment the man's face, even the flesh of his mostly bare scalp, went so terribly pale that Holmes was concerned that the older man was having a heart attack or stroke. But then Adams looked up, sat up straighter.
"Well, then,"
Adams said in an only slightly shaky voice,
"you know the greatest secret in my life, Mr. Holmes. I was foolish enough and overconfident enough to give a man like you far too simple clues to the secret. And now you know."
Adams's body twitched suddenly as if he'd been jolted by an electric current.
"You didn't tell James, did you?"
"I've spoken neither to Henry James nor to anyone else about this matter last night, or this morning,"
said Holmes, feeling the lawyerly dodge of his words almost stick in his craw. Adams nodded.
"For that I can be thankful."
The scholar sighed and folded his hands on his desk.
"And now what, Mr. Holmes? Do we discuss the concept of money changing hands?"
Holmes could have acted outraged, was tempted to do so, but did not.
"I accept fees for my services as an investigator, Mr. Adams," he said coolly, "not payment as a blackmailer."
Adams's expression still had not changed.
"Then what are your fees as an investigator, in this instance, Mr. Holmes?"
$1, said Holmes, "and already paid 2 years ago by your wife's late brother, Edward."
"Ned,"
said Adams with a strange, almost pained tone to his voice. Holmes nodded again. Suddenly Adams seemed to shake himself out of a haze.
"I apologize,"
he said, half rising and reaching for a velvet pull rope on the wall.
"I haven't asked you if you would like a cup of tea, or coffee, or a glass of whiskey?"
"Nothing, thank you."
Adams almost collapsed back into his chair.
"You are,"
he said very softly,
"probably the only man alive who knows what a monster I am."
"Mourner," said Holmes.
"Not monster. Never monster. A mourner of someone truly loved, who has found a unique way to see others mourning his lost love."
Adams almost laughed.
"If you heard some of the comments, saw some of their clowning at first encountering St. Gaudens's sculpture, heard them guessing at the price of the monument, or criticizing its solemnity, or its lack of religious purpose,
or its lack of joy in the hope and sure certainty of eternal redemption. We are a strange and inexplicable species, Mr. Holmes."
"Indeed."
"What do you want, sir?" asked Henry Adams.
"I need to discover the truth of your wife Clover's death more than 7 years ago," said Holmes.
"She drank potassium cyanide and died almost instantaneously," Adams said briskly. "There is really nothing else to discuss, much less uncover."
Holmes sighed and leaned forward so that his hands were also folded on Adams's broad desk.
"I apologize for my bluntness, Mr. Adams, and there will be more such bluntness before we are finished. But it is not out of cruelty I make these comments or ask these questions, but out of a need for clarity."
Adams had sat further back in his chair, but met Holmes's sharp, gray gaze with a steady one of his own.
"Mrs. Adams's death would have hardly been near instantaneous," Holmes said in soft but solid tones.
"I have published monographs on more than 300 poisonous substances and combinations of such, their symptoms, their lethality rated on a scale of 100, their odor, their efficacy. Potassium cyanide, in any dose large enough to kill Mrs. Adams, would have burned her tongue and throat. Then this particular poison cuts off the body's ability to process oxygen, in essence asphyxiating the victim. But Mrs. Adams would have choked and gasped for air, perhaps ripping off her collar or bodice in an attempt to breathe. For some terrible moments, she would have thrashed about and fallen to the floor, where the poison would have assured more minutes of violent convulsions. Then— "Enough!" cried Henry Adams, slapping his palm so violently against the top of his desk that the noise sounded like a rifle shot in the room. Almost instantly, the door was flung open, and the aged head butler half entered.
"Sir, are you all right? I heard—"
Adams was still looking down, but nodded, and said through a thick voice,
"Quite all right, Hobson. You needn't wait outside any longer."
"Yes, sir."
The door was closed silently, and Holmes could hear what he'd noticed the lack of earlier, the butler's footsteps receding down the hall and then down the staircase. Holmes returned his attention to Adams, and felt the intensity of the older man's gaze. If looks were knives, this one would have decapitated and gutted Holmes.
"Why do you tell me these things?"
rasped Adams. Holmes pointed to one of the hundreds of leather-bound volumes on the wall of books behind Adams.
"Sedford's Poisons and Their Effects, 9th edition.
"You know all these details, Mr. Adams.
You have researched this poison as carefully as you've researched Thomas Jefferson's administrations. You wanted the truth, no matter how hard it was to bear."
"So do I."
"Yes. All right."
The scholar took a deep breath.
"The parlor where I found Clover's body looked as if 3 sailors had been fighting in it. Drapes torn, tables overturned, lamps smashed, pillows slashed by her nails, crystal objects flung down from the mantel. And Clover's face. It was monstrous in its frozen terror and distortion, Mr. Holmes."
Holmes nodded. After allowing a moment of silence, he said,
"You lied to the police and newspapers, Mr. Adams."
Adams's head and shoulders snapped backwards. Dim afternoon sunlight glinted on his bald head and clenched fists. For a second or two, while studying Adams's expression, Holmes was reminded of the key demon masks he'd seen in a No play in Kyoto. But Adams said nothing. Holmes watched the scholar's clenched right hand drop just above the drawer there, and wondered if Henry Adams kept a pistol in that drawer. Holmes's new lemon squeezer, loaded, was in the right front pocket of his tweed jacket.
"You told the police and the papers that you had left your wife alone that Sunday morning because you had to visit your dentist," said Holmes.
"That wasn't true."
Adams's small body actually rocked to and fro slightly, as if in response to his mental struggle. Finally he said,
No, that wasn't true. Why did you leave that morning, Mr. Adams? Clover and I had quarreled. Violently.
And then, as if realizing the legal import of that word, he said quickly,
For Clover and me, it was violently, although voices were barely raised. We weren't a couple who shouts, ever. But you argued.
Yes.
Over what?
Said Holmes.
Clover had been distraught, close to despair, and that morning she was in tears, almost hysterics, because Sunday at that hour had always been the time she wrote to her father who was now dead. You argued about her emotions, or about her writing a letter? Said Holmes. I insisted she begin a new Sunday routine, said Adams. Write a letter to her sister Ellen. Make Sundays a day for something other than melancholy and mourning after those many months. She did write that letter, or a fragment of it, to her sister after you left, said Holmes. She told her sister that, and I believe I quote, Henry has been more patient and loving than words can express. And, in the final uncompleted paragraph, Henry has been, and is, beyond all words, tenderer and better than all of you, even. Why do you think she would write such a note, just after the two of you had quarreled, and you'd stalked out, Mr. Adams?
Adams looked like a writer forced to watch his entire life's work burned page by page in a fire.
I don't know, Mr. Holmes. No more than I know how you got the precise wording of Clover's letter to Ellen. The police made a copy,
Holmes said, making a gesture with his bare right hand as if batting away something trivial or not worth discussing. He cleared his throat.
It sounds as if, continued Holmes, Mrs. Adams was writing a form of suicide note to her sister, making sure that you were not in any way to blame.
Adams only shook his head. Whether in negation or confusion, Holmes couldn't tell.
Earlier in the letter to her sister, said Holmes, Mrs. Adams wrote, and again I believe I can cite it fully from memory, If I had one single point of character or goodness, I would stand on that and grow back to life. But then the letter ends. Why did you turn around and go home so quickly, Mr. Adams, after only 10 minutes or so of walking? I know you had no appointment with your dentist that morning.
Adams lifted a fountain pen from the tabletop and held it in both hands as if he were going to snap it.
I became alarmed, he said at last, concerned. I realized that it had been a bastardly thing to do, leaving Clover alone in the house on a morning when she was hurting so much. And upon returning to your home, then, at 1607 H Street, just down the street, said Holmes, you told the police that you found Miss Rebecca Lorne waiting outside the front door. You said that she asked your opinion on whether she should go up and visit Clover that day.
Adams said nothing. His usually almost frighteningly intelligent eyes seemed to have a haze over them.
A translucent call of memory, thought Holmes. Why did you lie about that as well, Mr. Adams? Said Holmes.
Adams blinked.
Who said that I lied? I did. You encountered Rebecca Lorne coming out the front door of your house on 8th Street. She was weeping, as hysterical as Mrs. Adams had been a short time earlier. She had trouble telling you what she had found when she went up to visit Mrs. Adams, didn't she, Mr. Adams? Yes, I had to take her into the foyer, so that no one could hear her hysterics. It took me a full minute or two to get her calmed down to the point where Miss Lorne could tell me what she discovered upstairs.
How did she get in? Asked Holmes, leaning forward again.
What? I'm sure you locked the door behind you when you left to work off your anger in your walk, said Holmes. How did Rebecca Lorne gain entry to your home? Oh, Clover had had an extra key made up for Rebecca a month or two earlier,
Adams answered almost distractedly. "We'd hoped to go to New York for some shopping. A vain hope, as it turned out. And Clover had given Miss Lorne the key, so that she could drop in to check on the servants and see that the plants were properly watered." "Rebecca Lorne discovered Mrs. Adams's body in the wreckage that had been the parlor. Not you," said Holmes. He did not phrase it as a question, and Adams did not answer other than to nod ever so slightly. Eventually, Adams spoke in hollowed-out tones, the voice of a man who has passed through hell and who knows he must go there again. "In those last months, it was only Rebecca Lorne who seemed to give Clover any surcease of her sorrow over her father's death. Clover had stopped seeing most of her usual friends. It's not quite fair to say that she and Miss Lorne were inseparable during those last late summer and autumn months, but there's no one whom Clover looked forward to seeing more than Miss Lorne." "Hadn't the two of them paid a call on Mrs. Cameron, Lizzie Cameron, the previous evening?" asked Holmes. Adams blinked rapidly once again. "Yes, they had. Lizzie had been very ill with the influenza, I believe. Clover visited her, and Miss Lorne accompanied her. They brought flowers and a book." Holmes removed the untitled publicity photograph of Irene Adler from his upper jacket pocket and handed it across to Henry Adams. "Is this a picture of Rebecca Lorne?" Adams moved the photograph back and forth to bring it into proper focus. "Well, yes, it appears to be Miss Lorne. Her dress here is more showy, is perhaps the right word, and she looks a little younger than when I last saw her, but this appears to be Rebecca." Holmes took the photo back. "This is a program advertisement for a certain Irene Adler, American-born but European-trained." "Trained in what?" said Adams. "Opera, acting on the stage, and blackmail," said Holmes. "Most specially that last skill." "I don't believe it." "You remember her cousin, a certain Clifton Richards?" "Of course," said Adams. "He worked in the photographic section of the State Department." Adams paused, and the haze came over his eyes again. "He's the one who brought Clover the new developing solution that contained the potassium cyanide." "His real name is Lucan," said Holmes. "Possibly Lucan Adler. Probably Irene Adler's son." Adams shook his head again. "You didn't see or talk to Lucan, this cousin Clifton, on the day you met Rebecca Lorne coming out of your house? The day Clover died?" "No." "So he might have been in the house and exited via the back stairs when you ran up the front stairs, and he may have slipped out the back way, into the alley," said Holmes. "An extraordinary and outrageous supposition," said Henry Adams. "We have no evidence that her cousin Clifton was with her in my home on that terrible day." "No," said Holmes, "but we know beyond a doubt that Clifton Richards was Adler the assassin, and without questioning Irene Adler, your so-called Rebecca Lorne, we simply cannot know the truth of that day." And there was an obituary for Irene Adler in the March 1886 London Times. Adams shook his head again, but with a negative hand gesture this time, a physical pushing away of Holmes's words or their import. No, this Irene Adler cannot have been the same woman that I knew so well in the year before Clover's death. I've written letters to Miss Lorne. It's been Mrs. Braxton of Boston over the years, and she has always responded." "Recently?" said Holmes, his ears metaphorically perking up like a hunting hound's. "Her last letter to me was last autumn, I believe," said Adams. "So you see that your late actress person cannot be Mrs. Rebecca Lorne Braxton of Boston." "And her handwriting has stayed the same?" said Holmes. "Yes, of course," said Adams. "But I shall show you the letters. You may make your own judgment. Mrs. Braxton has never sent me a typewritten missive such as those accursed annual cards you are so clumsily and invasively investigating. When was Miss Lorne married?" "About 2 years after my wife's death," said Adams. "Miss Lorne had moved to Boston in January of 1886, only a month after. She sent me a note of her marriage in August of 1888. I know only that her husband is somewhat older than she, and that he makes a living in the sea trade with India." "May I see these letters? Hers to you, I mean, not yours to her." Holmes expected an argument, possibly harsh words, but Adams must have been expecting the request. He pulled a small bundle of envelopes, tied in a pink bow, from the main drawer of his desk. "Read them, Mr. Holmes. Take them with you, as long as you promise to return them. You shall find nothing in Rebecca Lorne Braxton's letters to me, or in my short notes to her, for that matter, should the lady allow you to read them some day, but normal conversation between an aging widower and his wife's friend. A friend, like the husband, still deep in mourning after 7 years." Adams's tone was flat, almost businesslike. Holmes accepted the bundle of letters in silence. "Another thing. Another mystery, if you will, Mr. Holmes," said Adams. Holmes held the letters in his lap and waited. "Every year on December 6, said Adams, "the anniversary of Clover's death, I have found, or Hay and my other friends have found when I was traveling in the South Seas, a small bouquet of white violets, Clover's favorite flower, set on my wife's grave in Rock Creek Cemetery. I am certain that they have been set there every December 6 by Rebecca Lorne." "How can you know this?" asked Holmes. "Did she admit to this?" "No, I have never mentioned it to her in our occasional correspondence," said Adams. "I simply know. I have not written to thank her yet, but some day I shall." "But you said that Miss Lorne, Mrs. Braxton now, has lived in Boston these 7 years." "Yes." "Mr. Adams, you really believe that Rebecca Lorne Braxton makes the long trip to Washington every December 6th, never to contact you, but only to leave this bouquet of white violets on your wife's grave?" "I do, Mr. Holmes. She has never spoken of it in her letters, but I am certain that particular act of kindness is hers. It matches the personality of the woman I knew in 1885. Rebecca Lorne was and is a kind person, Mr. Holmes. She was my wife's friend. To even think that she was in any way involved with, or, God forbid, responsible for my wife's death, Clover's death by melancholy, as I often think of it, is more than a grave error in judgment, Mr. Holmes. It is investigative malpractice, and it is also a callous act of slander." "Thank you for your time, Mr. Adams," said Holmes, standing and retrieving his hat, gloves, and stick. Adams remained seated. "Are you leaving Washington soon?" asked the scholar. "I will be doing some traveling in relation to this investigation and another, but I can be reached through that cigar store address at any time," said Holmes. "I will have no more to say on this matter," said Adams. "I would appreciate you returning the letters before you begin your travels. You may give them to Hobson when the time comes. There is no further reason for us to meet or speak." Holmes nodded. "I'll find my own way out, Mr. Adams. I thank you for your time and cooperation." He patted the small bundle of letters in his chest pocket. But Henry Adams had returned his gaze to the papers on his desk, and did not look up. Holmes paused in the open doorway, sensing but not seeing Hobson hovering somewhere out of sight down the hallway. "One last question, Mr. Adams." Adams raised his head. There was no sigh, frown, or rolling of the eyes, and, once again, Holmes admired the historian's self-discipline. "Your windows there, the clear ones," said Holmes, "offer an astonishingly good view of the President's house, especially of that one set of windows."
Adams said nothing. He did not turn his head to look at the windows Holmes was pointing toward, nor did he have to. Adams had worked in this study and had that view since 1886.
"Do you happen to know, Mr. Adams, which room in the White House those windows serve, and, as odd as my query sounds, whether President Cleveland often frequents that room?" "I can only tell you that when Mrs. Adams and I visited the President's house during his first term, that room was the office and receiving room for the President's sister, Miss Rose Elizabeth Cleveland, who served as the de facto First Lady of the land until 1886, when Mr. Cleveland entered into marriage. I believe that ceremony was the only marriage service ever held on the grounds for a chief executive in the history of the White House. When Mr. Cleveland returned to office and resumed his occupancy there only last month, it is my understanding that his sister did not return to Washington with him. I believe she has become the administrator of some little collegiate institution in Indiana, Lafayette, Indiana, to be precise. She has published often on what they now call feminist issues, that is, women's rights. I've read that she took part in the first International Women's Conference in Paris last year. So, no, I have no idea what the room behind those windows is used for at the present time, only that the President's sister will not be there."
Holmes smiled at the historian's completeness, if not civil tone, in answering such a silly question, nodded his thanks, and closed the door behind him. As he hurried to the waiting hansom before Henry James, visiting next door, might glimpse him, Holmes knew that the interview had given up at least one possibly relevant fact. Henry Adams's study was the perfect location for a Lucan Adler-type assassin with a rifle. 11. The Wheel of Time. For the first day or two after Henry James returned to the Hayes home as an artist whose privacy had to be respected at all times, the writer was relieved and as happy as he'd been since before the turn of the year. His guest suite at the far end of what Americans called the second story was large, comfortable, and private. If James chose to join John and Clara Hay for a meal, his hosts were delighted to have him. If he preferred absolute privacy, which he did for those first days, the servant assigned to him, Gregory, would bring up a menu before each meal, and James would choose his own breakfast, lunch, or dinner, with no reference to what his hosts were having. In those first few days, James celebrated Holmes's complete absence, much in the way he'd quietly celebrated the disappearance of the worst pains of gout that had so hobbled him around Christmas and the New Year in London. There were no more cigarettes stubbed into egg yolks, no more inane conversations about conspiracies and assassinations, no more late-night outings to cemeteries or creeping into memorial sculptures with secret passages. James felt liberated. He was free now, with Holmes gone, free to rest or write or just walk and think, or to book passage on the next steamship to England if he so wished. Things could not have turned out better. Then why? He wondered on April 7th, the Friday of that first week at the Hayes. Did he feel as deeply listless and actively melancholy as he had in March, when he decided to go to Paris to drown himself in the Seine? Lying in bed that night, the literary contents of his portmanteau poured out onto the blanket beside him, James looked through his notebooks. His markets for short stories seemed to have dried up, and publishers in both England and America had mostly moved away from the long, serialized tale that had, in the spirit of Dickens, kept James busy writing for so many years. His last two novels, The Reverberator and The Tragic Muse, the latter released 3 years ago in 1890, had sold poorly, as did his story collection published in that same year, The Aspern Papers. He had 3 books scheduled to be published later this year: Picture and Text, in June, his essays on art; Essays in London, to appear later in the summer, essentially a compilation of his tributes to his many friends who had died recently; finally his collection of stories, The Private Life, and Other Tales. But none of these were major novels, and his essays and short story collections had never brought in much money or notice. It was clear that the literary world had passed Henry James by. Or, perhaps, he mused, he had somehow wandered away from it. Thus his resolution last year, the resolution that had come before his resolution to kill himself, to begin a new and far more financially and in its way socially rewarding career of writing for the theater. His first play, The American, adapted rather loosely from his novel by the same name, so loosely that he'd first titled the play The Californian, had a run of 70 nights in London and more weeks before and after in the provinces. James had enjoyed the process, reading the 4-act play to the actors as a French author-director would, watching them rehearsing it, bringing them chicken and soups and other nourishing lunches during their long rehearsal days, encouraging them, bantering with them, participating, being accepted, laughing with others and making them laugh with his droll wit, some of it in new lines written for the play, as it evolved and changed. How different all that had been from his decades of disciplined isolation, while writing his scores of stories and overflowing shelf of novels. But all that labor to what purpose? He made enough money to rent the lovely, light-filled apartments at 364 De Vere Gardens, his home since 1886. But even there he was restless. He'd deliberately given up most of the evening and weekend London social life he'd enjoyed so much in the past years in order to spend more time writing. Dedicate oneself to one's work was his new mantra, and to do that one had to stop accepting dinner invitations 5 nights of the week, endless invitations to join the rich bourgeoisie whom he was invited to amuse at their country houses and Irish estates with his ample supply of small talk, wit, and gossip. But while he had loved working in isolation, his work was no longer earning him what it should, either in dollars and pounds or in fame. Oh, not that he'd ever striven after riches or fame. No, the art had always come first. Always. But he had long imagined that before age 50, his work would have allowed him financial freedom enough to what? Perhaps to buy himself an English country house by the sea. Just a cottage, of course. A tidy little seasonal home in addition to his flat at De Vere Gardens. A cozy country place at which he would host literary friends and his brother William and his family when they came to England. A place where he could host his younger male friends, Paul Bourget, say, or Edmund Gosse, with privacy. In the end, after all his work, the theatrical group had totally rewritten James's gloomy, their word, 3rd act, to turn The American into a not very successful comedy. Although the Prince of Wales had come to see The American in London, and that had prompted the producer to attempt a second opening of the shortened and rewritten play at its 50th performance, James once again helping to fill the expensive seats and boxes with the author's literary and high society friends, audiences remained lackluster until James finally had to agree with the critics. The play into which he and his sister Alice had poured so much of their optimism had been a failure on many levels. He'd frantically abandoned his literary roots, he knew, to achieve a well-made play, and that eager pandering had turned his serious novel into an absurdly paced melodrama on stage. The highly literate drama critic A.B. Walkley had written of the non-stop busyness of his script. "What, Mr. James? All this between dinner and the suburban trains?" James was sure it had also been Walkley in an anonymous review who'd said that James had offered the public little other than a stage American, with a local color laid on with a trowel, a strong accent, a fearful and wonderful coat, and a recurrent catchword. Edward Compton, the producer and lead actor, indeed had mastered the American dialect to a fault. In his later viewings of his play, James clearly heard the caricature of American English he'd penned, and the catchword phrase James had given him, after Compton told him that such catchwords were important for characters on stage, had been, "That's what I want to see." which by James' last viewing of the crippled, hobbled, emasculated play seemed to be every third line for Compton's American character. As for the giant chocolate-colored coat, Compton had coveted the garment during rehearsals and provincial openings. "Gives the audience a sense of this American's real nature," the actor-producer had said after the first out-of-London auditions. But, James could see now, it had been an absurd wardrobe choice. One critic wondered in print if all Americans skinned buffaloes to wear their entire hairy hide as a coat. Another compared Compton's giant brown buttons to chocolate-covered cupcakes. The best thing written by critics about his American leading lady, Miss Elizabeth Robbins, was that her acting was a tad less somnambulistic in some of the later stagings. In the earlier performances, critics had called her acting, essentially of an inert woman, a listener, an observer, as bordering on the hysterical, if not the outright deranged. The poor actress, James had seen, had been totally miscast in his role for a basically passive and passionless woman, had tried the full spectrum, from deranged to hysterical, then as somnambulistic, as if she'd been drugged with laudanum, and now back to the tad less somnambulistic. After her recent successes in playing Hedda and Nora in Ibsen's strangely popular plays, this critical pillorying of her Claire character in The American made her weep after every performance. James had felt like weeping with her. An anonymous critic for the Era had summed up Henry James's first theatrical contribution thusly: "We are as anxious as the critics of the newest school to hail the advent on our stage of literary men, but it is on condition that they bring their literature with them." This, the truth of this statement, had hurt James more than he would ever admit. He remembered writing to Henrietta Rubell in 1890, in the early days of his long struggle with the American, "I have written a big and awfully good 4-act play, by which I hope to make my fortune." Well, it had been big, but in the end James had to admit that it had not been awfully good. In many ways it had been merely awful. He remembered writing to his friend Robert Louis Stevenson, now on a distant island in the South Pacific, "My zeal in the affair is only matched by my indifference," but in the same letter enthusing, "I find the form opens out before me as if it were a kingdom to conquer." Yet by the end of the same contradictory letter he was telling Stevenson, "A kingdom, yes, but my standards, by our standards, my absent and never distant friend, a paltry kingdom of ignorant brutes for managers and dense cabotins of actors." And more recently, when he was down with gout before deciding to go to Paris, he'd written to Stevenson, "Don't be hard on me. Simplifying and chastening necessity has laid its brutal hand on me, and I have had to try to make, somehow or other, the money I don't make by literature. My books don't sell, and it looks as if my plays might. Therefore I am going with a brazen front to write 6. On this Friday evening in April of 1893, only a week and day from his 50th birthday, James realized that he never had come to grips with what writing for the theater really entailed. Yet in his portmanteau here at the Hayes home, he had carried with him to America 3 completed stage comedies, a drama written specifically for one actress who had aged beyond the role he'd created solely for her, extensive notes on 5 other possible plays, and the first 3 sketched-in acts of a serious drama he thought he might call Guy Domville. In one of his earlier notes was a list of possible names for the eponymous character in this play, about the lone scion of a wealthy family being called back from a monastery to choose between holy orders and continuing his family's name through marriage and children. James also had the original notes he'd made years earlier in Venice, after hearing an anecdote about the apprentice monk who had been forced to renounce either his family's continuance or his holy vows. At the time, he'd thought it might develop into a short story, and had given it the tentative title, The Hero. Situation of that once-upon-a-time member of an old Venetian family, I forget which, who had become a monk, and who was taken almost forcibly out of his convent and brought back into the world in order to keep the family from becoming extinct. It was absolutely necessary for him to marry. James had long ago abandoned the hero as the title of the play version of this tale, had added several extra dramatic, perhaps melodramatic, layers to the basic decision the hero had to make, and decided that amongst all these possible names for his hero, names filling 2 full pages in one of the thin notebooks he'd brought with him, he had liked Domville the best. It had taken him longer to come up with the eponymous leading character's first name. At one time he'd toyed with Boy, just because he liked the sound of it, but for the last few months it had solidified into Guy Domville. Obviously, this was no longer a play set in Venice. But would the male and very masculine protagonist's heroic act consist of consenting to a loveless marriage? A marriage into which a villain with the villainous name of Devonish was trying to ensnare Guy Domville? Or would his character resist this temptation and renounce life, love, family, and any future for his noble family's name by returning to holy orders and cold celibacy? Lying there in John Hay's guest room in the near darkness, the small pool of light from his bedside lamp illuminating only his pale hands and the small pile of his notebooks, James imagined that the double renunciation at the end of the play would bring tears to sensitive souls in the audience. He could imagine his elaborately dressed actor saying loudly, "I'm the last, my lord, of the Domvilles." Everyone in the theater would either weep or be struck into awed silence. But would they? James felt like weeping. He wished Sherlock Holmes would return. On the next day, Saturday morning, precisely 1 week before his dreaded birthday, having just finished breakfast, Gregory had whisked the tray away with his usual silent efficiency when James had rung the little bell, and dressed in his finely tailored brown pinstripe suit and waistcoat, Henry James sat in the spring sunlight at the table near the open window of his wonderful guest suite and wrote the following. Among the delays, the disappointments, the déboires of the horrid theatric trade, nothing is so soothing as to remember that literature sits patient at my door, and that I only have to lift the latch to let in the exquisite little form that is, after all, nearest to my heart, and with which I am so far from having done. I let it in. The old brave hours come back. I live them over again. I add another little block to the small literary monument that it has been given to me to erect. James paused and looked at what he had just written. It was hogwash, sentimental hogwash. He had committed himself to making his fortune writing for the theater, and there was no little latch he could lift that would let his cozy and financially unrewarding literary efforts come tiptoeing back in. And what was this self-serving babble about building a small literary monument for himself, block by block? Flaubert had answered that conceit rather concisely with his comment, "Books are made not like children, but like pyramids, and they're just as useless. And they stay in the desert. Jackals piss at their foot, and the bourgeois climb up on them." Henry James would soon turn 50, and while he'd sown his literary wild oats with both abandon and determined discipline, at this dark moment he doubted very much if any of his literary children would outlive him, at least by not much more than a few years at best. Even his attempts to get his peers, or at least his younger literature-oriented male friends, to call him master, maître, had failed. If they did so, at his actual urgings, they made it into something like a joke. No, there was no literary monument out there for him, or of him. No monument built block by his patient workmanship. And for the temporary monuments he'd labored so hard to construct, the critic jackals were indeed pissing on them, the tiresome bourgeois, especially in America, clambering over his blocks and scratching their initials in his oh so carefully cut stones with nails and knives. Just last year he'd written a story he'd very much liked, titled The Wheel of Time. In it, his main character, yet another reflection of himself as seen through a glass darkly, thinks much about his distant youth while musing on his 49th birthday. About youth? He regretted it. He missed it. He tried to beckon it back. But the differences in London made him feel that it had gone forever. There might perhaps be some compensation in being 50, some turn of the dim telescope, some view from the brow of the hill. It was a round, gross, stupid number, which probably would make one pompous, make one think oneself venerable. Meanwhile, at any rate, it was odious to be 49. But with that round, odious number of 50 now bearing down on him like a freight train in the night, just as impervious, just as terrifying, just as unavoidable, he would pay anything to remain 49 forever, or, if that was not possible, at least for another few unpassing years. James realized to his horror that he was close to tears. Maybe that young, pink American pig named Teddy Roosevelt had been right. Perhaps he was effeminate in his thoughts and writings. James was aching to write someone a letter, but he couldn't, shouldn't. This trip to America was to remain a secret from his friends and epistolary interlocutors. More hogwash. He was a man of letters in more than the literary sense. Henry James wrote a letter to someone, usually multiple letters to multiple someones every day of his life. In a real sense, writing and receiving letters was the way he kept in touch with life. At the moment he felt an overwhelming need to write a letter to Constance Fenimore Woolson about what had happened to him over the past few weeks. He knew that Fenimore had turned 53 last month in March. He'd written her a clever letter offering his elliptical birthday wishes, so she might understand his feelings about turning 50. To his recollection, they'd never discussed the topic of aging. Fenimore, an American writer like James in self-exile in Europe for decades, was the focus of the closest thing to a romantic relationship with a woman that James had ever felt or allowed. Of course, he really had no romantic notions about Fenimore, certainly no sensual or sexual ones. The thought of an unclad woman's body appealed to him only in a very few classical paintings and sculptures. It was the nude male form that moved James in some deep, solid, but uncertain way. Ever since that day he walked into his brother William's Newport Art Group's life drawing class and saw their cousin Gus standing there naked as the model. But at one point, for weeks when both of them were staying in Fenimore's rented chalet of Bellosguardo, high above Venice, Fenimore in her rooms upstairs and James comfortably in his apartment on the lowest floor, he'd had some sense of what it might be like to live with a woman, to be married. Of course, Fenimore was so masculine in so many ways, fiercely independent, achingly but muscularly ambitious as a writer and poet in her own right, willing to break off even the most delightful conversation with James while sitting on the wide terrace of the Villa Bricieri near Bellosguardo, watching a sunset in order to get back to her writing. But she was also a woman with a woman's mysteries. It had taken James months after Fenimore had left her leased home in Oxford before he realized that she'd come there, to the winter darkness of England, which depressed her so, she needed sunlight or her moods would plummet, to be near him while his sister Alice was dying. Near him. He'd taken her melancholic presence for granted while it was there for so many months. Only when she left Oxford in something like exasperation, if not outright anger, did he notice her, by her absence. Fenimore could be cast in fiction as an amusing eccentric, made more amusing by her hearing problem that she would not acknowledge, and which made real conversation all the more difficult, especially in a salon or crowded public place. But James knew that she was no more eccentric than he, almost certainly less so. At least Fenimore, as far as he knew, was holding no secret at the core of her being. He had realized the previous year, just as Fenimore was leaving for Switzerland and then Italy again, while showing more asperity toward him than ever before, Not only that she'd moved to Oxford for all that time to be near him, to offer her support during the last months of his sister's life, but that, with Alice now gone, perhaps she had expected more attention from James. They'd often agreed to meet in European cities, and even English towns, rigorously staying in separate hotels, but meeting for walks and dinners together, and tours of art galleries or the occasional concert, which Fenimore enjoyed in spite of her hearing problem. Could she possibly have expected more than this? Could it be possible that she was in love with him? James had assiduously avoided being seen with her when mutual friends were about. They met in out-of-the-way towns, dined in hotels and restaurants which were nice enough, but in which James was close to certain he'd never find any of his friends. He was not ashamed or embarrassed by her, per se, since Constance Fenimore Woolson was one of the more interesting and sophisticated American writers he knew in Europe. He was simply terrified that a third party would think what Sister Alice had, on more than one occasion, written flippantly to William or someone else in his family, "Oh, Harry, he's off flirting with Fenimore Woolson on the continent." He allowed his dying sister to make such jokes. Having anyone else he knew do so, even, especially, his brother William, would devastate him. But he had lived with Fenimore in Bellosguardo, lived with her after a fashion, and by her terms, comfortable in their strangely similar and formal fellow bachelors devoted to their work way, and those weeks had changed him somehow. Mostly it had made Henry James realize how terribly, terribly lonely he was. A year ago, in May of 1892, just a month after his 49th birthday, James had visited Fenimore while she was packing to leave Oxford, and then gone straight home to write a passage in his unfolding story, The Wheel of Time. In his story, the 49-year-old main character Maurice Glanville had, in his 20s, rejected the plain-looking but secretly charming lady friend Fanny Knocker, only to meet her again on the continent decades later. Maurice's wife had died, leaving him with few memories of actual love and a rather plain-looking daughter. When 49-year-old Maurice meets Fanny again, now the widowed Mrs. Tregent, he sees to his astonishment that she has grown into that rare sort of beauty which reaches its apex only in middle age. And she has had a son, a strikingly handsome and dashing son just a little bit older than Maurice's rather plain and ordinary daughter. In the story, Fanny's son repeats Maurice's earlier betrayal of young Fanny Knocker by rejecting his daughter's hopes of marriage despite both his and Mrs. Tregent's efforts to make the match. Maurice's daughter was simply too plain for the handsome youth. But the real shock of the story occurs when Maurice learns that he, Maurice, had been the secret passion in Fanny Knocker Tregent's life for all these years, a love undeclared, unrealized, but central to her life. That day in May a year ago, after visiting the strangely irritated and rapidly departing Fenimore, James had gone straight home and written this scene where Maurice is meditating on this unknown passion, a discovery that makes his pleasure almost as great as his wonder. She had striven, she had accepted, she had conformed, but she had thought of him every day of her life. She had taken up duties and performed them. She had banished every weakness and practiced every virtue, but the still hidden flame had never been quenched. His image had interposed, his reality had remained, and she had never denied herself the sweetness of hoping that she would see him again, and that she would know him. She had never raised a little finger for it, but fortune had answered her prayer. Women were capable of these mysteries of sentiment, these intensities of fidelity, and there were moments in which Maurice Glanville's heart beat strangely before a vision really so sublime. He seemed to understand now by what miracle Fanny Knocker had been beautified, the miracle of heroic docilities and accepted pangs and vanquished egotisms. It had never come in a night, but it had come by living for others. She was living for others still. It was impossible for him to see anything else at last than that she was living for him. The time of passion was over, but the time of service was long. He had written that scene, published that story, all while smugly and secretly, even to himself, knowing that he was writing about Constance Fenimore Woolson's long unstated passion for him. He hadn't fully admitted the power of that connection even to himself last year, but he saw it now. And he also saw, with his gorge rising in horror, that he might have been writing that passage about himself, about his unacknowledged, never recognized need, not for love, not for passion, never for desire, but still basic and compelling need for Fenimore to be in his life, to be in his life to relieve his terrible burden of loneliness, to encompass him with her almost masculine understanding and yet persistently feminine presence. Dear God, thought Henry James on this Saturday morning a week before his 50th birthday, I have to get out of here, away from here. He would go to Boston to leave Alice's ashes in the marble urn on her grave where Miss Loring had set to rest the majority of Alice's cremated remains. Then he would go home. Home to England. One thing was now certain. With Sherlock Holmes gone from his life, the question Holmes had raised as to whether he was real or a fictional character, thus making Henry James an adjunct fictional character if he were merely being used in a work of fiction as Holmes's Dr. Watson-like assistant, made to marvel at Holmes's powers of deduction, was moot. With Holmes gone, doing whatever he was doing wherever he was doing it, Henry James had returned to being just a living, breathing human being, albeit a powerfully gifted and talented one. There was a rapid knock at his door. James said, "Enter," without thinking, and Clara Hay fairly danced into the room.
"You must see this, Harry. You simply must,"
she cried, as giddy as a girl. She caught his left hand in both of hers, and all but lifted him bodily up and out of his chair. She led the amazed author to the door.
"No need for your coat, Harry. It's as warm as a summer's day outside, and it's only a few steps. You simply must see this. It's too wonderful to miss."
"See what?" managed James as they hurried down the broad central staircase toward where Benson held the front door open for them.
"The Flying Vernettis."
The crowd had gathered on the green grass of Lafayette Square Park and were looking up at what Clara reminded him was the Camerons' huge house. James saw Lizzie Cameron near the front of the crowd, but not her husband Don, of course. He would be at work. Shading her eyes with her hand so that she could see better, James noticed other high society neighbors, mostly matrons, of the Hayes and Adamses and Camerons neighborhood, gathered near the east side of the park, while more common folk, including some street workers still with their brooms, stood back a bit. Some of the society women, James saw young Helen Hay, were using opera glasses the better to see. But everyone was looking upward. Clara pointed. James shielded his own eyes and tried to find what they were all gawking at. There, along the highest roofline of the huge, steeply roofed house, a man and a boy were walking with exaggerated high steps, crossing the dangerous distance between one cluster of chimney pots to another. The man had a sort of quiver strapped to his back, and from that vessel rose various brushes and strangely apportioned brooms. "Chimney sweeps?" said James, astonished that Clara had dragged him out into the hot sunlight for mere chimney sweeps. "Watch!" cried Clara Hay. James saw that there might be some tension in watching the man and boy move carefully along that high, narrow roof beam, since they were almost 60 feet up, and the Camerons' roof was far too steep to stop their fall if either one slipped. Suddenly James and the crowd gasped as the boy did a forward cartwheel on the narrow ridge, and the man, letting the quiver dangle by its strap so the brushes would not fall, did a handstand behind the boy, his hands on the slippery slate slabs on either side of the apex. The two were odd-looking creatures. Both man and boy, he might have been 11 or 12, no older, were rail-thin and dressed in black sweeps clothing that seemed several sizes too small for each of them. That was a deliberate effect, James noticed, since the socks and shirts protruding from the cuffs were red and black striped for the skinny man, and green and black striped for the boy. The strangeness was enhanced by the fact that the grown chimney sweep had orange hair spiked up into a column, rather like a Mohawk Indian's vertical queue, while the boy's spiky hair, stabbing out in all directions, had been dyed a bright Kendall green. The man's face had been painted white, a skull, and the eyes were lost to sight in black paint. The boy's face was painted all white, save for the narrowest strip of red on his thin lips. The effect, at least for James, was disturbing. Suddenly the almost emaciated-looking boy took the quiver of brushes from the scarecrow man and crouched low as the skull man leaned forward over the boy, tumbling in a perfect somersault along the 3-inch-wide ridgeline, and then immediately got to his feet and bent over as the boy jumped onto his back. The crowd let out a gasp and low moan, and some in the front stepped into those behind them, as if seeking to get out of range for when the man and boy fell. James felt a sense of unreality fall over him like a cloak as he watched the red and black striped man, his long white fingers looking truly skeletal, remove the covers to the triple chimney at the end of the ridgeline. Fingers moving in a blur, working together, orange-haired man and green-haired boy used a loose bit of rope to tie those coverings tight at the base of the chimney. Then the skeletal man, his black shoes looked almost like ballet slippers, leaped straight into the air until his legs were far apart, the shoe slippers on opposite sides of the 4-foot-wide triple chimney. The crowd gasped again, like a single organism, James thought. He had gasped as well, although not out loud, when the boy simply threw himself into the air 60 feet above the ground, his arms ahead of him like a diver leaping from a cliff into the sea. But there was no water below the boy, only a 6-story drop to hard soil, grass, and stone walks. The tall sweep with orange hair caught the boy in midair and held him, the boy's terribly thin arms still stretched straight forward, his legs rigid behind him, until suddenly the scarecrow adult swung the skinny lad until his arms and head were pointing straight down into the narrow chimney aperture. It was only then that James noticed that the adult sweep and boy sweep were attached at the waist with 2 strangely knotted ropes, rather like 2 alpine climbers roped together on the Matterhorn. The skull-faced tall sweep let the boy's torso and legs slide between his long, stick-white fingers until all of the boy, save for his lower legs and feet, had disappeared down the impossibly narrow chimney. The grown sweep let go of the boy's ankles, and the crowd moaned in unison again, until they saw that the skull-faced adult sweep now had both ropes in his hands. The man began lowering the rope, first letting it slide through one hand, then through the other, and all the while he was leaning further back from the vertical on the narrow chimney pot ridge, letting the boy's slight weight balance him as he continued backward until it seemed impossible that he might ever pull himself upright again. James turned away.
"Amazing, isn't it?"
asked Clara Hay.
"Exhilarating."
"Extraordinary," managed James, not wanting to hurt his hostess's feelings. Those few seconds of watching had given him a sense of vertigo, followed by nausea. "What an insane species we are," was his only coherent thought.
"They call themselves the Flying Vernettis,"
continued Clara, obviously not noticing James's sudden paleness.
"Father and son, Lizzie Cameron thinks. They have been doing their chimney cleaning this week for only a few of the finest houses, for the finest families, and Lizzie has been impatient all week for them to get to her house."
"Extraordinary," James said again, not turning his gaze back to the spectacle as the crowd gasped and groaned again at some new impossibility.
"Lizzie says that they're ever so efficient," continued Clara, speaking to James but looking back the other way. "They close every room off before clearing and cleaning the chimneys, and heaven knows some of these older houses need such a clean sweep. And she says that they lay newspaper across everything in the closed-off rooms before the actual dusting."
"Extraordinary," said James. He focused his gaze on the White House across the street to the south. "I believe I shall take a brief walk," he continued. "I shall see you later this afternoon or evening, Clara." Clara did not respond, her hands clasped tightly together as if in prayer, her mouth open. She was totally absorbed in whatever death-defying absurdities were occurring high above her on Lizzie Cameron's rooftop. Later, even many years later, Henry James could never quite explain, even to himself, exactly why he chose to do all the things he did in the hours that followed. If, he would invariably add to this particular mental query, it was truly I who chose to do those things. It was more the behavior, he felt, of a poorly drawn character in a sensationalist Wilkie Collins or H. Rider Haggard novel. Luckily, he'd brought his silk top hat and walking cane despite Clara's tugging and urgings when leaving the house, so he did not have to go back to the Hayes home. James turned east on Pennsylvania Avenue and walked briskly, refusing to turn his head as the crowd on Lafayette Square Park gasped or oohed or awed. The Flying Vernettis was precisely the kind of idiotic American showmanship and bread-and-circus nonsense that had kept James in England and Europe all these years. A chimney sweep risking his son's life, if indeed the boy were his son and not some orphan the sweep had picked up from an orphanage and trained, to perform idiot acrobatics 60 feet in the air for the approval of the likes of the Camerons and Lodges and Hayes and the dour Henry Adams. James would not have been surprised if President Grover Cleveland and his wife weren't on the front lawn of the executive mansion and gawking as broadly as the social elite in Lafayette Park. America was a nation that refused to grow up. It was a perpetual baby, a vast, pink, fleshy toddler, now in possession of some terrible weapons it did not know how to hold properly, much less use properly. James hailed a hansom cab and told the driver to take him to the closest steam